We are all but live. Welcome, welcome all to the first ever Rust Crust Legends of Runeterra Invitation. I am James, joined today by my caster, Ace,
Hello, guys.
and we will be rotating casters. Henry is going to come on at one point, but we are excited to have anyone in chat right now and anyone who is going to be watching this later as VODs. And we're just excited to put it on in case no one's watching, which, might be a possibility. Before we get started with round one, which is going to be Riley versus Oliver, we're just going to go through what the bracket looks like and a few of the rules and how the matches are going to be played out. So we went through a round robin stage yesterday where we determined seeding. And you can see that right here on the winner's bracket. Riley did not participate in the round robin bracket. He couldn't, so he is automatically seeded in ninth. And then we have the 8th seed, Oliver, who will be playing up against him in the first match. And then we're going to move on to match 2, which will be Henry versus Chris. Match 3 will be Emma versus Sky. Match 4 will be Case versus Shay. Match 5 is going to be me versus the winner of Oliver and Riley. After that, we're going to play 3 losers matches in the losers bracket. And then we will be done with the day. The remaining 8 or 9 matches will be played tomorrow. Right now we are waiting for a ban from Riley going into Oliver, but we can look at what the losers bracket is going to be looking like. The whoever loses between Oliver and Riley in this initial match is going to be placed into a initial match in the losers bracket, game 6 of the day that we're going to be playing, and they are going to be playing that initial match against whoever is the lowest seed amongst the people who lose in winners quarterfinals. Match 7 is going to be between the middle 2 seeds of the losers from the winners quarterfinals, and whoever wins match 6 will be up against the highest seed among the losers in match 8, the final match of the day. So, our first match is going to be against Oliver and Riley. We have Riley banning Oliver's deep deck, and Oliver is going to be banning Riley's elusive champion list deck. I mean, they're threatening decks, certainly. These two competitors probably have some of the most unique decks out of any of the people who are going to be playing. Let's take a look at some of them. First of all, a very exciting deck. Oliver is bringing Pursuit of Perfection. Case, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think obviously one of the biggest concerns with a deck like this, obviously you're running a lot of 1 and 2 drop spells, would be running out of gas, but I think Oliver's done a really good job of making sure that his few 2 and 3 drops are those sort of card engines. They're good for card draw. He obviously has the 3 of Flash of Brilliance. He's running 2 of Trail of Evidence, and then plus the Static Shock and the Rummage that should be able to sort of re-gas him if he starts running out there.
I agree with you. I think card draw is really important for this deck. You need, in any sort of deck where you really want to be drawing all of every card in your deck, which is kind of what you need to be doing because you really want to be hitting those Pursuit of Perfections. You need a good combination of card draw and control. And I think that Oliver has a decent amount. I would say I think he has a few too many one-ofs in here. I would, some of the more useless one-ofs that he's just running to, play another card. You might want to cut those for some more board clears, more control, more card draw. But honestly, I mean, I think if he can get Pursuit of Perfection out, I don't know how well Riley's decks are, equipped to handle it. Moving on to his next deck, he's bringing a Teemo deck that is running one of Karma. This is a really interesting list. You kind of have a typical control-y type, Ionia P&Z package. But you're running Vault Breaker to capitalize on some of the elusives. You're running, the Puffcalf Peddlers to be. It looks like his main win condition here is burning them out with Teemo Shrooms.
Yeah, I agree. This deck is obviously trying to be Teemo control. My biggest concern going into the game would be the lack of actual control spells. He obviously has the Mystic Shot, and he has good protection for his units with the Key Guardian, the Twin Disciplines, Will of Ionia, etc. But he lacks Get Excited. He has no Gotcha. And then Teemo is just slightly weakened as a win con as well because of the lack of Clump of Wumps. I think his primary win con here will be trying to get the Dawn and Dusk out on the Teemo, which I assume is why he banned Riley's Elusives, because that deck runs Deny.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it also runs elusive units, which is going to stop his team from swinging in, stop him from doubling up his units. He's running Cloud Drinker, which is interesting. Maybe I would like to see some Plaza Guardians, the 10-10 or the 6-6 with First Strike.
Absolutely.
It's an interesting list.
But with both of these decks, for sure, they're very risky, very high gamble. If he tries to Dawn and Dust the Teemo and the Teemo gets nuked out, I mean, it's kind of game over here. So
that's it. Yeah. All right. Let's move on to Riley's decks. Oliver banned out his championless elusive. Riley is bringing a Hecarim Zed. It's an ephemeral-based deck that doesn't run the combo of Dawn and Dusk is the one that summons two. Mm-hmm. It doesn't run the combo, so it's more mid-rangey, more aggro-y. You have a little bit of high-end with Ledros. Your Scuttlegeist is going to be really cheap. This is a deck that's looking to really win the game and have Hecarim leveled by turn 6, so that you can drop him on 6, drop him on 7, and just swing in for lethal.
Absolutely, but I am used to seeing this deck ran with Callista rather than Zed, so I think that really speaks to the aggro playstyle that he'll be going for here.
Yeah, let's see if I think if he can drop Zed on turn 3, he's going to be in a pretty good situation in most games, I would say.
Yes.
He's also bringing an Ezreal Lux Heimerdinger deck, which is, I mean, you see it's almost all spells. You know, he's running very few minions, and the ones he are running, aside from the champions, kind of weak. You know, not the strongest. The Plaza Guardian is really good, but won't get in there until late. So he's really going to have to rely on his spells to be, you know, controlling the board.
I see this really as kind of his strongest deck. He has a lot of variable win conditions here, both with the Ezreal and the Lux. I think the biggest concern for him going into this will be he really lacks that sort of mid-range control. Again, because just like Oliver's Pursuit of Perfection deck, he lacks the Get Excited. He doesn't have Gotcha or anything like that. So any unit that has maybe more health than he's able to deal with could pose a problem for him. I'm also used to seeing Lux run with more of a full Mage Seeker package, or at least with the Mage Seeker Conservator, I believe, or Mage Seeker Investigator rather, that creates Detain.
Right.
So I'll be interested to see how he fares without that.
Yeah, instead choosing to hard run some Detains. He's got some Static Shocks, which I don't think are necessarily, you know, what you would expect to see in here. It looks like he does have a really good top end. The Progress Days and the True Shot Barrages, if he can get to the late game in conjuncture with, you know, Lux with Heimerdinger, I think he's going to be in a pretty good position if he can get to late game. My big concern with this deck is just going to be folding against any sort of early game pressure because of its lack of those typical mid-rangey controlling and just units in general.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, with that out of the way, we are going to go ahead and go into Spectator and launch ourselves into game 1 here. As soon as our competitors lock in, we have given them the go-ahead. They're readying up now. Riley playing Ephemeral deck first. Oliver opting to play his Pursuit of Perfection deck first.
And our main screen here is Riley's board, correct?
This is Riley's board. We're going to be seeing Oliver's hand as well as soon as he loads into the game. The Haunted Relic is great. You know, you want to be seeing that. Oh, okay, Soul Shepherd on 2 and the Haunted Relic on 3 just swing out. He also immediately this is a really interesting opening hand by Riley. Oh, now he has so many options in how to play out this early game. Oliver with the turn 1 Omen Hawk is looking really good. That's exactly what you want against these sorts of deck. You know, something that can allow you to put on a little bit of early pressure. Because with these ephemeral aggro decks, more often than not, it's going to be more of a race than a control-y, you know, style.
I think he really does want to drop that here, the Soul Shepherd, but he might have to block with it. The Kimpunk Pickpocket with the Omen Hawk buff, a little bit dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Oliver's going to get a little bit of value from this 4/3 hitting the Nexus, which is not typically what you see with this card. I mean,
and he gets a deny, which is...
Ooh. That could come into play. A lot of Riley's, the turn 3 Zed. I think he just drops Zed and then you swing. You hold back the Soul Shepherd, but it forces him to block with the 4/3. It's not weak to deny.
I think luckily for Riley here with the deny draw from Oliver, there's not a lot of cards that Riley is running that deny is really that good against. Deathmark perhaps, but not that much else.
Okay, so he opts to go for the Haunted Relic. I think Oliver might want to cast His Mystic Shot? Yep, exactly. Okay, so he's going to deny a lot of value here. Because the 1/1s are going to miss their buffs. Now they're just 1/1s. And obviously he's going to swing in and start buffing his Hecarim. They're ephemeral, so they'll die if he doesn't. Okay, Shark Chariot. Yeah, looks like Riley's just on the aggro path here. Going to get in 5 damage. He can play his Trickster. Ooh, the Brittle Steel. Okay, Oliver clearly... He's playing a control deck, so against this ephemeral sort of bursty style, he wants his life total to be as preserved as possible.
I'm getting a bit concerned for Riley here that he's going to start sort of losing value because Oliver keeps hitting with that Chempunk.
Yeah, I mean, again, like what I was talking about with the race, Riley is opting to not run any of the Neverglade collectors, which is something that can really help the ephemeral decks race out, you know, any sort of other aggro or mid-rangey style. And granted, this is not a mid-rangey deck. Oliver just happened to play Omen Hawk on turn 1 into a turn 2 4/3, you know? So that might just be the key to an early victory from Oliver.
Absolutely. And you mentioned he's not running Neverglade Collector. Obviously, he is running the Phantom Prankster, which serves a similar function, but he will probably here be missing that heal because he's opting not to block the 4/3 Chempunk.
Yeah, I mean, Neverglade Collector obviously it's cheaper, which is where you get a lot of that success from, but let's see if that, you know, 2 mana less actually comes into play here. Because that Frostbite slows down his Zed incredibly, right? Wow, this is an amazing draw, as well as assessing his options and playing them really well from Oliver. Against this 2/2, yeah, he just lets it through. I would say he might want to cast Flash of Brilliance, but it wouldn't even give him anything that he could use. Okay, Trail of Evidence. He finds a Shared Spoils.
He'll probably be wanting to save that. He'll hit face next round and then cast it for Blunder.
Yep, looks like he's passing. He has 3 spell mana, so he's not in any rush. He's a deck that relies on spells, so putting that mana into spell mana is great for him. Meanwhile, Riley does not have the attack chip. His Hecarim is still 3 from being leveled, and he doesn't have it in hand. Yeah, Riley just taking the trades at this point. Oh, okay. Oh, man. Okay, so he's going to keep Zed in hand, and he's going to kill the 4/3.
This is one of those situations where you could cast a Deny here if you're Oliver, if you really want to kill that Zed, which might be value.
Mm-hmm. Another option is this Bloodsworn Pledge that he just picked up, which would save both of his minions. Still, the Zed wouldn't die? Oh, he could actually cast both. Commit to the Deny Bloodsworn Pledge. He kills the 2/2, he kills the Zed, he gets through with 2 damage. Otherwise, it's just Bloodsworn Pledge.
I think that's a very strong play for board control at the very least.
Mm-hmm. And with a hand as, you know, loaded up as Oliver's, you think you want to be spending that mana, but he lets his Zed go back. He's not, I guess he's not super concerned with it.
Yeah, I have to wonder here, is Oliver keeping track of Riley's deck list? Because if you're looking at that deck list and you're seeing what I'm seeing, which is there's not that many cards that the Deny is value against, you might want to use it here against the Shadow Shift to get what value you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, just looking at Riley's hand, if he winds up getting that Fresh Offering off, or the Vial card, the Fresh Offerings, yeah. If he winds up getting that off, that could be a really high value Deny. Okay, he gets a Shared Spoil, so he's going to draw the 4/4 now. It was a 3/3 that heals 3. That's pretty good. I mean, he wants those controlling style cards to beat this ephemeral deck. Right now, I'd say Oliver's in the driving seat in this game. The unfortunate part is, just looking at his hand, as soon as his board starts to get picked apart by having to block some of the ephemeral units, Oliver's not going to have... Oh, the Heimerdinger changes everything. All of these buff cards and Deny and Flash of Brilliance suddenly turn into 0 mana minions.
Absolutely, and of course the strength of Flash of Brilliance will really come through here, the free 3/1 ephemeral from Heimerdinger.
Okay, so Oliver is concerned about... He needs to block both parts of the Zed. He wants to block these 2/2s because he knows that he's going to be taking damage either way from the Phantom Prankster. I think Riley swings in here. He's going to have these minions die. He can reload with a Scuttlegeist and Vile Maw here.
I think this Fury of the North might cause trouble for Riley here, though. Obviously,
Yeah.
Oliver didn't prioritize killing the Zed last time, but he might go for it here.
Yeah, we'll see. Alternative path is he can throw a 2/2 in front of it and then block both the 2/2s with his 4/3s. Leaves him with 2 4/1s and Elliot with an empty board. Okay, that is what he's doing. Let's see if he casts Fury of the North still, though. What do you think here, Case? What do you think you should do?
I think if I'm playing here with the Heimerdinger in my deck, I might actually save the Fury of the North.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, Oliver sees that Riley does not have that many cards in hand. This Zed is going to keep generating value for him, especially with this 0-3 that is making him take damage with each shadow that dies. But Oliver lets both the 2/2s go through, instead valuing the health on his 4/3s. Might bite him in the butt here, because he's at 6 with a Phantom Prankster on the board.
Well, he will get the heal here from the Tavern Keeper, and he obviously has a very strong board going into this. However, Riley can now play Vilemaw plus the Scuttlegeist.
Huge reload from Riley. I mean, this is going to shut off a lot. It's hard to get through because Oliver right now has chump blockers. He's going to have even more chump blockers with the Heimerdinger. But in terms of a defense, if Oliver wants to swing in here, he's going to lose a lot of his minions.
And this is where we talked about, Oliver and Riley both in their Ionia tilt-over decks, but Oliver in this case, he lacks that mid-range control. He has no way to deal with the Prankster here.
Mm-hmm. Death's Mark, really bad draw from Riley. It's no gas because he doesn't have any ephemeral units. If he can find something maybe off of this Shadow Assassin that'll kill the Heimerdinger, oh, another Death's Mark is not what Riley wants to see. Oliver can now play this. Yeah, okay. Now I think Oliver's full swinging, leaving back the Heimer, and then he puts out that elusive unit, and like I said about the racing, okay, he opts not to swing, instead wanting to play on the defensive, but Riley is just drawing nothing. Now, for me, I wanted Oliver to swing because you're going to be generating minions that have fleeting in hand with these Flash of Brilliance. You want your board to start dying so that you can replace them without losing value.
Absolutely.
Plus, you want, again, like what I was talking about with the racing, you want that face damage going through.
Mm-hmm. But perhaps what Oliver's thinking about here is both the Valma and the Scuttlegeist. They do have Fearsome. If Riley blocks properly and he blocks the high damage units there, Oliver doesn't have a lot to respond to those two cards swinging in.
Okay, that's true. He definitely doesn't want the 5/5 or the 6/6 hitting his face. At that point, I think the game's just done with this 2/2 also swinging in. I think this is going to come down to what Oliver can find off of these Flash of Brilliances. If he can find something that takes off the Phantom Prankster, find something that kills off that 2/2 with Ephemeral, and he'll have 6 Ephemeral damage swinging in next turn. Okay, he finds a War Mother's Call off the first one, which is not really what he wants to see. I don't think this game is going on that much longer. A Pack Mentality can definitely get him over the edge. Next turn, he just plays Pack Mentality full swings if Riley doesn't find something
Well,
here.
Riley has a Deny in hand.
Oh, that is true.
So Oliver's going to go for the win here with Pack Mentality, but
He can deny the deny. Oliver still has that deny that he picked up off of the 4/3. And
I think it's pretty lucky for Oliver here that he has full board.
I think you want to send... Oh, no, you want to use your slow spell first. He is not casting the Pack Mentality. I don't know if that's right. He's also holding back the 2/2, which can't block the Fearsome unit. Meanwhile, Riley can cast his the Relic, use one of the Death's Marks to take out a Heimerdinger, and his Phantom Prankster is going to tick Oliver down. Riley has lethal here. He just has to cast Haunted Relic and pass the turn. I think this is a big misplay from Oliver. Let's see if Riley sees it. Because it's not... Oh, he doesn't! He doesn't play his minion, or his ephemeral units. Okay. I gotta think that's just like a mistake on Riley's part. Granted, next turn he can play them, swing in, they're gonna die for sure, because if Oliver lets a damage through, then he's taking 2 per. But Oliver plays War Mother's Call, that's gonna net him a minion off the top of his deck and an 8/8. But I just don't see him getting around this Phantom Prankster damage.
Riley can, of course, go for the Ephemerals now.
He can deny it. Oh, he chooses not to deny it. He knows he has lethal set up. The only way... Maybe he was just waiting for Oliver to spend more mana. And now he's going to play it? Let's see if he sees it.
Yep, he sees it.
Okay. Yeah, he knows Oliver has 1 mana.
BM there.
Yeah, Oliver did have the deny to stave off the lethal, but now Oliver has no more mana. Oliver throws up the Poro. And it looks like that as Riley passes a turn, Riley is going to take game 1. Oliver leveling up Heimerdinger, just... He knows that there's nothing that he can do at this point. He really missed the ball not playing that Pack Mentality.
Huge misplay.
Yeah. Then he could have denied the 3/1/1s. Okay. Well, After a close game, Riley takes game 1. And they're going to move on to their second game. Where what's Riley's last deck again?
I believe it's the Ezreal
The
Heimer Lux
Ezreal,
combo.
yeah. This was one. So Riley didn't play the round robins last match. So this is going to be the first time that we're really seeing Riley's decks be played. Yeah, they're good to go. They're good to go. Whenever. Let me text Oliver to make sure that he knows. Because Oliver has options here. He can choose which deck he thinks is going to beat this Lux deck. Lux Ezreal deck. Oliver loading in with Teemo Karma. So this is running one copy of Karma, and its main win condition is using shrooms. So he's going to favor a game where your opponent's drawing cards. It's going more into the late game, so they're going to have drawn more of their deck. Let's see here. I'm very interested to see how Riley's deck plays out, because again, we didn't get a chance to see his decks. The Ephemeral deck, you know, had a okay showing. They really reloaded with the Scuttlegeist turn, but alright, let's see here.
So looking at Oliver's deck list here, I think that Riley's really going to suffer in this game. Oliver's running a fair amount of early game units. He's got the Claws of the Dragon, Eye of the Dragon, the Peddler, obviously you want in a Teemo deck. And like we discussed before these games, Riley is lacking that mid game control, you know?
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of the early game units right now. I mean, okay, that Thermo Beam should help. And I think he just wants to start casting spells to start. Maybe he just plays Ezreal here as well. Starts getting value. He has a lot of mana, so every time Ezreal swings in, he's gonna get that arcane shot. Bleeding, of course, but I mean, against Oliver's smaller minions, like this Shadow Assassin that's in Claws of the Dragon, even Puffcat Peddler is gonna go down to 2 of them.
Right, and if he's looking at Oliver's deck list, he knows that there's no single spell that can take down his Ezreal.
This is a little bit of a roadblock. Okay. I think he might have wanted to consider Thermo Beaming the 2/2, because this 1/3 is not generating a dragon this turn, and the 2/2 is going to stop your Ezreal from swinging in, which is really what you want to be doing. Looking at Riley's hand, it's clunky. He wants ways to spend mana. Without getting those arcane shots, I just don't know if he's going to... Okay, he picks up the Dauntless Vanguard, which is good. It gives him, ways to spend his mana. He can save Flash of Brilliance for now. He doesn't need to fish. Or maybe he just passes a turn and holds up mana for that True Shot Barrage, which is going to be good against this 2/2. And if maybe he has the read, Oliver might want to play a Puffcat Peddler here. That'll be great against that as well. Okay, yeah. It was really smart by Riley, actually. I think he wants, even though he is floating a mana, he wants that spell mana next turn. Let's see if he just passes, or if he winds up playing a 3. Okay.
I think I might have saved there. I think the True Shot Barrage would be very value against the, obviously, 3 damage into the Puff Cap, and you want to remove that elusive unit so your Ezreal can start getting value in.
Yeah, you want to get that out of the way ASAP. Creating this 3/3, he can now swing with the 3/3. He knows Oliver isn't going to block with the Puff Cap, and if he blocks with a 2/2, he's incredibly happy. But I don't think the purpose of this deck is really to push face damage. I think you want to be trying to control the board. And you know that they're on a... Oh, okay, that Purify can halt a lot of the mushrooms. And it's burst, so Oliver won't be able to respond with the spell. Let's see here. He put a lot of value on the Eye of the Dragon, so he might go for the Purify on that. Alternatively, he could just play the 2/1/1s. Wait to see what Oliver does. Hold up that spell mana for next turn in case he wants a True Shot Barrage. Oliver, meanwhile, has a pretty good hand for his position in the board. He's got the Twin Disciples to buff up. Okay, he goes for this the silence on the 1/3. Again, you haven't seen that Oliver is casting a bunch of spells, so I think he may have wanted to do it on the Puffcat Peddler instead.
I think this round he'll be wanting to cast that True Shot Barrage, especially now that he has 2 in hand.
Okay.
I think this deck, like you said, is not a deck that's centered around going face. It's about your level up conditions, especially on the Ezreal and Deluxe. And so if he doesn't start getting that Ezreal value in soon, I think he'll be suffering a little bit from that.
Yep.
Especially because he hasn't drawn a Heimer here.
So he goes ahead and he targets the Nexus. Oliver does not have any way to avoid this. He can save one of his minions with the Twin Disciples. He can double Mystic Shot the Ezreal to stop any sort of shenanigans with it leveling up. Looks like he's going for the Twin Disciples, saving the Puffcat Peddler. So he's valuing the Peddler because he wants...
Typical Teemo player.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. This might be... I mean, in terms of the win condition of the deck, it looks like eventually you want to be getting the mushrooms in, but right now I think what Oliver wants to do is stop this Ezreal from swinging in. Now he's going to get a fleeting Mystic Shot, which he can use to knock the Peddler down to 2.
Well, it's possible that Oliver sees here the value of having the Peddler with those 2 Mystic Shots in hand, because he can take down the Ezreal on Riley's attack.
Okay. Yeah. He hovers double... Oh, he can play this... No, he won't have enough mana if he plays a second Puffcat Peddler. Yeah. I think Oliver just wants to double Mystic Shot this Ezreal.
Yeah, and then you get that Shroom value.
Mm-hmm. So, going into this next turn, Riley should swing with the 3/3 here, and then he has the question of whether or not he wants to play the 2/2/2s, looking to play a Plaza Guardian next turn, or hold up the spell mana, because he really wants to reload, I imagine, with that Progress Day.
The Mystic Shot play was really value for Oliver here. Obviously, he got the mushrooms. He's gonna... Oh, never mind. The Eye of the Dragon is silenced.
Mm-hmm. He does pull out the Claws of the Dragon, which trades into that 3/3. I don't know if Riley saw the Claw of the Dragon come out before swinging in, because I think he would want the 3/3 here to block damage. Okay. Plays Mage Seeker for drawing. Maybe he is waiting because he wants a True Shot Barrage, but... Alright, choose the True Shot Barrage here.
I feel like he may be overvaluing trying to get Heimer combos. He really needs to gas up, and the Flash of Brilliance plus Progress Day would have been able to do that for him.
Yep, I agree.
Otherwise, he's in a very tough spot so far with board control.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, Oliver doesn't have a lot of spells in hand. I can't imagine he wants to cast a Dawn and Dusk on one of these. Well, I mean, I guess he could cast Dawn and Dusk and then Key Barrier and just overload Oliver's deck with mushrooms. Wow, okay, so he could turn his Mage Seeker into a Plaza Guardian if he winds up getting the chance. I think that's the best way that he can use that Hex deck. Just chooses a Progress Day. He realizes he does need to get a few more spells in hand. Finds the Lux, finds a Mystic Shot to take out that 3/1. I much prefer the Thermo Beam. It's a much more awkward card, and your Mystic Shot is just getting more value, usually. Oliver cycling, finds a Deep Meditation, which is exactly what he wants to draw. A burst spell that he can cash out with Puffcat Peddler value and find more spells. Progress Day off the top, even more gas. Pulls out the 3/2 with Barrier. That was a great swing by Oliver. I think he found what he needed to find. Passes, he's ready to burst cast. Progress Day, look for a Teemo next turn. Riley takes 4 from Puffcaps. I wonder how many Puffcaps are in his deck. Level up Teemo, which is going to get Mystic Shotted, unfortunately. Unless Oliver can bait out a lot of Riley's mana.
Well, of course, the Mystic Shot is only 1 mana cost because it was a Progress Day card.
Up into Deep Meditation.
That Key Guardian is huge.
Yeah. So, I think Oliver wants to Key Guardian the Teemo and wait until next turn to play it. Riley might get baited here. Oh, actually, no, he might want to cast his 2/1/1s, and then he'll get his Lux level up. He can take out the Puffcat Peddler. He'll still have mana to Mystic Shot that Teemo if need be.
I'm really surprised, honestly, to see Oliver not play the Key Guardian on Teemo immediately.
Well, it'll set him down to 0 mana, so whatever card he draws doesn't really matter. And it's a burst spell, so he doesn't need to cast it now. He can cast it in response to Riley trying to kill a Puffcat Peddler. Or wait until he maybe draws another Puffcat Peddler and try and get even more shrooms shoveled into his deck. Because with the amount of Puffcat Peddler triggers that went off, and Riley drawing a 4 shroom card there, he could be at risk of dying within the next few turns, especially if this Teemo gets an attack off. So here I think Oliver wants to just Key Guardian the Teemo. Yep, he was just waiting to respond.
And I really think he wants to get that Teemo out. Now that he has the attack chip and he's gotten that extra value with the mushrooms, I think doubling the amount of mushrooms in Riley's deck could be very strong.
Yep. So, the awkward part about it is, if Oliver casts Teemo this turn, Riley can now just get rid of it, because True Shot Barrage can do a 1 to it.
Yeah, I'm honestly very surprised that Oliver didn't opt to play the Teemo immediately. Even one face hit, I think, would be very strong in this case.
Well, he doesn't have the attack chip, so if he plays the Teemo there... Oh, he did have the attack chip last turn, yeah.
He did.
So he would have been able to get...
Because he's been getting pretty crazy value out of his Puff Peddlers all game long, so I think even just one Teemo hit could be enough, given that Riley's already at 7 health here.
Mm-hmm. So Riley does what I was suggesting by trying to put the... Riley uses the Mystic Shot. That's great for Oliver. Granted, there is still the True Shot Barrage I might be able to take out, but now Oliver can just play Teemo this turn. Next turn, he'll be able to Dawn and Dusk. Oh, he recalls Lux, knowing that Riley doesn't have enough mana. He can chump block the 6/6. Next turn, he can play Teemo, cast Dawn and Dusk on it. Riley won't be able to kill the Teemo. Oliver will be able to double. But Riley does have the Judgment in hand. Oh, the Teemo's Law of Barrier. Oh my god. Okay, so I think...
If he attacks with Teemo only as well, that's a big detain pull, obviously,
Yep.
but if he attacks with the Teemo only here, the Judgment doesn't matter, because none of these are elusive units.
Yep. Well, yeah, I agree. He won't have enough mana to get the barrier off.
The sun is shining. We should too.
Yeah, that detain just changes absolutely everything.
Ooh.
I can only imagine that Oliver's going to go for Dawn and Dusk on Teemo here. It's going to get detained. He'll have wasted the 6 mana. Yep. Riley passes, allowing the Dawn and Dusk to go through. Teemo is getting detained. Now, Oliver still has a lot of outs. Riley's at 6, and Oliver has multiple puff caps in hand. So, you can play the Chump Up next turn, shuffle in even more mushrooms. You can shuffle in 10 more this turn. This is gonna come down to whether or not Riley draws some mushrooms. Have to see, I guess. Otherwise, it's looking like this might become a 2-0 series sooner rather than later.
I think after this, Oliver will be wanting to play that Shadow Assassin, try to get some responses.
I think
At least a chump blocker.
he just wants to put out the mushrooms now. Give as many, because Oliver has a Mystic Shot in hand, which sets Riley's Nexus effectively to 4. He wants as many shrooms per turn drawn as possible.
And again, Oliver missing some value by not attacking with the Shadow Assassin.
Oh!
That's going to come to hurt him, because the Shadow Assassin plus that burn from Mystic Shot.
Yeah, Oliver just missed that, huh?
And now he loses the Assassin.
Mm-hmm. Now he does have a chance to play another Chump Wump here, which is going to save him 6. Choosing to Key Guardian a Teemo.
Lux will be generating a final spark here from the True Shot Barrage, so Oliver has to be careful about whatever he plays. The Chump Wumps will probably instantly get nuked to that.
Right, but that'll save his Nexus 3 health. I mean, Final Spark can just go face, right? So, you're looking at, might be swinging him with lethal, right? He has 6, 8, plus 4. Yeah, Oliver can't put in enough blocks in front of this board, I don't think. We'll see. See how Riley chooses to play it. But I think he can just Final Spark. If Final Spark can go to the Nexus, which I believe it can, he can just Final Spark here, full swing. I guess it gives another chump blocker, actually. Full swings first, then plays Final Spark. Okay. I think Oliver misses a few crucial plays here that may have allowed him to get there.
I mean, just like last game, missing that pack mentality play.
Yeah. I mean, and he's not even playing too fast. Maybe just, I think Oliver, when we were playing, he made a mention that he got overwhelmed when he had too many options to play. So maybe this is it. He's looking at all these options and he gets one stuck in his head and he's just not thinking of the other ones. And now he needs to make the decision of whether or not he wants to Mystic Shot one of these 1/1s to save him a health. Like that's what he's thinking about doing. Putting him up to 4, but I don't think anything saves him from the Final Spark at this point.
I think that's a smart play rather than playing the Teemo, because the Teemo basically kills him from the final spark here.
Well, I think he's still at 4, so
Guess we'll see if the final spark can go
can
face.
it looks like it can. Oh, no, it can't. It can only target units. So Oliver has another lease on life. Looks like they both thought it could go face. Oliver might surrender here. But no, it looks like it can. Yeah, okay, so Riley plays a Heimerdinger. Oliver now has 2 more draws if he finds a Mystic Shot. Or even if he just plays Teemo here and just swings with the Teemo. Riley won't be able to block, or Riley won't be able to use Judgment because he won't be able to block it because it has Elusive, and even so, it has Barrier. So Oliver's going to get the double up, and he's going to be able to play 2 more Mushroom Clouds and draw 2 spells to see if he can find a Mystic Shot. And Riley clearly salty because he thought that he had this victory in the bag. No longer does. Now it's going to come down to whether or not he draws some shrooms. So, oh, okay. He can set Oliver down to 2.
I'll scout ahead.
But Oliver does get to swing in.
Size doesn't mean everything.
I think I would have preferred him playing the Bump of Wumps first and doubling down, but this makes it so that his Teemo doesn't die. To removal spell. Oh, this is going to be intense. Both players are clearly scared of what's going to happen.
I think he should have been replacing the Scrap Scuttler there, just a minor mistake.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter at this point.
There's probably too many mushrooms in Riley's deck. He could get lucky.
Oliver could have drawn first and played Dawn and Dusk here. That would have just been lethal. Okay.
And I think Oliver will probably be looking to just maximize the mushrooms at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is the smartest play. That's his out. Next turn, obviously he'll die if he doesn't. Because Riley has a lot of attack that can swing in next turn. It's gonna come down to this draw. Oliver passes the turn. Riley getting rid of the 4/3, dealing 1 more to Oliver's Nexus. Pressure's on now. Do you believe in the heart of the cards, Riley? That is the question.
As a Teemo player myself, I've seen plenty of rounds where they have 40, 50, 60 puff caps and draw 1.
Let's see. Riley draws.
And that'll be the game.
And that's it. 3 shrooms. Okay, so the series goes to 1-1. Wow, a couple of long games. Well, that second one was a long game. Back and forth. And Oliver just gets there after making a few misplays because that final spark could not go to the Nexus.
So now that final matchup that we'll be seeing will be Riley's Lux Ezreal Karma deck, or Lux Ezreal Heimerdinger rather, versus I believe Oliver's.
It's his cat deck.
Pursuit of Perfection.
So, who do you favor here?
I definitely favor Ezreal Lux on the side of Riley. I think both of these decks kind of suffer from the same weaknesses of not having that mid-game control. But obviously, even though it is kind of a late-game Lux Ezreal deck, Riley's deck will run a little bit more aggressive than Oliver might be able to deal with. If Oliver's able to get that early Heimerdinger out, that might prove useful for him, but we'll just have to see.
I agree. I agree. I mean, for me, I don't. Again, I think that this Highlander deck that Oliver's running, is just inconsistent. If he can summon a 30/30, Riley happens to have those detains, which could beat the 30/30s. But aside from that, I mean, Oliver can get it out. We'll see. He has the Lonely Poro on turn 1.
Huge play.
Huge. Okay, so Oliver picks up an early Pursuit of Perfection, which is not so bad. I mean, he has a hand that can generate him cards. It can draw him cards. Thunder Poro here, pretty good as well.
Riley does have the Static Shock, though, so it likely won't matter. And that's good for his Ezreal level up condition.
Mm-hmm. Thunder Poro finds...
I gotta say, based on these starting hands, I really favor Riley here.
I do, too.
He's gonna get that Heimer out turn 5. Oliver lacks the Get Excited. He has no answer to the Heimerdinger.
Yep. Now, Oliver has Mystic Shot plus Static Shock in hand, which can deal with it, but I believe this turn is going to be scrap. So he's going to summon the 1/1s, and he's going to play his burst. Yeah, Trail of Evidence here. I think if you're Oliver, now I don't know if Oliver is going to do this, but you need to be saving those removal cards for squeezing out the max amount of value out of them, because you don't have many other of those in your deck.
Obviously, if he preserves Mystic Shot plus Static Shock, that can be his answer to Heimerdinger. That's 3 damage there.
I think that's what he needs to do. Otherwise, I just don't know how he's going to beat the Heimerdinger into two.
But you do have to wonder from his past plays, is he going to be anticipating that?
Mm-hmm. How many spells has Oliver played this game? 4 now? It's the 2 Poros plus the Trail of Evidence plus the 3/2.
Well, if he scrolls over his Catastrophe card, we'll be able to see.
Right. We should just keep track of that, because if Oliver's able to move fast enough, again, unless Riley picks up a Detain, that 30/30 is going to chomp right through any Heimerdinger that, Riley is trying to play. On the other hand, Riley is going to start playing some 7/1s very shortly. Now, the 7/1s have Barrier, I believe, so that's not actually that good against all these 1/1s, and the Static Shock that's going to be able to just zap them away. What is Riley thinking here? Because for me, it seems just like, play Heimerdinger.
I agree, and then you can, especially with the attack chip here, you have no concerns about the Stalking Wolf, and you can always just Thermo it.
Yeah, I think Heimer Thermo is how you want to play this. You're gonna want to be playing that 7-mana spell next turn, but
it's possible he's waiting for Oliver to use a little bit more mana here. He might be looking at that Mystic Shot, Static Shock that Oliver has in his deck, and saying, he could have that in hand right now.
Mm-hmm. Riley opting to go for the True Shot Barrage. Now, he's dealing 3 to the Wolf, 2 to the 1/1, and 1 to the Nexus. I think I would have preferred to see
2 to Nexus.
3 to Nexus, 2 to Wolf, 1/2.
Oh, of course.
The 1/1. Because I don't know how many... Oliver might be running a 1 health buff, but I don't think so. Riley delaying his Heimerdinger for a turn. Don't know if that's right. Against this deck, you're racing against the clock, right? Especially knowing that it doesn't really have... Okay, Oliver is he needs to spend mana, so he's using the Static Shock just to draw. And in a deck that is really hurting for removal against a Heimerdinger, which is going to be summoning 1 health minions, I don't know if that's right. I don't think you need to be really spending your mana, but that's up to 7 spells cast for Oliver, so he's almost halfway there with a Flash of Brilliance in hand. Oh no, the second Pursuit of Perfection is not what you want to see. Oliver only has so many draws here before he completely runs out of gas.
Absolutely, but if Riley keeps letting this game go long, which he won't be doing anymore because the Heimer's out, then the Pursuit of Perfection, having 2 in hand, might actually prove valuable. Obviously, that is kind of his only win condition here.
Yeah, I think at this point you want to Flash, try and find an answer to this Heimerdinger. He finds an Unlicensed Innovation, which is going to get him a 5/5. Should do okay, because Riley doesn't have any very high means of removing that. He could just Thermo Beam it and then play a T-Hex next turn if he really wants to. Okay, he's no longer going to have mana. If he Thermo Beams, then he'll summon a 7/1 Barrier. But he does start building a smaller board. Oliver's not going to be able to get through that.
It's beginning to look very dangerous for Oliver. Obviously, his win con is with those contraptions. He's not even halfway there. And Riley will already have, if he opts to play Lux here, already have that Heimer Lux on board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see. He could play Lux. He might be able to play Heimer, or he might be able to just play like a 7-drop and then get a big turret out, obviously. I mean, he has Heimerdinger, so these spells are doubling in value.
Based on his scrollovers there, it looks like he might have been looking at the Scrap Scuttler into Thermo Beam on the illegal contraption there.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Oliver picks up a Thermo Beam, which is a way of dealing with this Heimerdinger or the Lux, if whichever one he chooses. I think he needs to get rid of this Heimerdinger ASAP. I wouldn't be remiss to just see a Thermo Beam the Heimerdinger right now, just so that he denies Riley the chance to play any low spells. That he Mystic Shots, he wants to use a little bit of his mana so that he can, again, keep on accelerating that path to the Pursuit of Perfection and not just waste the mana with the Thermo Beam. Riley just goes for the 7 plus Thermo Beam. He knows if he plays a Scrap Scuttler here, then he'll have to kill one of the 1/1s anyways to summon his turret. Oliver going for the Thermo Beam on the Heimerdinger, obviously. Doesn't another option. And he plays a 7-1, and I feel like he's just going to full swing here.
And we did talk about before these games, Oliver did kind of prioritize having card draw in his deck. His few 2-ofs and 3-ofs are those card draw cards that kind of gas you up. But he is running out of gas, and having those two Pursuit of Perfections is actually really damaging.
I think he really wanted to stop the 7 damage from going through. I mean, that's almost like an extra turn that Oliver could have bought himself to draw another 2 cards. Yeah, Heimerdinger's a good draw here. Granted, he can't really cash out on his turrets yet. I think it would be a big mistake to play his Frostbite here. But he might do it just to get a 3-1.
I think he might have to, because this brings Nexus down to 8. If he doesn't have a unit to block with, he can, of course, play Archer, but if he doesn't have a unit to block with, then Riley swings in for 9.
Yeah, my thinking is that the Frostbite can save Biome a turn because the 7-1 would die.
Yes.
Or the 7-1 would get frostbitten, so it would take a lot less. Whereas the 3, I guess if the 3-1 can just get removed. I mean, if he winds up playing it, then Riley can just static shock it next turn and swing in and lethal damage. Oliver might have some connectivity issues here. Right now his display is frozen, and he is not accepting. But it looks like he was in a losing position anyways. Yeah, it looks like he's roping out. Oliver may have disconnected. Getting in contact with him now.
Unforeseen outcome.
Okay, well, that is very unfortunate. Hopefully it will be resolved for Oliver's matches later, but for now it just looks like Riley is going to take this one 2-1. Wait out the clock here. Yeah, Oliver's capture is completely frozen. I'm not sure what's going on. No, yeah, you can. Yeah. All right. Well, that's very unfortunate, but it looks like Riley now can just swing in. Oliver could have responded by frostbiting, but
And Oliver now telling us his computer died. Could have been a fake. He knew he was in that losing. He didn't want to lose the series.
But he went ahead and he conceded the match. He is back actually. He's back to compete. He is. We did not have his capture, so we don't know what he drew. He drew a second trail of evidence. Wow. Okay. So Oliver with the big bait. It looks like he has. Oh, Riley sees the silence to get rid of the frostbite and swing for lethal.
I have never seen that play.
That was a very
In
cool
my entire
interaction.
life.
I'm glad Oliver got back to frostbite. All right. Well, good game to our first competitors, Riley and Oliver. An excellent match won. We will be next moving on. Well, first of all, Case, what did you think about those matches?
Well, I think they honestly really spoke to the weaknesses of Oliver's 2 decks that didn't get banned out here. Obviously, they're not decks that we're accustomed to seeing in the meta, but they did make for some interesting games that were really, really reliant on the next card draw. So that really had us on the edge of our seat, I guess. So maybe he's going for entertainment value more than anything.
I agree. I mean, they're certainly very creative deck lists. I would say, looking on Riley's side, because obviously this is the first time that we've seen a lot of his decks, I'm a little bit scared that the ephemeral deck I feel like had not a very good draw, but was still able to get there in the end. Granted, Oliver did wind up missing lethal, but I'm a little bit afraid just because of how powerful that reload was. In the early game, Zed really pushed it, to getting lethal soon. And that, the Lux Ezreal deck, I wasn't the biggest fan of, but I wind up getting there in the second game. So
Absolutely. I think definitely I agree with you. The Hecarim would be the one that I'm the most worried for going forward. if I ever end up against Riley in a series, I'd probably ban that one out. Um, Obviously, we talked about that Ezreal Karma Lux deck lacks the mid-range control, and I tend to run more mid-rangey decks, as do you, I believe. And then the elusives are, I think, a little bit weaker than the standard elusive aggro we're used to seeing. He doesn't have very many burn spells. It's very heavily unit based, and but even given that, it lacks the sort of Kinku Wayfinder package, so he won't be summoning too many one drops too many that you can't deal with.
Yep, I agree. Either way, I'm still excited to see how his decks perform. For now, though, we are going to move on to match 2, which is going to be Chris versus Henry. Chris, very infamous for net decking in these sort of strategy card games, has done the exact same, bringing a Heimerdinger control deck, a deep deck, Sea Monsters, and an elusive champion list just beat down aggro deck. Well, Henry, on the other hand, has brought a few actually kind of creative decks. I haven't seen Quinn MF a lot, but he's brought a Quinn MF aggro into mid-rangey style deck, a Yasuo Katarina deck, which a few of our competitors brought and has performed pretty well from what I've seen so far, and his deck that he has dubbed Ugly, which is a Snapvine Baron von Yip deck, very creative and has a lot of power within it. You know, if he can get it rolling.
And if I'm not mistaken, his Ugly deck remains undefeated from group stage.
Yeah, it does. Henry went 6-1. The only loss was to me, and I beat him 2-0 before he had a chance to play the deck. I've scrimmed against it a little bit, and we were about even with that one, with all 3 of my decks. So I'm excited to see if Chris winds up not banning it, which I'm not sure if it'll be a mistake, because it certainly had a lot of power. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing it in action. Now we have Henry is going to be banning Chris's Heimerdinger control, and we are going to wait for Chris's ban to come through. And as soon as we figure out what decks are going to be played here, we will get into analyzing some of the specific deck lists and giving our opinions on those. For now, though, I just have to say I'm really excited. I'm not excited to play against Riley. I'm hoping that I'll be able to beat him and stay in winners, because to get knocked to losers that early, I mean, Oliver, it's got to be sweating, right?
Absolutely.
Going into losers, he's gonna have to play against the lowest seed to even make it into losers, or to make it into the official losers bracket, and then the winner of that series is gonna have to play another match to stay in the competition. So if Oliver runs up winning, he's gonna have to play another just to avoid getting eliminated. Okay, we have it that Chris is banning Ugly. Maybe a good choice. I'm gonna text them their bans, and then we will analyze the decks. All right, so let's dive into some of these deck lists here. So Chris's Noxus elusive aggro ready to get in and hit face.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how much we really need to say to our viewers if they've been playing on ladder, because this deck has given me a fair bit of trouble. You see this a lot in ranked, people trying to climb in the new season. Obviously, it's centered around having sort of unblockable units that just go face.
Mm-hmm. So you have played against this, I believe, more than me, because I haven't played a lot of matchups. What do you feel like this is going to look like in the aggro versus aggro? Which aggro deck do you think is going to have the advantage?
So that would be the elusives versus
Henry's Quinn MF deck, which is pretty aggressive.
Right. Well, it is pretty aggressive, but it is a little bit more mid-rangey. And again, it lacks the elusive, right? And it might actually lack damage. I'm not sure if he's running Make It Rain. We'll look into that a little bit later. But if he's not running Make It Rain or any challenger units or any of that clear for elusives, I think Henry will really, really struggle with that.
Yeah, those 2 decimates. I mean, if Chris can get Henry low enough, he has Noxian Fervors to, even if Henry has Make It Rain or single combat or something to take out these elusives, you just Noxus Fervor, hit the face. This deck it's tough to play against, and with a good draw, it's really hard to beat.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Henry will be playing his Quinn MF deck first, so if Chris opts for this one first, I think I favor Chris in this.
Okay.
I think Henry probably runs not that much board clear here. Let me take a look. So he does run Make It Rain, but that's really his only sort of direct damage to deal with elusives. And so he'll really struggle with Transfusion, he'll really struggle with Twin Disciplines, which Chris runs 3 of both of those. And so I really, really favor the aggro. The only risk for Chris here is that he runs out of gas and doesn't get the proper draws early.
Yeah, I mean, another thing is Chris doesn't really want to be blocking with these units, and Henry with a bunch of Scout is going to be getting in that double damage if Chris isn't going to be blocking. So I guess we'll have to see if that matchup shows up. I'm actually really interested to see how the decks play against each other. Chris's second deck that he's going to be playing is a deep deck Sea Monsters, a little bit different from how you would normally see. Most notably, he is running Lore of the Depths to hopefully get out to a bit of an earlier start. Playing the Sea Monsters before you drop Nautilus is a lot easier if you get a Lure of the Depths out. And he's not running a Thresh. Instead, he's choosing to run 3 Maokai to hopefully... It looks like this is tailored more towards the early game, have a little bit more power pre-going deep.
Yes, I agree, and I think that's kind of evidenced by the fact that he's running 8 Sea Monsters. Sometimes you don't see that many. I think oftentimes you do. Of course, it's good to have the one of Shipwreck Hoarder, good to have the one of Terror of the Tides, and then you want your full Abyssal Eye, full Devourer of the Depths. But in Oliver's deep deck, for example, which got banned out, he's only actually running 5 Sea Monsters. So I think Lure of the Depths is more value in a deck like this that's really prioritizing the monsters to really cheapen their cost, get them out early. Obviously, he'll be wanting to use those Obliterates on a lot of Henry's Scout units.
Yep, you got to think that whenever I look at a deck with Nautilus, or any, deck that relies on any minion that costs more than 5, against a Yasuo deck, which Henry is bringing, that has Recall, I assume Will of Ionia, ways to stun it out and stall out the game, that might prove to be an issue in that matchup. So hopefully Chris winds up queuing up his Sea Monsters first to maybe sneak it by through Henry's more mid-range deck, which these deep decks can really put a stop to if they can wind up getting deep fast enough.
Yeah, but if he gets the proper draws and he's forcing Henry to respond with those Will of Ionias, with those stuns, then he might be able to delay the game enough to get deep early enough to where Henry can't deal with that anymore. If he's using his Will of Ionias early, if he's using his Intimidating Roars, for example, stuns, that sort of thing. However, if he is using all of that early, those are level up conditions towards the Yasuo, so that could get dangerous for Chris as well.
Definitely. A lot of things to consider going into these matchups. Let's look at Henry's... Oh no, this is Emma's. Let's look at Henry's Yasuo deck that we were just talking about. He's running Katarina Yasuo. Seems pretty standard. Again, we've played against this deck a decent amount. He's running 3 of Ravenous Flock, which I'm not positive is right. He's running a Cooling Strike, which could take out a Nautilus pre-level. What do you think about this deck, Case?
I think it's definitely interesting that he's running the 3 of Ravenous Flock, as you said, because, I mean, he does have a fair amount of stuns in this deck to use with it, but it's kind of struggles against those deep units, Obviously, this deck isn't tailor-made to be going up against a deep deck,
exactly.
So perhaps that's silly of me to say, but honestly, I mean, it's a fairly net decked Yasuo deck, I think.
Yeah, you got a lot of mid-range power. You can high roll by playing Katarina early. You've got Denies to help out against those board wipes. This deck it doesn't necessarily play itself, but it does feel pretty standard. Feels pretty good. There's not that many changes that I would make to this. I personally haven't played it a lot. I didn't play up against it in ladder. I played against it in the round robin a few times, and I beat it. But certainly every time I played against it, I was very scared. The stuns are hard to play around. It's different from a lot of different decks that we've seen,
Absolutely. I mean, I gotta say, looking at the decks that are here, the ones that didn't get banned, I think this series will really come down to what the first matchup is. I think if it's Henry's MF Quinn versus Chris's Nox Elusives, I really, really favor Chris in this matchup because I think he'll win that first game, and he might be able to win that second one or get lucky in a third.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at Henry's Quinn Misfortune deck that we've been talking about and that he's playing first. So I was hinting at it to be more towards an aggro. You think it's more of a mid-range deck, and you can definitely see it's got a high top end for an aggro deck. But I've seen the way that this deck can really go off. Play Fleet Feather Tracker turn 1, War Chefs turn 2, and MF turn 3. You can get your opponent down to 10 health before you're hitting turn 5. You got the rallies to even get over the top as well. What are your thoughts?
Well, the reason I call it a mid-rangey deck is because it lacks, I think, those primary characteristics of aggro, which is it doesn't have a lot of burn cards. It's more focused on using your units for value blocks and then getting in more than one attack each turn. So rather than being aggro, I think it's a MF Quinn mid-range, which I think is typically what you would call a deck like that.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I've played against this deck in scrims, and it can hurt. Those Grizzled Rangers and Greenfang Wardens are awkward to block around, and if he can get Quinn leveled up, it's curtains. Quinn leveled up is so incredibly hard to deal with. And after you deal with it, especially if you're a deck that doesn't run a lot of typical removal, like sea monsters or aggro even, you know, then you're going to be in a world of hurt with that bird coming down and pulling off your highest unit that you would have been liking to block with
Absolutely.
the Quinn every single turn.
Yeah, I would value this deck higher than both of Chris's decks here. So if Henry can win this first one, I think I favor him for the series. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, well, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and send our players the go-ahead, and we will get into this match. I personally am very excited. Now, Chris was playing these net decked decks, and we were expecting him to do pretty well, but he wound up seeding in 7th. He managed to avoid the 8 and 9 seed that is, you know, not where you want to be. But I'm hoping that he can turn it around for this tournament because I want to see Chris go far. These are powerful decks, and I want to see him pilot them well and really push forward here.
And this is that matchup I talked about that I think is really disfavorable for Henry. Chris playing those Nox elusives first, trying to get an early advantage in the series. And I'm not sure that Henry has a lot to deal with this. You know, he only has Make It Rain, and honestly, a lot of Chris's units don't have 1 health.
Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. This is a pretty good draw. Henry decides to just full keep. I may have wanted to toss away the Green Fang Warden.
I would have even tossed away the Quinn, I think, here, looking for a round 2 pick. Because he does have that attack chip, round 2. Obviously, the Crackshot Corsair is now good for him. Because he can play Fleet Feather and then Crackshot Corsair and then swing in.
Yep, I agree. So what he sees here is MF turn 3, you get your attack chip turn 4, and you can play your Green Fang Warden and swing twice. And that gets you a lot of damage to his board, anything that he wants. It makes it really awkward to block. And this Fleet Feather Tracker is going to be able to take out this 2-1, which is pretty useful. Granted, Chris does have the 2-2 elusive that can come down. Oh, the War Chefs. Now, this is the curve that I was talking about. That 2-1 makes things a little bit awkward. I think Chris just wants to chill here. He knows that Henry is going to attack. So I think you wait until that challenger is out of the way. Have Henry attack. And then...
well, Chris is he's considering between that 2-2 elusive with recall and the Legion Grenadier. I think he might favor the Grenadier here because that can block the War Chefs and kill it off. He knows if he plays that elusive now, it dies to the Fleet Feather Tracker.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see here. I mean, so Henry pulls into 3-1. Yep, this is exactly what I want.
That's a very smart play because then he keeps the chefs.
He keeps the chefs. Now, this is one of the reasons why I wanted Chris to wait for that 3-1 because now it's just going to die to the Fleet Feather Tracker. I mean, I guess you can make the argument that if Chris had played it and then swung on, it was just going to die to the 2-1 anyways next turn because Henry would have blocked with that. But at least you would have had 2 units going into combat and you have a transfusion in hand. So, we'll see. I'm not sure what Henry's thinking about here. Oh, he's choosing to pass. He's choosing to just play defensive. I don't know if... Oh!
That is a big Make It Rain.
Oh, and he finds the Make It Rain. So I think Chris is going to play a Shadow Assassin here. Oh, no, he's choosing to recall. He doesn't have any reason to keep up 1 mana, so he's only playing 1 card this turn no matter what.
I think he will be wanting to play that recall card after the Shadow Assassin comes out to keep getting that card draw.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's his big engine.
I agree with you. And you want the elusive out as soon... Okay. Need to play it now? I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I gotta say, if he plays that now, I think it's a big mistake. And he does go for the Shadow Assassin, so... Okay,
he picks up the Monastery Monk, so he's got a lot of elusive damage in hand. Let's see if he can just get through. With that Noxious Fervor is good to have for Chris. Question is, does Henry Make It Rain here?
I think he does. He tries to get lucky before the attack.
Is there a reason to make it rain before the attack, though? That's the question.
No, but there's also no reason to wait.
Okay. He could play a 1-1, and then he would still have... Yeah, okay, so if he plays a 1-1, then he might stop the 3-1 from swinging.
He might have been considering the Green Fang Warden, even, because that gets barrier when it comes out.
It's good to block, but at the same time, Henry's deck is really made around attacking, and that Green Fang Warden is going to be really useful for getting this MF closer to leveling up, getting this Quinn closer to leveling up, which is going to be an easy way for him to really secure this game.
And he unfortunately does not hit that Precious Pet with the Make It Rain here, which is some lost value for sure.
Yep, lose 2 minions on board, and it was the attacking one, so... Henry down to 12 already, 9 effectively because he has Noxian Fervor in hand, and Henry doesn't really have a way of dealing with that. And he decides to slam the Misfortune. So he can pull one of them in with the Hawks, and the Misfortune will kill it, so the Hawk actually stays alive, which I think is what Henry wants to do here.
Chris might be looking at fervoring that MF, but I think you really want to keep that for the burn.
Mm-hmm. Solitary Monk here is... I don't think Chris wants to bounce any of his units. He might be thinking, okay, so he just wants to get... Henry wants to get the free kill with the bird. But what Chris isn't considering is Henry can just pull in the Monastery Monk here and full swing. That's going to be a lot of damage to Chris's Nexus. Suddenly, Henry is now the aggressive deck, and Chris has an empty board. Yeah, so that's what, 4 plus 3 is 7 plus 2 is 9. So Chris is going to be down to 10 with a Misfortune and a Crackshot Corsair on board.
And, unusual for an aggro deck, actually Henry will have the board control here.
Mm-hmm. So Chris doesn't have the health. He doesn't have the board. He only has 3 direct damage in hand, and Henry's at 12. Granted, he has elusives. I think Chris needs to play his elusive units here and just get in as much damage as he can. Try and win this race. I just don't see him ever coming out on top. Henry finds the... If Chris plays a 1 health unit... Okay, so this is just going to dissuade Henry from playing his Make It Rain. Although he might just want to. Can you hand me my water, by the way? It's behind the... Thank you kindly. My throat is getting a little sore. Henry chooses to play Quinn, which is powerful. He can get rid of that 2-1 or any elusive that Chris plays. Which, you know, Fearsome is kind of evasion, but you got a Quinn now.
And Chris is kind of pulling out that Navori Conspirator. I think he really needs to play for board control here. I think any sort of recall is kind of bad for him at this time.
I agree with you. The problem is, everything on board just dies to Quinn. So Quinn is going to attack with Valor. Valor is going to hook in this 2-2 now. And then he can just swing with everyone. After he gets the attack chip, of course. I think Chris plays his turn about as well as he could. With the 3-1 that pings his face, and the Noxian Fervor, and the 2 transfusions, if Chris can survive this turn, I do see a way of him getting back with the crackback next turn. Problem is, surviving this turn is going to be tough. If Henry attacks with the scout unit and attacks again, even just with all of his effects, Chris's Nexus is at 6. That's ignoring the fact that he can get in with so much damage here.
Yeah, and of course Henry, we talked about, has a much wider board.
Mm-hmm. Chris needs to play this 3-1 and look to Noxian Fervor, one of the units without elusive that's going to be dying here. You know, start getting in the chump blocks. Just look to survive. If this Cannon Barrage hits face, then Chris is effectively at 5 right now. I think Henry definitely has the advantage here. I mean, without a doubt. It's not to say Chris is totally out of the game, but he's going to have to start thinking. I think, yeah, you play the Legion Grenadier here. Henry opting to not attack with Quinn on the first attack. Now, he might try doing it on the second attack.
Well, I think it's a smart play. You never want to... Oh, he goes for it. I think you never really want to play Quinn until Quinn is leveled up for that Valor. For the very reason that Chris is running transfusions. And in fact, we see he has 2 transfusions in hand here. So the Quinn could die off.
Yeah, the Quinn, he blocks with the 2-3 and transfuses the 2-2 to give the 2-3 plus. Not only does that kill the Quinn, but it also deals 2 to the Nexus.
And Chris obviously maintains his elusive. He still has the Crimson unit as well.
Looks like Chris is choosing to play Noxian Fervor here instead of... Okay. So Chris is... Wow, he's not looking to race. Could have set Henry to 3. Instead he chooses to...
I gotta say, I think that might be a huge mistake from Chris. I think his only win con was really saving that Fervor for burn.
Mm-hmm. He kills the MF, which he's looking to deny the Misfortune passive, but he doesn't realize that in trading into that 2-2, his 2-3 takes damage from Misfortune and dies, which I didn't see that either, but...
And it's possible he didn't see that transfusion play.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is just it. This is curtains. Chris goes ahead and moves it on, and it looks like Henry's going to take our first match. And now Chris has the difficult task of beating Henry's Yasuo deck, not only with his...
Well, he'll be playing deep, correct?
Yeah, Chris can play deep and aggro. He needs to beat Henry's Yasuo deck with both.
And I think that they both really suffer to the Yasuo deck. Yasuo is more mid-rangey, so the deep has a hard time contending with it, and then it has a lot of answers for the elusive control.
I agree with you. This is going to be a very difficult match for Chris to win. Very, very difficult. Chris opting to bring back out the aggro. Henry bounces the intimidating roar. Chris is missing his 1-drop right now.
And something that we saw here, even if Henry continues to draw control cards, the Fae Blade Twirler plus the Katarina combo, very, very strong, because the Katarina recalls herself every turn. That gives Fae Blade Twirler +2, plus the rally effect. He can just keep attacking with quick attack.
Yep. I agree with you. Chris has a pretty powerful combo himself, though. Turn 2, 2/3 that damages Nexus into... Okay, so he chooses to play the 2/1 instead. And he plays Katarina to get the Blade's Edge to kill the 2/1. Now, Chris should swing with both units here. Henry obviously doesn't want his Katarina to die, and he doesn't want... Well, that does push 2 more.
And unfortunately for Chris, though, he did waste the mana that he could have used for Transfusion to save that elusive unit.
Yeah.
That one is kind of the crux of the elusive aggro early game, because it keeps buffing itself as more units come out.
Chris passing the turn. I would have really liked to see Chris attack with both of his units there, transfuse as soon as he saw the thing go through. He would have been hitting Nexus for, what, 4 + 2 + 2? He would have had Henry at 12 with that elusive unit on board, and with his... He doesn't realize that Katarina's going to live here.
Well, I think his point is just to block the Katarina damage and do some extra damage to Henry's Nexus.
Yeah, I guess that could be what he was thinking.
It's possible, but it does seem a bit like a waste of Twin Disciplines, doesn't it?
Now Katarina gets to be replayed. Chris goes ahead and plays the Demolitionist here. Yeah, he would have really liked Henry's Nexus to be closer to 8 here. And Henry...
Looking at the Will of Ionia, but I think that's a mistake. He really wants the second Katarina.
I think you want to play your second Katarina, swing in. I mean, maybe... See, that's another situation where if Henry was at 8 there, he definitely would have recalled. He would have not been able to play Katarina because he doesn't want his Nexus going low enough to just get killed with a Decimate. And you gotta think that Henry flashing the facepalm Darius, you gotta think Chris has made some serious misplays in this match. I do not know, though.
And so just like last game, even though Chris is running aggro, Henry is very early on establishing board control. By clearing out those units and making that Fae Blade Twirler such that Chris can't handle it.
Yep.
Now, I really would like to see Chris kind of attack first here, because the Katarina comes out, and then Henry, is already in a good position to attack again.
Yep, Chris swings. He can always transfuse whatever this thing wants to block, or he can just cash out with an Auction Fervor. Oh,
well, if he transfuses, Henry knows he has response with stuns.
I would have liked him to transfuse, buffing his 2/3, and then Noxian Fervor the 2/1 that was living. Leave the 5/3 alive, set his Nexus to, what is that, 4 + 2 is 6 + 3 is 9. Set his Nexus to 7, and then you have a Monastery Monk in hand. Out comes the Yasuo, and this is just going to be the nail in the coffin. He can swing with Yasuo next turn, play Katarina, swing again. This is really, this almost feels like it's done already. No matter what Chris draws here. Henry isn't low. I mean, I think he's just playing the aggro deck fundamentally wrong. I think he needs to be getting in as much damage as he possibly can. Let his units die, you can give up the board against a deck that's drawing as strongly as this, and just go for the burn plan. Look, he has 2 Noxian Fervors in hand. If Henry was at 7, you get 1 elusive swing in, you're going to be winning this game.
And I gotta say, though, I think Chris has gotten a little bit unlucky. You run 2 1-drops in Noxious elusive aggro. You run the Navori Blade Scout, the 2/1 with elusive when you play it, and the Precious Pet, the 2/1 with fearsome. And each time he's gotten the Precious Pet round 1, if he gets that Blade Scout, he can actually attack first and get that elusive damage in.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I agree with you. I don't know. I'm going to say I think Chris's draws these games have been pretty powerful. No, there's no point in playing this 2/2 here. Chris needs to swing with both units before doing anything. Yeah, okay, good. Now, if Henry tries to recall 1 or stun 1, and then, he has both stuns, Yasuo's going to kill both of these.
This is looking like curtains for Chris.
Yep, Henry can deny this to level up his to confirm the level up on his Yasuo, or he doesn't even need to. Chris is going for both actually. So he can set his Nexus to 4, and he'd be dead to a Decimate. But Henry realizes he can just play Katarina and swing and win. Yep. Chris goes to the surrender. Henry takes this game in a commanding 2-0 fashion. What are your thoughts on those matches?
I think honestly Henry had a really good setup to deal with the Noxus aggro. Obviously I had concerns at the start about MF Quinn, but those were quickly put to rest. But Yasuo is, just as we just saw, very commanding over the Noxus aggro. So I think this matchup was intrinsically disadvantageous for Chris here, and he just got a little bit unlucky with the seeds.
I agree with you. I think that both of Henry's decks were set up pretty well against both of Chris's decks. I still am maybe, you can't really call them misplays because it's just how he was playing the deck, not necessarily he was missing things. But I would have preferred to see Chris play a little bit more to get Henry's Nexus low. In these, when you're going aggro versus mid-range is going to be able to take the board at, after turn 2, turn 3, you are going to be, you're going to start losing the board against any mid-range deck. I don't know. I'm sad to see Chris go to losers, but I hope that he can, take this lineup and bring stuff back. With the end of that, we're going to be moving on to match 3, and Henry is going to be coming in to start commentating because Case is going to be playing pretty soon. Not yet, though. This next match is going to be Emma versus Sky. Yeah.
So all about. Thanks for listening, you guys.
And I will bow in. How's it going, everybody?
Yeah, so Henry, how are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. I knew my Yasuo deck was really good into elusives because a lot of elusives have low health, round 2 or 1. There's one with 3, but I managed to deal with that. And so I was feeling pretty confident. I was a little nervous because he had me down to 4 and he had 2 cards left. If he had a unit that costed 2 or less and Decimate, I would have lost.
Yeah.
But ended up getting the dub in the end. Not surprised.
Yeah, it felt like a pretty strong performance from you overall. And I still can't help but feel like Chris underperformed. You couldn't see both hands, but I think there were a few times where just I would have done something different. You can't say it's right or wrong, but your Nexus was getting pretty low. I think if he burned you out, he had a chance, but those decks both proved powerful, and that wasn't even showing off ugly. So.
In my opinion, Ugly is the least powerful deck. But
really,
when you got a powerful player behind it, No, I'm just messing around. Yeah. So how was the game from you guys' perspective? You guys fun casting it? Or?
Yeah, no, it was great. It was great seeing you have very creative decks, and Chris has very conventional decks. So it was interesting seeing how these conventional decks were dealing with something that was less conventional, and just any deck like that being piloted by anyone is going to be really fun to watch. I really enjoyed watching them, and I'm excited to see you later tomorrow because you are in winners. Congratulations! Right. You do not face Illumination today.
True. And
that will be your last match that you're playing today.
Yeah, that's good. Good for me. But now let's talk about the match we got coming up soon: Sky versus Emma.
Mm-hmm.
So Emma coming into the tourney, I think, was definitely one of the favorites because she spent a lot of time playing this game. Notably playing her Shen Fiora barrier deck, which we'll have some comments on when we get to deck lists, so long as it's not banned. But I think Emma's deck list also prepares her with the tools. I think Emma's deck list prepare her with the tools to win as well. You saw Yasuo. Yasuo is a very strong deck if you can draw Yasuo, of course.
Yep.
And I think the Anivia Warmother's Call deck is also very strong.
I'm excited to see the Warmother's Call deck. I don't necessarily... It's a big deck, right? I don't think that it has the most skill in terms of decision-making, especially early game. You kind of just want to ramp. But it's really fun to watch. It's fun to watch big minions slam onto the board. So we have bans in. Emma is opting to ban Sky's Elise deck, whereas Sky is banning Emma's Fiora deck.
Yeah.
So
I think there's efficacy in both those bans. Sky took a couple of wins off of some pretty major players yesterday. I think she beat you with her Elise deck.
Yep.
And I banned Warmother's Call against Emma, and I got basically killed on turn 5 with 100 coming at me from the barrier Shen deck. That's obviously an exaggeration, but Emma is a skilled piloter of this deck. So definitely a good ban.
Yeah, I agree. I also think that Emma's Shen Fiora deck, she's been boasting about it a lot. It's her favorite deck to play. She's been playing it the most before the tournament, and going into this tournament, it's gotten banned out a decent amount. But let's go over some of the deck lists here. Let's talk about Emma's War Mother's Call deck. There's not that much to talk about. It feels pretty typical.
Yeah, no, it's pretty simple. You do have the Vile Feast early. You have to watch out for that when you're chump trading and using spells on your own minions, as it can be a pretty viable counter. But yeah, other than that, ramp, healing, and removal until you get to the end where you play War Mother's Call and you summon all your big minions. There's also Avarosian Hearthguard, which can help buff up all your smaller minions to be more viable when you pull them out.
Yep. Yeah, you got 3 of the Ruination, 3 of Vengeance. The big ones are 3 Grasp of the Undying and 2 Withering Wail, because Sky is running a Darius deck that I didn't play against because I banned it. My lineup personally is very weak to aggro if it's piloted properly. And if you don't find any of that healing, if you're up against an aggro deck as War Mother's Call, you're gonna be in a world of hurt. Gotta think.
Yes, that's true. And I think, yeah, I'm really looking forward to talking about that deck because I think it's definitely a very interestingly built deck. I love Noxus, and I love Noxus aggro, so I also banned that, so I don't really know what's in it.
All right, well, for now, let's move on to Emma's Yasuo deck, which looks a little different from your deck. Now, I haven't played a lot of Yasuo decks, but I would like you to comment on why you made the changes in your deck that's different from this one.
So a big difference is Katarina.
Right.
No
Katarina.
There's no Katarina, which I find Katarina is a good high roll option. It buffs up Yasuo, and you can get some pretty sneaky plays with Faye Blade Twirler and Yasuo. When you attack first with Katarina, she recalls, your Yasuo might level up, and then you get a quick kill on somebody they're not expecting. And I think Katarina you can also high roll on, and if you play it on 3, you can it's an alt win con, and it's just an effective 2 or 3 of. I'm not sure about Greenglade Lookout. I'm not running that card. I just don't think I just don't think it's good, honestly. She does have 3 Yones. I only have 1.
I agree with you. I'm not the biggest fan of Greenglade Lookout. However, I do certainly recognize that it's a way to cheat out some of those more. This deck has a lot of really powerful cards. Those Yone Wind Chasers and Minotaur Reckoners, both, if they can come out early, they can completely swing the game in Emma's favor. And maybe that Greenglade Lookout just gets you there a little bit earlier.
Now that's true. Yasuo decks, although they may seem like one of the purest mid-range kind of forms of decks in the game, they actually have shockingly good late game with Minotaur Reckoner and Yone. But I think Minotaur Reckoner is the real key in this deck. If you can get Yasuo and Minotaur Reckoner on the field, you'll just be killing units left and right. If you can get 1, 2, or 3 Minotaur Reckoners even, you'll just be steamrolling if they don't have a way to remove it.
Yep, I agree. I'm looking forward to seeing this deck be played again. Like it's a fun deck to watch, and I want to see if she plays it any differently than you. For now, let's move on to Sky's Darius deck. Now, this is a very interesting deck. It is very different from conventional aggro decks that I've seen in that you're running Darius. Darius is not a unit that you see in a lot of aggro decks. He costs 6, and it's he's just a heavy unit. But if you have the Nexus down below 10. For your Darius turn, that's super scary.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. Darius with the 10 attack and overwhelm. If you're going up against a deck that can't deal with that and doesn't have any high health minions on the board, he can just straight sweep you out of the game. And then you have cards like Decimate and Nox and Fervor and other burn to finish the job. So I think what we're going to see from this deck is a lot of minions early and try and chip damage with minions and Draven and a little bit of Ezreal burn into Darius and then the burn to finish the Nexus off. And I think if you can get a good draw and pilot it correctly, this deck's going to be deadly.
Yeah, I think a lot of our other Noxus aggro decks are Noxus Ionia choosing to run the elusive units. This is Noxus P and Z, which is a little bit more conventional in terms of aggressive decks. You got your Get Exciteds and your Mystic Shots to go over the top. What I'm really excited about this deck is to see these champions be played. I don't play against Darius, Draven, or Ezreal a lot on ladders, so I'm excited to see how they interact with some of Emma's decks and how Sky chooses to play this deck.
That's true, and I personally am going to want to see Sky. Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't say it in case she's still watching.
No, I doubt she is, but...
Okay, well, I personally want to see Sky try and secure this win against the War Mother's Call deck because Yasuo has a lot of good anti-aggro tools with the stuns, especially the Intimidating Roar.
I agree with you. This deck against the Worm of this Call should be a pretty free matchup. Let's now move on to Sky's Shen Lux deck.
Yeah, so this deck, when we were coming into the tournament, I think a couple people maybe commented that it's a bit unorthodox in terms of deck making, decision making, because she has Lux, but no spells that cost more than 6 and only 13 spells total.
Yeah, I mean Lux is a mid-range minion with barrier. Sure, that synergizes with the Shen, but unless you're gonna be, I mean, Deny is one of your heavier spells, which you can't cast consistently. Neither can you cast Purify.
That's true.
Key Guardian is easy to get out. Prismatic Barrier is typically good to use, and same with Spirit's Refuge. But we're gonna have to see if this Lux can do much, as opposed to just having a Fiora in there, which is a good 3/3 with Challenger, and it just feels like it synergizes more with the barrier.
Right, I mean, the rest of the deck, in my opinion, looks pretty good. She's got a lot of good 3 of Shadow Assassin, Brightsteel Formation are good options. But yeah, and all of her cards are reactive. All of her spells are reactive. So if you're playing up against a deck that you don't want to cast those, you're not chump trading or you're not getting spells cast upon you with Deny. Lux is just a 6 mana 4/5 with Barrier, which is just not runnable.
Yep, I think that this deck is going to struggle a lot against Emma's War Mother's Call deck. The only real win condition that I see is denying the War Mother's Call. Aside from that, it's going to be hard for this deck, I feel like, to compete going into that later game. We will have to see, I think.
Yeah, well then we got a pretty fun matchup. Are we about ready to go with the players?
Yep, I will give them the go-ahead now.
Cool. Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one. I'm wondering if Sky is going to be able to take it.
Okay, so
I think Emma's a pretty clear favor going into this one.
yeah, so Emma was seeded 3rd right after you and me, and Sky was seeded 6th, I believe. She was in a tiebreaker for 5th, 6th, and 7th. She wound up seeding 6th. So if Sky can upset Emma here, it doesn't look like it's good in terms of the deck matchups.
No, it's not. I'm noticing that right now is that we have the Yasuo deck into the aggro deck, and Emma has her Fey Blade Twirler on turn 2. That's really important because that's basically your only minion that costs less than 3 in the deck.
Meanwhile, Sky has a very aggressive hand. 2 1-drops and a 2/3.
Now that's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Although I will say she has no good way to trigger her Crimson Disciple.
Well, we'll see, I guess, if she draws it.
There it is.
She chooses to play another 3/1 here instead of her Crimson Disciple.
I think that the 3/1 is a good call here. I think you get more damage in early, and Emma goes for the recall. That's okay.
Emma's just choosing to buy herself 3 health. That's all she's doing here.
That's good. That's 1 mana heal 3 against aggro. Now recall is a card I don't run personally because I think it's too situational. Although it does help with a Legion General, and you saw right there against aggro, it's a good tech card to just heal yourself 3, save your minion. Although it does bounce it back to the hand, so it's debatable on how good it is. Now Sky picks up the Noxian Fervor.
So
that's pretty good.
I think what Sky wants to do here is just shawang. Yeah, she wants to go in.
She wants to get there before the Intimidating Roar comes down, because once Intimidating Roar into Legion General into Yone happens, it's going to be hard to really keep it going.
Yep. Concussive Palm comes down. Sky can choose to Noxian Fervor her 3/1 here. It will prevent the strike from the 2/1 and deal 3 more. Yep, looks like that's what she's considering. And that's what she chooses to do. Okay. So Sky is playing this aggro deck a little differently than Chris was playing it. More so just making sure that you're maximizing damage to Nexus. The Imperial Demolitions can come down when she knows that Emma doesn't have enough mana to recall her minion. That's going to put her Nexus to 8. Get Excited in hand.
And 2 use Cast Salesman. I mean, Sky has 7 direct damage in hand.
Yeah, and a ton in her deck still. The Boom Crew rookie draw even more.
You gotta save that for when you know it can't get removed, though.
Yeah, let's see if, I mean, Sky...
Emma opts, I guess it does, yeah, she shouldn't stun yet, but yeah.
She's just trying to play out more blockers. I mean, Sky picked up a very, very heavy hand here. I mean, she doesn't want to be drawing this Minotaur Reckoner. She didn't want to be drawing Yone against the aggro deck.
Talking about Emma?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry if I said Sky. But I think she makes a little bit of a misplay playing the Use Cast Salesman instead of the Boom Crew rookie.
Well, you need the minion space. I agree with what you're saying, because if she plays Boom Crew Rookie now, she's going to get perma
She's gonna get totally stunned out.
The Blade Twirler is going to go up to like an 11.
I think Sky just wants to full swing here. Let's see if she sees it.
Yeah, because if she's looking at the deck list, I think she's going to see that 5-drop, and it's basically it's disaster if that. And you can't play use Cast Salesman yet because you summon all.
Yeah, we'll see. She chooses just to go for Get Excited before attack.
No, wait.
Okay, she's playing it very smart here.
Now this is good. Emma can only block 3 units.
And she doesn't have any fast ways to respond. She's gonna take 2 with a use Cast Salesman in hand and a Get Excited.
Yeah, you have to play use Cast Salesman here. And if Sky just finishes it out, she wins. This is it.
Emma has no sort of recall to bounce that use Sky Salesman, and with a very aggressive draw, and honestly playing this a little bit differently than I would have in playing that 3-1 on turn 1 instead of the 2-3, but it really worked out.
Yeah. I mean, you can really see Sky has maybe sunk some time into learning how to play this deck more so than some of the others.
Yeah.
Because I banned this against her, and I'm glad I did now.
Yeah, it looks like
this is it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Emma has that. Oh, but she can't play it.
Yeah, she has no mana.
Because she played Minotaur Reckoner.
She throws up the sad Poro face. Sky just has to pass the turn, and that is it. Sky takes it up 1-0 against Emma,
Wow.
ready to make an upset here.
Yeah, and she's going to definitely have a chance to play her barrier deck into Yasuo now, which is crucial if she wants to get a victory with that deck.
Yep, I agree. So Emma now has the choice of whether or not to play Yasuo or her other deck available, which is the War Mother's Call deck, whereas Sky is now forced onto Elise and Hecarim.
Yeah, no, Elise and Hecarim was banned.
Oh yeah, sorry,
Sky's gonna
onto
play
Lux and Shen. Yeah.
Yeah. Because definitely, I mean, we were talking about it. This is her weakest lineup, I think, by far. And, I don't know. I mean, this is going to definitely come down to the wire. Sky only needs Emma to draw poorly once, though. If she gets a bad draw on this Yasuo play, I think, and Sky gets a good draw, she could just power her down early before Yasuo gets a chance to get online. Emma also, crucially, last game did not draw Yasuo. So I'm thinking maybe you want to try and full mold for that. Maybe not go for the 2-drops or the low drops. Get those out of hand and a chance to find Yasuo in your opening hand. Because if you don't find Yasuo, this deck is way, way, way worse.
Well, yeah, I mean, even if Emma did find Yasuo, she would have barely had a chance to play it. I mean, last game it was done before she would have had a chance to capitalize on any sort of stuns with Yasuo. So Sky has a rough opening hand here. We can't see it on display yet, but yeah, there it is.
Keeps the intimidating roar.
2 denies. She has the Green Glaive Caretaker and now finds Shen, which might be able to get her into that mid-range. But
those denies are bad. You're right. Does she mull those or?
Yeah, and she tossed them away and got them back, and she picks up a Purify as well, which is going to be.
Oh, this is bad for Sky. Emma opts to play the Green Glaive Lookout instead of Fae Blade Twirler. Fae Blade Twirler admittedly isn't that good as long as the opponent has barrier minions, because the quick attack is only at 3 health.
This clearly a unit Sky has not really seen as she hovers over it to read what it does. That you know that.
Now you can get the stun into a free strike here. I like that play.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is, Sky is just going to play her Shadow Assassin.
Emma will play hers as well.
Okay, setting up for Shen turn 4 with the attack chip and the Green Grid Lookout. Emma doesn't really have anything to contest the Shen. Now, granted, she can stun out that Shen. Will stop a lot of that.
We also have to keep in mind Emma knows how to play against this deck because Emma knows how to play this deck. She played a lot of it. And I think she sees Sky doesn't want to be trading with her Green Glaive Caretaker right now because it's such a powerful minion later.
Yeah.
So she's going to actually bait out the Purify, which is a very useful card against the likes of Fae Blade Twirler.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So that's good.
I mean, Sky has no idea what's in Emma's hand right now, so she doesn't. Oh.
Sky actually trades away all of her minions the turn before she plays Shen. This could be disastrous.
Maybe she doesn't want to play Shen next turn?
But how could you not? This deck isn't running any removal.
Yeah, that's really questionable.
The thing is that Emma has all 3 of her recalls in hand, and this is just, you want to see any other card here
than
recall. I don't even know if you have to play something, but Fae Blade Twirler in your Greenglaive, look out.
I think you play your Arachnoid here. You just stop the Shen from...
Why?
I guess you don't really...
He doesn't give anybody barrier.
Yeah. Just take the 3. Neither player is drawing well right now. That Key Guardian is really bad news because Lux already has barrier.
That's true.
So Sky is really looking for another unit to give... Okay,
Sentry,
she does
good.
find one.
Shadow Assassin is good here, but Emma still gets some good swings in after stunning the Shen.
Sky can deny.
I think that's a good play. Although you are eating up your spell mana from Lux, but now she has no mana left. But Emma has nothing to do. I'd recall the Sentry. Or attack with all 3 and then recall whatever you chooses.
Okay, Bright Steel Formation drawn by Sky. These are 2 decks that I am very unfamiliar with, so...
Yeah.
Choosing to give barrier to a unit here.
Gotta be her elusive unit, because that's the only one. You might just want to play Lux here, and she does. Start getting your Shen toward being online. Stun that, make the barrier useless. Yeah, look at Emma's hand. I mean, this is just that. The only thing that I can see as a plus side is that she can cheaply jack up her Greenglaive, her Fey Blade Twirler, and also get some good blocks in, recycle her stuns, because she has nothing else to play. But yeah, you really want to see other cards. You really want to see Yone, you want to see Minotaur Reckoner, because you're getting to the 6-7 mana, and you want to start hitting your power spikes before she can hit her 9.
You've got to think here. Would she want to trade out the Fey Blade Twirler against that Shen? To just get the Shen to die? Because you can recall one of your units and buff it up.
I mean, I think Emma isn't thinking about, oh, Legion, now this is where you can start seeing some good plays. You can get some heavy recalls in, and you can... Oh, okay. Now, this might be it.
The Roar, if she can level up the Yasuo and get off the Intimidating Roar before she starts buffing up any attack.
Yeah. I mean, even if you play the Bright Steel Formation, yes, you're going to have to chump block into it, but you can stun everything else. You got to save that, I think.
I agree. I think
Actually...
you want to. I mean, it's a way to level up your Yasuo, but
is Yasuo level here?
you don't have any stuns afterwards. Yeah, just recall 2 units.
I think Emma's also looking at the mana and seeing that Sky cannot play Deny right now. Because this is really important. She's going up against a deck that I think this Intimidating Roar isn't that good into, right? So if you play it right now, then you get your Yasuo leveled up for free. You also get some chip damage onto Lux and Shen. So, I don't know. This is a tricky one for sure. And you get Legion General ready to go.
Yep. You are buffing up the Fey Blade Twirler even more.
Oh yeah, 11-3. Now you can swing with everything now too, because you can swing with Yasuo and Fey Blade Twirler because it's all stun. It's all stun. You can swing with everything.
That's a lot of damage that Sky's
That's
gonna
definitely
have to take.
and Sky's gonna have to block the 11-3.
Yeah.
So yeah, if Emma sees that line, she's gonna be in a huge advantage, especially with a big Legion General coming down next turn.
Yep, I agree with you. We're gonna have to see. The 3/3 comes out, ready to block the 11/3. Otherwise, I think she's just dead.
Yeah. Guys debating what to block here. Block the 11-3. I think it's the only way you can survive, but you feel bad because you're just trading your unit for nothing. I guess set down to 8 here.
I think if you're Sky, you may have wanted to play the Shadow Assassin to get another card draw and actually, have more options.
Yeah, Cyrthia comes down.
Doesn't really do much.
It really doesn't. The thing is that if she plays Cyrthia, she can swing in with Lux and have it be a big threat because Emma can't trade effectively. But Emma just drew Yone. I didn't even see it until right now.
So she can kill both of... Oh, no, it can get denied. I think that's what Sky really
should do. I think you have to, otherwise
yeah.
you just lose. But even if you, deny that, you're still in such a bad spot.
Emma throws up the Braum.
Oh, Lux gets triggered. She can kill the Fey Blade Twirler. That's big.
That's very good news, yeah. Takes a little bit of pressure off of her having to block it every single turn.
I actually forgot about Lux.
Yeah.
Now she can start looking at better blocks. Like she can trade away the 2/2s more effectively.
Now Emma can recall it here.
And I think she will.
I mean, that's what it's put into the deck to do. Also, the Spark fizzles. She heals her
No, it
Nexus
doesn't because it does Overwhelm.
Oh, true. Well, does it, or does it fizzle without a target? Nope,
No.
just hits a Nexus directly.
Shocked. I'm familiar with that, clearly. Now, this is a good swing here because you want to. I don't know if. Oh,
Yeah, no, I think for sure you swing. You want to be pushing damage for
Yeah.
sure in this matchup. It looks like you're gonna want to be getting through. Emma should block. Yep. Not that much of a decision to go into it. If she doesn't block, then when she swings with it, then the two will block it.
so I do wonder how many. I think Emma's Legion General is going to be nigh unstoppable here.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Yeah.
with the Bright Steel formation, the Bright Steel formation will come out actually. It will go up to 12 attack because of Shen. And did you see the number? Do you know how much?
No, I mean, it's high, but
I don't know if Sky can save her Lux here. I think she has to just let it die.
yeah. On the bright side, she gets to play her Bright Steel Formation,
Yeah.
which will level Shen.
It'll level Shen, and you get your 1/2 up a lot.
Mm-hmm. And you get to now chump block without losing any of your units. Which is very good.
The Tar Reckoner comes down. It's just Emma has so much gas. She's even got the Legion General behind it. She's actually gonna opt
She chooses not to swing.
to let the Minotaur Reckoner do the work for her. Now here's the thing: you play Cyrthia the Bold, and then you full swing.
I think you might want to play Radiant Guardian.
Oh yeah, for the
You
health.
start healing, yeah.
Full swing. It has barrier, and then even if Emma has poke damage, you have Spirit's Refuge
Mm-hmm.
for a second barrier.
Yep.
So you got to play one of them, and then you got to full swing.
Now, one of the issues here is that
You can't. You have to play the card first.
I wonder what this decision-making process is.
Maybe she's looking out for her units because if barrier isn't applied soon, then they might get stunned and killed. But we see what she can't is that Emma doesn't have any more stun cards in hand.
Yeah.
She does choose to play Cyrthia.
Okay.
Now that's good. I think Cyrthia is better here because. Actually, never mind. All of her units have free health.
Yep. You can still chump block with the 3/2s. This is a tough position for Sky here. I really would have liked to see a little bit more health gain from the 5/5. Now, granted, you can give your 26/3 lifesteal, but Emma can just recall in response. Oh, never mind. She's gonna recall now. Chooses to recall.
I think you definitely want to recall one of the Arachnid Sentries so you can kill the Shen.
Okay.
Although Sky has 2 or 3 barrier cards left in hand, so she can still save.
Yeah, if she chooses
Actually,
to hold
wait.
up the mana. Yeah, I
No,
think
she's going for the heal
Yeah,
here.
she's getting lifesteal.
And that's not terrible because you do have a little bit of gas left in hand. But losing the Shen here is going to be bad, and Sky has to see that that's on the table because she used her mana. Trade off. You can actually hold the Sentry, and at the start of the next turn, Shen will die.
Mm-hmm.
But she chooses to not take that risk.
Well, at this point, you are just going to be dealing a lot of damage to Cithria as well.
Alright, Cynthia goes down to 1 and permastunned.
Surprised we didn't see the Fey Blade Twirler come out, just give it a little bit more of a buff.
I think that's just a little misplay that Emma's not really looking at because it's not as important right now. The second Minotaur Reckoner comes down, this is really bad. This might be curtains here.
Mm-hmm. At this point, Emma can just keep on passing, and Hiryasu will just tear apart Guy's board.
Everything. I don't know.
The Prismatic Barrier to just save her unit, I guess,
Just in case there's a stun left. But
Not sure that's right. I guess she realizes that if she holds that back, it's just going to be chump blocking, so you might as well swing so you can play your...
also, yeah, Sky can only block with her Bright Steel Formation or her Greenglaive Caretaker.
I think you definitely want to block with the Greenglaive Caretaker
Yeah, I
here.
think so too. I don't think it really matters in the long run. That's really your only Bright Steel Formation.
Yep, I agree. You want that 5/5 that's going to keep on healing you, keep on getting life steal. But instead, she chooses to block with her only Bright Steel Formation in the deck.
And Guardian comes down, but I think it's just too little, too late here. It's gonna get stunned.
Stunned, not killed because of it does have tough, but it won't be able to swing in.
Has so much value, and I don't think Sky has anything left in her deck that can save her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just doesn't matter at this point.
Just gonna keep on getting
Just
stunned.
stun that and then swing with everything. No, she chooses to kill Cyrthia.
Okay, I mean this is okay. At this point, Emma doesn't need to be concerned with, making very small, minute decisions like which one of her. She's killing a unit here no matter what, pretty much.
There was a barrier.
Right, but I mean, either way, that barrier could have come in and saved the other 5-1.
No, I'd say you just swing with your 9. Oh,
She
no.
doesn't have the attack chip.
Block with your 2-1. Doesn't do anything.
No, it's okay.
Oh, well,
it sets it.
kill
Yeah. Okay. So Emma should be in a pretty good position. She has 2 units with first strike, so she can swing with both of them. And Sky is just gonna have to start blocking here because she's out of life gain. She's at 20, so she can tank a hit.
There's a deny. That's it.
Yeah, the
for
deny is
sure.
really helpful.
Which chooses a full swing.
I don't know how right that is.
No, I don't either. But at the end of the day, even if both the Minotaur Reckoners die,
Which she can't do. She has to block the 13-3 here.
well, why?
Because otherwise, Emma wins.
Oh, right, 21 damage on the field.
Yeah.
Have to.
Yep, and I think Sky sees it. There's not really much to think about here. If you don't block the 13-3, then the game's over. And, you don't have any other... You just don't have any other options.
Yeah, and Emma drawing that deny helps a lot, too. Just in case Sky had some sort of last-ditch effort. I don't think she does, but just in case.
Yeah, Sky can't even play her 3-2 here because it's just going to die to the Minotaur Reckoner. The trigger.
Yeah.
And wisely, she chooses to pass. Is there anything in her deck that can help her here?
No, I think the only thing that can help her get out of this game is a surrender button.
Yeah. She flashes the Crying Poro emote. You got to think after she passes the turn, Emma's just going to full swing it. Deny can just get denied. Emma's going to play a 2020 Legion General.
Yeah, and that's the strength of Legion General. I do think you don't need 3 of them in your deck as Emma has, but...
So this is going into... Wow, Sky just swinging in.
Yeah, Sky's just drawing the game out. Not much she can do.
Or not. She's choosing to pass.
And it dies instantly. Dayblade Twirler gets up 15-15. Emma's going to full swing, and that's it.
Yeah, and you're seeing the power of this Yasuo deck when there isn't really pressure enough to stop your Yasuo from
Right.
just killing every minion,
Yeah, you really need removal for Yasuo, or you have to pray that Yasuo doesn't get drawn and played at an opportune moment.
Yep. And that Minotaur Reckoner combo with the Yasuo, obviously, very
yeah.
powerful. Really stops Sky from getting out on the board with any of her mid-range threats.
Yeah. You have to remember, Sky did draw really bad, though. She barely had a curve, sitting at 2 denies the whole game, and despite that, I don't know if Emma can lose this. I mean, the Trin and Nivea just seems like such a good counter. Lux and Shen deck.
Yeah. I mean, Sky's going to need a really aggressive... Sky's going to need a really aggressive draw. Ultimately, she's going to need Emma to draw pretty poorly and to draw, your early Greenglade caretakers and just get them buffed up.
Mm-hmm.
Because ultimately, her deck is not that good at aggroing down the face,
Yeah.
which is what is a good counter to this style of deck. Emma has the Grasp, she has the Avarice and Hearthguard. Really wants to find ramp, because if Emma's, if Sky is going to be casting her Brightsteel formations going into late game, where Emma's going to be casting her Mother's Call, that's a tool that can really help keep her in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Sky doesn't have the pressure to put all this down. I think she maybe should have saved Key Guardian.
Emma chooses to go on ahead and zap the 1/2.
Right.
I don't know if that's right. I think that against a deck that is running all barrier,
There we go.
you really want to save that to deal with some of the barrier.
Yeah, I think she just wants a chump blocker just in case, and then she's thinking, I can attack right here. Although, I do think you're right, that's a misplay.
I just don't know if that gets you enough value. Obviously, it does get you the 1/1. It pushes for the 1 damage.
Yeah.
Guy using the Key Guardian on the other Greenglade caretaker, so that's going to buff both of them up. You got to think, if Sky doesn't draw Shen this next turn, she might just be moving too slow. Emma's going to have a really strong play on turn 5,
Right,
turn
into
6.
turn 6.
and she can grasp away this healthy Greenglade Caretaker.
Yeah, I think you want to trade your. Okay, this is good if she uses Grasp here because guy can get the elite trade, right? I mean, I'm just trying to look at the silver lining here because I'm pretty sure.
I'm trying to decide whether to attack. There's no point in attacking now because Sky can just block with a unit that's dying and stop your 1 damage from going.
That's correct.
Now Sky has a prismatic barrier that saves this.
And you buff up your other guys. I mean, I think another alt win route here for Sky is just get these Greenglaive Caretakers buffed up fast and try and rush down the Nexus. But Emma wisely has that chump blocker, and there's the Runation to stop it even more.
The next Prismatic Guardian. Now, Sky can actually swing with both. If Emma blocks, she can just Prismatic Guardian.
Right.
Buff up her other unit. Suddenly, Emma's at 10, and these 2 Greenglade Collectors, if Sky draws another, Divine Shield card, all of a sudden, she might be in a winning position in this game.
Right.
Just chooses to play the 3/3 without even needing to draw. Gonna play Sithria, and this is suddenly turning into Bannerman.
Here's a Runation, though. Emma's spending all of her spell mana here. I think that's not a bad play, unless
the
Sky has the deny in hand,
with
which
a Prismatic Barrier in hand.
And Emma has no mana now. Sky gets the attack totem. Emma has no way to deal with this. She can heal, but I think she's just dead, James.
Yeah, and in this deck that we thought had very few options to get a win condition, it looks like Sky is going to push through.
All it took was an awful draw from Emma. I mean, look at her hand right now.
Yeah.
She's got nothing.
Yeah, Sky is going to push through and upset Emma.
Emma moves down to losers
Taking
right
the
away.
series 2-1. Sky, who was immediately going into this thinking she was not even going to, move forward at all.
I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, all of a sudden is in just dethroned Emma, who probably has put in some of the most hours into this game.
I mean,
out
that
of
was
anyone.
just, you got to feel for Emma there because her draw was just abysmal. We weren't talking about it because we were focusing on how Sky might be able to win. She had like 2 Anivias, her Tryndamere, She Who Wanders, all before, turn
turn 5,
6.
Yeah. Yeah.
That deck is all about drawing your low-cost spells and using it to stall. She
Yeah.
had none of that.
Like an Avalanche there would have probably won the game.
Even a Frostbite card would have bought her 1 more turn, and then she could have killed both the Greenglaive Caretaker. No, well, never mind. But still, that was crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you gotta applaud Sky there. I mean, she played that really well. She drew really well, and she played she piloted that Darius deck to great success.
That Darius deck, I really think you got to ban that one. She's good at it.
I'm looking forward to, if someone makes a mistake of not banning it, I'm looking forward to seeing that played more throughout this tournament because that was a really exciting match.
Right. Am I up against her next?
I think you are. You are up against Sky next.
We know it's getting banned then.
Meanwhile, Emma down to losers, and we can move on to our next match. Case Koopman versus Shay.
Now, this is a match I'm excited to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, I mean, Case has practiced for this tournament. He's grinded and built up his decks very well. Yesterday, and Shay has not done that very much. Yesterday, Shay took him down 2-0 in the group stage.
Right. Very surprising. I mean, as an upset, Shay I think went 2-5 in groups, whereas Case wound up going 3 and 4. Was it
4 and 3?
No, I believe it was 3 and 4. So right. Case put in a ton of hours. He's probably one of the better ones at this game at this tourney, and a great upset. He got seeded 4th in a pretty poor performance compared to how we would have expected to see Case maybe play.
Right, and I think we can attribute a lot of that to his 3rd deck that he brought. Case brought Shen Fiora Barrier deck, which he has since spoken out about as something that he just hates. And I can't blame him. That deck has performed awfully, and I think that's you have to win with both your decks, and because he can't win with his Barrier deck, he can't win at all.
Right. I mean, Case has 2 pretty strong Bilgewater-based decks.
Mm-hmm.
They're somewhat similar. They both have the Nab package. They both have the Barrel package.
Right. 2
separate win conditions. You got your Sejuani Gangplank on one side, which is looking to lock them out with direct damage to face, versus Swain and TF, which is a lot more controlling.
Right. Yeah.
Shay, on the other hand, is bringing some unorthodox decks. He has a Sejuani as well, but running the Sej Teemo.
Right.
Which,
yeah.
When I played against the Sejuani Teemo, it didn't really go off super well.
Now, the thing with the Sejuani Teemo is that it can be an extremely deadly combo. If you have the attack chip on turn 1 and Teemo, you get that chip damage in, you can potentially level up your Sejuani on turn 6, drop Sedge on turn 6, she's leveled up, and then next turn, if they draw a Shroom, their minions are basically perma-frostbitten and they can't do anything. So it can be an extremely oppressive deck if the other deck doesn't have the kind of removal to deal with Sejuani and Teemo and all the other Shrooms that are being put in the deck.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're gonna have to see it perform. I'm excited. I hope that it can perform well because obviously I didn't really get a chance to see it.
Yes, and his third deck, which I don't know, is it banned or?
We have the Katarina Zed deck banned from
Yes,
Shay.
and that's the one I was going to talk about. It's essentially just 3 cats, 3 Zed, high roll. You get your champions out on turn 3 and 4, and then you go off or you lose. So it is a decent ban because you probably have bad odds going into it just statistically.
Yep. Well, with that out of the way, let's look at the full deck lists here. This is Case's dreaded Shen Fiora list.
Right, and honestly, I don't think it's that bad at all. Now, I will say I don't like having 2 Bright Steel Formations and 2 Unyielding Spirits. I think you can get down to 1 of each of those cards, or 2 of one, or maybe even 1 of one of those cards.
Yep, I agree. I mean, the thing about this deck is it's different from the other ones in that it's running a much stronger mid-rangey package.
That's
you
true.
have the War Chefs, you have the Fleet Feather Trackers, you have the Grizzled Ranger, which is a really powerful card.
I really don't like the Grizzle Ranger in this deck. After it took 2 nerfs, it's just, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I mean that's fair. I still think it's a very powerful card. Case is running his pet card, the Swiftwing Lancer. He has said it's one of his favorite cards. Maybe it's not the best card, but he's running it. He's running 2 Unyielding Spirits alongside the Fiora. Unyielding Spirit just recently got nerfed pretty hard. It went from burst to fast. But, I mean, if he gets into a slower matchup, that's still a pretty good win condition.
Yeah, if his opponent draws poorly or he has the kind of defenses needed to take him to the end, he's going to have so much late game, it's going to be almost impossible for him to not have one of those cards on turn 8 and 9.
Yep. Moving on to Case's Sejuani Gangplank deck. Now it's almost all Bilgewater in hopes of getting that Yordle Grifter nab off very
Right.
often.
Now, Yordle Grifter is a great card, I think it's worth it. And I think Bilgewater has a lot going for it with the plunder mechanics that Case is going to hope to abuse and that strong Riptide Rex finisher.
Yeah, I just think this is a good deck all around. You know, you have a lot of high roll potential in getting your plunders and nabs off. There's not that much to be said about it aside from the fact that you got to pray that Shay's going to have an answer to a leveled up Sejuani, because this deck is going to be dealing damage to the face often with those monkey idols and those cards that are dealing direct nexus damage to get the plunders off. That Sejuani is going to be a threat, as well as the Gangplank is just a mid-range beefy boy.
Right, and I mean, beyond that, he's going to also have to have a response to the Riptide Rex coming out on turn 8, because if he doesn't, unless you want to finish the game before around turn 6 to turn 8, you got to have some hard board clears, and you have to be able to rebound hard from Riptide Rex and Sejuani.
Yep, I agree. That being said, let's move on to Shay's decks and see if he's going to have any options to beat that. Shay is bringing a Braum Karma deck. Now, this is a very unique deck list. The only person bringing Braum to the tournament after its big buff. This deck is weird.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it just from an eyes-out perspective, it almost looks like a perfection deck without the yellow. You know? I mean, it's got so many one-ofs, and that kind of unpredictability might be able to take Case off guard. But at the end of the day, it makes your deck really inconsistent.
Yeah. One thing I like about this deck is he's running early units. Now, that's kind of a blessing and a curse. Against an aggressive deck, those early units are going to go a long way if you can draw them early. I mean, that's the reason why why he has them in the deck, you've got to assume. But up against more controlling decks, slower decks that, you know, honestly we're seeing from Case, those early units are they're just not going to get as much done as some higher costed or middle costed spells. I think the way that Shay wins is through his Braum. I mean, I just don't see another great win condition to do with this deck.
Right. I mean, I'm personally not a big fan of Karma, and you look at cards like Lonely Poro and Yeti Yearling being paired with cards like Warding Stone, it seems like such a screwball to me.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how it performs. Now, when I was against it, it had a very good draw. It drew both of its Wording Stones against a slow deck and was able to just ramp Karma up to being upgraded early, getting a little bit of value off of those double spells. But I was able to take out the Karma, and with the Karma gone, he's just not getting enough value out of some of these spells like Sown Seeds or Winter's Breath that does not have a ton of synergy with the rest of his deck.
Right. I mean, it seems so reliant on getting your Braum down and buffing it, or getting your Karma up and not having any denial. It seems like the Yasuo deck without the payoff of being so highly oppressive.
Yep, we're gonna have to see if he can get one of those successful draws, or maybe if this deck is gonna peter out without having that much value. Now let's look at Shay's last deck that he's gonna be playing against Case, a Teemo Sejuani deck.
Now I like this deck a lot, James. I know Shay loves Teemo, and this might be his advantage that he knows how to play Teemo. He knows when to let Puffcap Peddler live and die. He knows how to weave in his spells. And I think he's going to have a pretty decent shot at winning with this deck. I know it didn't get online the other day, but I think if you can draw decently enough, this deck's going to be monstrous.
I agree with you. I'm looking to see this deck go on. Any of these sort of unconventional decks, I root for, and I want to see it perform. Now, he has a little bit of a Frostbite package, which is maybe not fully realized, but I still think can maybe control a little bit of those mid-rangey decks that Case is running, with the Rhyme Fang Wolf getting a lot of value against mid-rangey style cards where you're killing bigger minions than it every turn.
Yeah. I mean, this deck's pretty crazy. I think we're just going to want to see it in action.
Yeah, I do agree with you. With all that out of the way, let's go ahead and swap over to our spectating view, and I'm going to give our competitors the go-ahead to launch into matches.
Yeah, like I said, I'm really looking forward to this matchup here because of the fact that Shay managed to take down Case yesterday in a 2-0 sweep. That was, of course, apparently Shay had a really good Braum pop-off. But if he can get that again, I mean, Case is going to be in hot water.
I agree.
Especially because Case is also running a deck that he feels is underperforming. Now here we can't see Shay's hand yet. I think we're having some technical difficulties. We'll get those figured out very shortly.
Yeah, I think he's just not in. He just did not enter the spectating.
Yeah. I'll go check on that.
Oh no, he's here.
He's in.
He's here. We're good.
Okay, we are all good, everybody.
Except Case is
Case
now
is gone
gone.
now.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I messed it up. Okay. I screwed it up.
Okay, so now you're in and Case isn't?
It's my account on Discord. And I moved out of it to try and get Case in. But I didn't realize I was going to ruin everything.
Okay.
So we're having mild technical difficulties. The players are playing right now. I can go tell Case.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry, guys. This is the first ever TRC Invitational, so, we're expecting to see a couple bumps and bruises along the way. Looks like, Shay's got a pretty good draw. He has the Puffcap Peddler and a Mystic Shot, but he's thrown out the Frowny Face Poro, so, we're going to have to see if this, we're going to have to see. Very riveting gameplay right now, I'm sure you can tell. Yeah, Henry does go dumb. Good call, Chris, in the chat right now. Looks like Case has entered on Henry's Discord account, and we are now online. And good to go. All right, back in it. And Case has a pretty good draw. Oh, it looks like maybe Shay played a 1-drop and Case parlayed it. That's got to be my only thought. Maybe Shay played Omen Hawk turn 1, Case with the parlay if he's running that.
I did see Shay play at cards.
Okay. So Case now can play... I think you just play Monkey Idol here. Next turn you have double Black Market Merchant, so you can get a lot of value out of it. Instead he chooses to play the Petty Officer. He knows that he has a warning shot.
Ooh, ephemeral unit off of there. That's going to put a little bit of heat down on Shay. Yeah, especially because Shay has nothing to block with it. He doesn't want to lose his Puffcap Peddler just yet.
Yep, I agree.
What's he going to use?
Mystic Shot's a 3-2 just to...
It's a good play. He really doesn't want his health to go that low, especially up against this mid-range deck that does a lot of damage early.
Now the thing about this is the unit's gone,
Right.
It's good because he got an extra tick up on his Sejuani Gangplank, where he may have not have gotten that if it was just like a smaller 1-drop that was summoned. But at the same time, Shay now, I would have heard him just swing in with the 3-3, get a little bit more chip damage, and start leveling up the Sej.
Right, but do you think Case is gonna warning shot and then 2 Black Market Merchants, or is he gonna go for the Monkey Idol here? Or
wow, Dreadway deckhand. I don't know why he's playing this, because he doesn't really have any synergy with the barrel.
Unless he's looking for more chip damage with his warning shot.
Well, obviously you warning shot here.
Yeah.
But you would think that he would want the Black Market, the double Black Market Merchant procs.
Right.
Now he denies the damage. Plays the 1 Black Market Merchant. See, he doesn't have a great way to deal Nexus damage. this other black market merchant might be kind of sitting in hand awkwardly, whereas you didn't really need that cask. You would have preferred to save the cask for direct damage. You know what? It's okay. We'll see how this game plays out.
Picks up the Winter's Breath, which I don't think is very good here. What is that? Frostbite all units?
Yeah, and if any units are 0 already, then you kill it. Now this is a situation where you really want that powder keg. If he had 2 powder kegs here, he could have done the hail of or the
Gangplank.
2 mana deal
Yeah.
1 and killed all of his units.
Right, and now the Puffcat Peddler gets to survive.
Yeah, exactly.
Shay picks up the War Mother's Call in hand, and he's almost to the point where he can play that, right? He's just well, I guess he's still 4 turns off. But.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the weird parts about Shay's deck, is a War Mother's Call when you're running 3 copies of Teemo. It's interesting, certainly. Now, what do you think Case's play here is?
I think you'd go for Make It Rain now that he's played the 3-2.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh,
and he gets huge hits.
Perfect. Well, I mean, this is going to stop him from swinging in with his 2-2 or 2-1.
I don't think. I guess this is what Shay was going to do anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a much better use of his mana. So, he swings in with Gangplank here. Deals 5 more in addition to the 2 that's already being dealt. Shay is already on the ropes. I mean, you're seeing the power of this aggressive deck against Shay's Teemo Sedge deck that wants to go longer. You know, this mid-range style got curved out really well.
Yeah, and I think something we can see here is that both players are sort of out of gas here. Especially if Case isn't going to get to draw. Actually, he does have the Monkey Idol for the draw.
Yeah.
But they're both running out of gas. The thing is that Shay really has nothing he can use, and Case has a champion online.
Yep.
Got to level up.
Yep. I completely agree. Case sets Shay to 4, which is a tongue twister and also really bad for Shay.
Yeah. And here's the second Gangplank, just in case Shay finds some way to deal with the first one.
Yep, Parlay can take out the 3-1 as well as deal 1 more damage to the Nexus. This levels up his Gangplank, which is going to be able to let him proc it next turn when he swings in.
Oh, yeah, and he's going to get to kill with the... Yeah, he's going to get to kill the 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
This is just disaster. Bad turns to worse for Shay here.
Yeah. Shovel it back into Gangplank to the deck. You don't need it. Then you can play your 2-1, which draws you even more card. You can play the Monkey Idol. I mean, I don't see Shay getting out of this game.
No, not at all.
In any way, shape, or form. An early decisive victory here, probably coming out from Case.
You got to play Gangplank's Parlay. I guess you can. It doesn't really matter what order you do it in. Mm-hmm. Except for that, you want to play the Parlay before you play the Black Market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Parlay here is just so
Shay
important.
can kill that with the Winter's Breath. It doesn't really matter, but...
It might. I mean, those monkeys...
Yeah, but now you lose that for another turn when you might have needed it to save your life.
Yeah.
Of course, this is a slow spell, so it's not that important.
Yeah, it's hard to use against if Case would just straight up swing. Yep, he sees the Parlay. Black Market Merchant is probably going to come down after this, and then he can just full swing and straight up just win the game next turn.
Yep.
Even if Shay frostbites 2 of his units, he's still going to have the Gangplank passive dealing 2. And another card in hand.
I mean, there's really not that much left to say about this deck, or about this game. Mm-hmm. It's just so curtains. Unless Shay can get something huge off the top here, but I
can't even imagine.
Yeah, he's got nothing.
Case would really need to throw this. Yeah, that's going to be it.
He doesn't even draw a mushroom.
Yeah.
It's insult to injury. Yeah, this is just...
And Shay has harsh winds, but it just does not do enough.
No,
it doesn't save him enough life.
Even close. So we're going to be moving on to Case being up 1 game on Shay.
Now here's the deal. Case does have only 1 more deck that he can play for the next 2 games.
And he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
A little bit of BM with the mushrooms. Mm-hmm. Shay dropping stickers.
Shay throwing up the emotes. Case takes the game and moves to 1-0. Up 1 on the midst of sending Shay to losers.
Right.
Now, Chris has already dropped to losers. So even though even though Sky advanced, Shay and Case are both safe from that final extra bracket. Because if Riley winds up beating me in the matchup we're going to play after this, then Chris will be slotted into that extra one in losers. If Riley loses to me, then Riley will have to rematch Oliver to make it out of the losers bracket.
That's true.
So both of these guys are pretty much safe for now.
Yeah. And how do you feel about the matchup here? I mean, obviously we saw Shenfiora has the ability to ramp up really fast, and this Teemo deck might. Oh, he's playing Braum Karma. Now I think I like that a little better. Doesn't really matter because he has to win with both decks, but I think Braum Karma has the stopping power to deal with this.
Yep, for Shay's deck right now, I really just want to see a Braum. That's basically it. I think that a Braum will be able to shut down a ton of what Case wants to do here. Shay does not have it. Instead, he has turn 1 Lonely Poro.
Yep.
Which is alright, I guess. I mean, it doesn't... He can swing in for 1.
I just think the Lonely Poro is so bad in this deck.
Yeah.
I mean, in any deck, I don't think it's worth running.
I agree. It's a pretty weak... Again, like, if you're up against an aggro deck, it's not the worst thing ever. But drawing a Yeti Yearling here, you can really see the drawbacks to playing those early units.
Right.
Shay is about to gas out in his deck that is meant to have all sorts of value.
Right, now Case is debating on what to play, whether or not he wants to play War Chefs or Resto Guy.
Now, obviously, I don't have the deck list pulled up here, but I think War Chefs is just a better play here.
Yeah, I agree, because you don't have any barrier synergy on the board yet. It's basically the same unless Shay has a buff in hand, which he could, but he doesn't.
Yeah,
I mean, he does, but he can't play it.
I guess the thing to consider would be there are 2/2 drops that Shay's running. One is the Claws of the Dragons and one of the Eye of the Dragons.
Right.
It's either a 2/3 or a 1/3.
Right.
Or no, sorry, a 3/2 or a 2 or a 1/3. So if it's a 3/2, then he would obviously want the barrier so that the bird could eat it. And if it's a 1/3, then he would want the +1/+1 so the bird could eat it. So maybe Kaisley's just thinking about, which one of those options is going to hurt him the most to play around that one.
Right, and I think it gives you way more coverage. Either way, you might want to be trading in your bird under the 2-drop.
Yep. Shay decides to just play both 1-drops to not let his Eye of the Dragon die.
And Case just draws a great card here. Greenglaive Caretaker really helps. Drop that, and then next couple turns you have Barrier for it as well.
Yeah.
And it's looking grim for Shay here.
And meanwhile, Shay is drawing more buffs. He needs to be fine. He needs if he doesn't draw Braum next turn, Case's deck is going to start picking up speed to a point that Shay cannot keep up with.
Right, that's what I was going to say. You really want Braum here. Does he get it? And Raged Yeti helps from the Yeti Yearling. That's so soon, and that's actually might buy him a little bit of time in this game.
Yeah, it leaves him with enough mana to cast one of his Twin Disciples, despite being a 5/5 played on 4.
And at the end of the day, if he doesn't want to do that, he can play his Warding Stones. So that's a really good drop. I don't know if it's going to be enough, especially because Case just drew Shen while we weren't looking.
Yeah. I'm personally really surprised to see the barrier go on the 2/1. I guess he has a riposte in hand, so if Shay winds up blocking that 3/2, then he could just riposte it.
Shay sees it, though.
So it looks like he's looking at buffing up the Poro's attack to kill the 3/2. That would make Case choose between riposting the War Chefs to kill the 5/5, or riposting the Greenglade Caretaker, which would help keep it alive. But at that point, it would let the 5/5 stay alive and kills War Chefs.
Right.
This is an interesting decision that Case now has to make.
I think you have to keep the Greenglaive Caretaker alive. With Shen, you get a perma-barriered for the next couple.
Now, knowing what we know about having what they have in hand, I think you want to take out this 5/5. Just because Shay has no more gas. He has no way, if his board is empty here, there's no way of combating against Case. Whereas the 5/5 is going to stop Shen from swinging in.
Right, and actually he can heal his Yeti if he gets that chance.
Yeah. Yep, I think knowing that he wants to play Shen next turn, I think he would much rather have Shay just have an empty board so you can just start swinging in for damage. But he doesn't know that Shay has pretty much nothing in hand.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the game states, it's just obvious that one is in a better spot here, and Shay picks up the deny. Not what you want to see when you don't have any gas.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think Case is just going to drop... Well, with the 5/3 line, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he plays his 3/2 that gets barrier, and then just swing with 3. No, plays Shen.
Drop Shen.
Shen's alright here. I mean, I think any position... Oh, whoa. Oh,
he's trying to bait something out with the healing, but I think you want to save that for the next turn. Oh, but he has Twin Disciplines also in hand.
Now, Case should single combat this.
He doesn't have mana for it.
Oh, he doesn't. You're right. Well, he can single combat it next turn and then just swing with the Shen and the Green.
Shay has another chance to drop Rom here, and that would not be too bad. Although it would just die basically instantly.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't. He
The
draws this card, which
riposte.
is worthless for now.
The riposte is great.
Right.
Now, Case might try and get tricky. Never mind. He doesn't even need to.
Right. I think anything Ace plays is good, save for maybe the Laurent Blade guy.
Yeah, he should swing here. Maybe give barrier to the bird and have the bird draw in the 5/2.
Wow, exactly what he does. Right. Yeah, and Shay is he's back on the ropes, sweating. I mean,
Yeah, you got to think he has to block this 9 damage coming through.
I think so, right.
Saves him more health than if he chumps. Oh, he can kill the Shen, but he doesn't know that Case has not only a single combat to stop that damage from going through, but also a riposte that would keep a Shen alive.
Right, I think you want a single combat with your barrier unit that's blocking the warding stones right now.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it's not even blocking that.
Yeah. Wants his warding stone to stay alive. He would prefer to take 6. That alive at 1. I don't really know why. He doesn't really have anything that he needs to ramp into. Not dealing any damage. I guess it could be a chump blocker later, but okay. So Case should probably single combat using the Green Glade collector that denies not only the 5 healing but also to Shen alive. And I think you'd rather have riposte in hand here.
Right, yeah, riposte is definitely a trickier spell and definitely has better value, especially when your opponent has 1 card in hand. Actually, Shay could deny this.
He could, and then Case wouldn't have mana to cast riposte.
Right.
Whereas riposte was burst.
Oh, riposte is oh, that's
so it
correct.
wouldn't have been
That's a
able to
good
get
call.
denied.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, granted that was Shay's last card. He still loses his entire board here. Case can play his Laurent Challenger and or Protege or whatever. And then just start to really take over this game. 2 Challenger units on board to kill whatever Shay plays with the riposte, and Braum comes
Braum here.
too little too late. No matter what he pulls in, Case can just riposte and kill the Braum, denying the 3/3. This game is done deal. Case just swings next turn with an 11-2 and company.
Yep, yeah, this is it.
And Queso, though, what it looks like, it's about to be a really, really fast 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, no kidding.
Mm-hmm.
What can Riley even draw here? Does he have any AoE? No, he draws Take Heart. Man,
which
there's a
just
Take
doesn't
Heart
do
Braum
anything.
com. I think maybe you should have molded a little harder, but it's just, yeah, this was just a stomp.
Yeah, Case trying to figure out whether or not he wants to swing or play Fiora. Swings, gets lethal. Case takes the series 2-0, moves on to winners. He doesn't have to worry about playing in losers or being eliminated, which is good news for him.
That's correct, yeah.
Now, that was a powerful showing from someone who went 3-4
Right.
in the round robin. It makes you think that maybe Case was underperforming pretty hard during that round robin
Mm-hmm.
in comparison to how he maybe should have or could have. And this is giving me hope because, you know, I've talked to Case a lot about this tournament, and I think that he is a really powerful competitor. I want to see him performing to the best of his ability. And, you know, props to Shay. I think maybe what hurt him the most was his choices of what to put in his decks there.
Right. Yeah.
But I feel like he didn't have the strongest draws. I think he played it about as well as he could have, but there wasn't really anything to do against Case, who just powered out that match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you look at the discrepancy between draws, and that should tell the whole story.
Yep.
It was just an assassination by Shay, or by Case onto a unassuming Shay. You know?
I agree. There is not much to consider in those. And I mean, you got to say that especially in the first game, Case got pretty lucky with his draw.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, so now we're going to be moving on to Game 5.
Which I will be playing in. So as soon as Case gets up here, I will head downstairs to
definitely.
get playing. And he is coming up, so I'm going to stand up.
Do we know if Riley's ready?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he should be. I texted him as soon as this game was going. So.
Okay. Welcome, Case. Come sit down.
Congratulations on your win, Sire.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Righty-o. Case, do you want to man the battle station?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, cool. All right, so welcome back, Case. How you feeling about your win versus Shay there?
I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, I mean, I didn't have very high expectations going into it, given that he beat me 2-0 yesterday.
Right.
But I think I made some really smart plays today. I think he maybe had some bad draws, and honestly, the Karma Braum matchup was really good for me. I'm really surprised that after losing the first match on Teemo Sej, he didn't decide to play Teemo Sej again.
Right, I think that would have been his stronger deck, but at the end of the day, it didn't really matter because he would have had to play them both. Now, sitting where I'm sitting, I saw Shay had some utterly bad draws. They were just awful.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, but still a good win. Congratulations, Case.
Thank you.
And now we're moving on to James's first game of the day, match 5. James versus Riley here because Riley took down Oliver. Now, Riley should feel good about taking down Oliver, but it's a little bit of out of the pot and into the fire. You know, yes, you escape going straight to the losers bracket, but now you have to battle the toughest competitor in the league, who actually went undefeated yesterday in groups during seeding, getting first seed. And granted, we didn't see Riley play yesterday, but I don't see a way where James loses here.
Yeah, I mean, James is obviously considered to be the strongest player. Did he go undefeated yesterday?
Yes, he did.
He did go undefeated yesterday. And then Riley, as you said, is that dark horse, but he did perform very, very well in that first match versus Oliver.
That's true. And he's the only competitor who brought Ephemeral, which I think is one of the strongest archetypes in the meta right now. I think it's got such a heavy rushdown. You could end the game on turn 4, turn 5. That might catch James off guard. I don't think Riley built the deck as optimally as you can, but I think if he knows how to play it, then I think he might have a shot.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you guys talked about how kind of disappointed I am with choosing to play Shin Fiora. I think Hecarim deck would have been the other one that I would have played if I had the opportunity. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this getting played.
Yeah.
And do you have our bans yet from Riley?
I do. So Riley has opted to ban Swain Sejuani, which I think is the right call for anybody in this tournament. I think Swain Sejuani is a ridiculously powerful deck, especially the way James crafted it.
I definitely agree, and he's been practicing it for quite a while on ladder and in normal games. And then James is going to be banning Riley's elusive deck, so we'll see how this combo pans out. Let's go ahead and get into some deck analysis. We'll start by looking at James's Gangplank Anivia, rather.
Right, and this is a pretty control-y take on Bilgewater. Of course, you have the Omen Hawk and Jagged Butcher on turn 1, and you have a lot of the Plunder combos and the Nab combos as well as Make It Rain. These are the best cards in this region, so I'm not shocked that they're being run. But Gangplank Anivia, I think, is an unorthodox matchup.
Absolutely, and I noticed that unlike what we're used to seeing with Gangplank Sej, he's running like the fuller powder keg package. He does run more powder, which you don't usually see out of a Bilgewater deck. You'll notice that in my Bilgewater decks, I have some some powder keg enabling with Dreadway Deckhand and with Petty Officer, but I do not run more powder. It is just a one of, but it can be very helpful for him here. And then of course he has the Wolf Rider enable to help get that mana up for Anivia.
Right, yeah, I think you're right. More powder, I think, is a very situational card, and it's definitely a win more card. Because if you don't play it while you have a spell in hand, it can just go to waste by getting hooked in and killed. I think another thing is that he's running 3 Riptide Rexes, and James always seems to have that on turn 8, so you better be sweating if he has a warning shot going into turn 8.
Absolutely, and I think he initially had 2, but due to my recommendation, he now runs 3, so I'm sorry, Riley. So now let's take a look at James's Lee Sin control. I know he's very proud of this one because he basically made it from scratch.
Yeah, and he initially had it with Heimerdinger, but the addition of Vi definitely helps a lot. I think it helps you control the mid game, and you've got a decent amount of burn on there for the finisher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's just a high quality deck.
Yeah, I mean it looks exactly like a Vi Heimerdinger deck, pretty much, except instead of Heimerdinger we have that Lee Sin. So
yeah, and I think Lee Sin is a pet card that James likes so much. Yeah, and I think he has the capabilities of winning with his deck, even though I think it's his weakest deck that he brought.
You think so?
I do think so. I think that well, maybe the Bilgewater one, but I think the Bilgewater one has its legs.
Okay, yeah, it certainly just has a lot of burn, so I'm curious to see how it runs. And now we'll take a look at Riley. His Elusives deck was banned out, so we'll take a first look at Hecarim here.
Right, and I mean Hecarim Zed, it has great potential. I think Riley might have spec'd a little bit too hard into Ionia with Sparring Student and Deny, as opposed to going Rush Down. It does have the Shark Chariot, it does have the Soul Shepherd, and I think it's definitely got legs to stand on here.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Obviously, I mentioned in the last Riley series that you usually see this deck run with Callista, and it's a little bit more mid-rangey, but this certainly with Zed is a little bit more aggressive.
Right, and I think Zed is a perfectly acceptable replacement for Callista. I think both are good, but I think especially if we want to take somebody off guard, Zed is definitely capable champion at doing that. It's a very high rolly turn 3, you win kind of champ.
For sure, for sure. And I'm not really sure how I see James dealing with a deck like this.
No, me neither. I mean, yeah, simply.
His Lee Sin control might have answers.
Right.
But now we'll move into Riley's final deck here. Is Ezreal, Heimerdinger, Lux. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is definitely, it's a weird one. I don't think you really see, it's definitely 3 spell-heavy, spell-centric champions there with Lux, Heimer, Ezreal. He's got all the tools to make Lux pop off with some high-cost spells. He's got his Flash of Brilliances for Heimer, and you've got Ezreal for our early game. Did we see this earlier, or was it banned?
We did see this earlier, yes, and it,
right.
I believe, won.
Yeah, I think it went pretty nuts with the True Shot Barrages early.
But of course, the weakest part that we did see in that early series against Oliver is he lacks that that mid-rangey control. He doesn't have a Get Excited, he doesn't have a Gotcha. He has nothing to deal really with units with 3 health or more.
Right, yeah, and now that you mention that, that is a bit of an issue. And James definitely has a lot of units in his decks ready to go. So, I mean, we're going to have to see how it goes. I mean, James, I think, is the pretty obvious favorite here, but if Riley can take a game and make it close, this is going to be a really exciting match.
Yeah, for sure. And without further ado, I'd move to the overlay here.
Yeah, you're going to have to Alt-Tab here. One sec, we're not really used to this. And then we Alt-Tab back to James, right? Where is that? There we go. Okay. This should be good.
All right, now go ahead and message our players here to go ahead.
Right, let them know. You have Riley's number?
No, I do not.
Okay, I will let him know. Go. All right, getting into this matchup. First time we see James play. I wonder if it's going to be as big a stomp as it was yesterday.
And so we will be seeing Hecarim versus Gangplank in this first matchup. I think this is probably both players' strongest decks.
Yeah, definitely. Well, potentially for James, but I do think the Ephemeral deck for Riley is one that I've been looking at for a while. Oh, and 2 Shark Cherries right off the bat. I think you want to keep both here, and then you just get... You might even want to keep Hecarim, but he opts to mull and he gets his Zed.
I think that was a smart mulligan. Mulliganing away the first Shark Chariot. We know that these Gangplank decks might run early with the Dreadway deckhand. They have a good curve out. James, of course, has a Jagged Butcher in hand and the Omen Hawk. So I think it's good for Riley to try to go for blockers.
That's correct. Yeah. Is James supposed to be on the bottom here or on the top?
Let's just keep in mind that James's name is on the bottom on the scoreboard, but he is the player on the top here.
Okay, gotcha. Right. Now, Riley plays Soul Shepherd, which is pretty... Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good card. He is attacking, so I might have wanted to see Shark Chariot come out.
I think it's smart of him to maybe try and gear up here. He knows that he has that Shark Chariot in hand. He knows he has the ability to summon those three elusives. What I don't want to see him doing here is this play, because if you're familiar with Bilgewater decks, which he may not be, Make It Rain kills any unit with 2 health with those
barrels.
With those barrels. Of course, maybe James doesn't see that. He doesn't block with the Omen Hawk. But that's what I would be looking for as a Bilgewater player myself.
Right, and now another bonus about playing this 2-3 here is that you have Zed and you just drew Deathmark. This is a great draw for Riley here. We might be looking at a bit of an upset, but we can't speak too soon. Obviously, James has a lot of early game tools in hand to help him deal with all this.
Absolutely, and I think if I'm Riley here, I'm looking for that Shark Chariot this turn and Zed next turn.
You can't play Zed here, otherwise it's going to get Make It Rain. And I think that James might just hold on to the Make It Rain here for the constant threat of Zed. This actually, looking more at it, it's a bit scarier for Riley than we maybe first considered. So Riley he's gonna play this Shark Chariot. Oh, maybe not. He does play the Zed. He goes for it, but James He has the confirmed kill here, and this is gonna tempo out Riley super hard, because then you set his 2-3 to a 2-1, you kill the Zed, you have 2 minions already on the board, and then you have the Jagged Butcher coming out with a 3-3 with the +1 from Plunder.
And that Soul Shepherd can no longer find any value blocks.
Right, exactly. And of course, you have to consider he did just blow away his barrel, and he does only make it rain, so if Riley can repopulate the board here and get something going, this is maybe why you wanted to keep Hecarim.
Yeah,
right?
but the Butcher does come out here, and I think Riley's looking at a lot of face damage if he doesn't want to block with that Shepherd.
And I don't think you want to block with the Shepherd right now. I think you want to hold it back and then maybe try and back trade. You summon all your 2/2s and your Shark Chariot next turn.
Yeah, but you are really scared against a Gangplank deck when round 3 already down to 11 health.
Right, but here's Vialmaw. Vialmaw, of course, can trade appropriately with Gangplank, and he's going to get it no matter what, basically, this turn. He's going to attack with all of his 2/2s, and be able to summon it after they all die from being ephemeral.
James goes for the Wolf Rider. That might get Deathmarked. We'll see.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely potential there. The thing is that, maybe not. If you Deathmark, you can't play Vialmaw. And if he does, yeah, of 0 mana.
True.
And it's already going down to a 4-1 anyway. Riley opts to not Deathmark, and almost assuredly saving up his mana for Vialmaw. He's taking Scuttlegeist down, so it's not over. And James is almost out of gas, but he does have refillables here.
He has the full nab package, which if he gets a single warning shot and make it rain, that can enable him to get a lot of card draw and actually steal some of Riley's gas out of his own deck.
Right, but he draws another Gangplank. I don't think you want to see that right now from... I think you probably block this... Really the 4-1 with your 6-6. You might also consider trading up your...
What is really interesting about this Gangplank draw is, since he has 2 of them, one will turn into a Parley, so that could help...
Will it turn into a parlay?
Yeah, that can be that
Okay.
enabling for the nab.
Right. Actually, he just hit with the 2/2, so he's plundered out. I think you definitely want to play your package here. Your nab package. While you have it available. And now, what does Riley play is the question. Scuttlegeist is available, but you might want to save it. Especially because James can't attack anymore. You just play Phantom Prankster and then Shark Chariot. Now here comes the nab package. He steals Commander Ladros, and it only costs 8. That's huge. Well, it might be not that huge, but it's still a really good thing to take, especially at this stage in the game.
And he steals a Scuttle.
Yep. Now, Riley just lost 2 of his few big units here. You gotta be praying for Hecarim.
I think Riley might be holding on to that Deathmark for a Gangplank here.
Right, yeah. He's gonna play Silent Seer.
Take form.
You also play your Shark Chariot.
James is trying to decide if he wants to play his 6/6 or his 5/5 Gangplank, which is interesting. You
Right.
can see his thought processes. He might have that Deathmark. He might kill off my Gangplank.
And now suddenly your 3-1 becomes such huge value because it's going to have elusive, it's going to keep swinging in and generating more of them every turn without you having even to refill it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He has... Uh-oh. Oh, he can... Is this a burst spell? Is Parlay a burst spell?
It's a slow spell, so
Okay.
he needs to cast it now if he's going to cast it at all.
Now he's going to cast it. Right. Now James is thinking about the Deathmark here. That's why he's thinking whether or not he wants to go Vialmaw. I think optimally you would kill the 3-1. And that would mean Riley would have much less gas in the future. But he's thinking if there's a Deathmark and he targets a 3-1, it's just awful for him.
I think I would target the 3/1 here, honestly. If you do that, he still loses the 3/1 just after he removed Ephemeral from it, and he doesn't want to use Deathmark on the Shark Chariot because it hasn't died yet.
Right, that's true. Riley lets it finish.
Now Riley knows he doesn't have mana enough for a response here, so he probably wants to Deathmark through the Gangplank before attacking because the
Right.
Ephemerals will die.
Right, I mean, if he attacks right here and James doesn't opt to block, it's going to be disastrous. But he will.
Oh, and he does not want to do it on
Shark
that.
Chariot. That's awful because Shark Chariot comes back anyway.
Big mistake.
Yeah, I don't think that that's right. I mean, James will block, but I don't think he'll block with Gangplank.
That's a huge mistake.
Right.
The Shadow Seer there, without dying, has the potential to win the game.
Right, totally. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what he was thinking. Maybe he was thinking he wants it to die so he can get his Autogeist out more, but it's a second Shark Chariot, and now Riley has a lot of potential here. he plays both his Scuttlegeist and his Shark Chariot, he'll definitely be able to hold on, and then he'll have the elusives for next turn.
I gotta say though, it's not looking good for Riley. James does have that Ledros next turn.
Yeah, and
and he saves mana for the parley, that could be lethal.
the board's getting real wide here. If Riley blocks with the 0/3, it's going to be in parlay range. But even if not, James can just parlay the 1/1. Now here's where you gotta start doing math if you Riley and you really want to hold on here. Obviously he doesn't know about the parlay in hand. But is it just over? I mean, let's see.
He has lethal on board. If you block the 2 highest attack, you block the 5/5 and the 3/2, still has lethal. You have to block with that Prankster at the very least.
Right, and even if you block with a Prankster, James has lethal with parlay, right? No, he'll be one off. And the Prankster will live. And now you start thinking if you hit Hecarim next turn, you got a real shot at this.
No, because James has Ledros into parley next turn. I think it's pretty much over.
I mean, he has parlay. Oh, he'll save the parlay for after he cuts him down to 1. If James doesn't see that line, it's going to be pretty scary.
Well, you can do it either way. He could parlay now and then just have lethal with Ledros.
Oh, does Ledros cut 1 to 0?
It rounds up.
Okay, yeah, it's
parlay.
just about done.
Very lucky for James there.
Yeah. I mean,
Parleys the Prankster, he parleys the Chariot, or he drops Ledros. Any of those pathways lead to victory.
right, and this is where you're thinking to yourself if you're Riley, or maybe he's not even thinking about it, but you gotta be thinking, maybe if he Deathsmarked the Shark Chariot instead of the other one, he could have had another blocker that turn, and he would still be alive right now, maybe. Then he gets a couple more draws. Actually, it probably wouldn't have mattered because Ledros would have probably sealed the deal in the long run anyway. But he's going to play Ledros here, and Riley has no way to deal with that. It's going to be GG here. Should Ledros finish off the Nexus? I don't know if Riley knows how it works. He does play the sad Poro face, and there it is. Riley goes down. 0-1.
Alright, so James is our winner in this first game of the series. He's up 1-0.
Right. And I think this is to be expected. James has moved to his Lee Sin control deck, and now I don't know if this deck is going to have the same early game tools to help deal with the ephemerals if Riley wants to run that again.
I think it does. I think he has ways to deal with the Shadow Seer. He has ways to deal with Shark Chariot in the form of Static Shock, which has the added advantage
right, Static Shock.
of also being an engine for draw. James, unlike a lot of the other Piltover decks that we've seen so far in this tournament, has those mid-rangey control cards as well in the form of Get Excited. So he can definitely take care of the other cards like Phantom Prankster that Riley's running.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what's going on. There's a bit of Discord messages going on from Riley. Not sure what that's all about, but I think we can continue as planned here. Yeah. Let him know to ready up again, and here we go. Into game 2. Riley takes his elusive package again, and James with the Lee Sin Vi. Now this one, I think, is going to come down to who can draw better. I think Riley still has the potential to take a victory with this deck, and he does draw Zed on 3. Now, if James doesn't have anything to do with that, it could be scary. There's Hecarim for later. Okay. So what I want to see from Riley here is Shark Chariot into Zed. Or Soul Shepherd. Soul Shepherd is another good option, but James has 2 thermogenic beams in hand.
And he has that gotcha as well.
Gotcha can come down right here.
He can just take out the Soul Shepherd immediately.
And Riley is going to be low on gas. The thing is that if James blows away all of his removal here, Riley's got Hecarim later.
Well, the thing that's so strong about those Piltover control decks is that they're... You say if he uses all his removal right here, but there's always more. He's got 3 of Thermo, 3 of Gotcha, 3 of Static Shock. There's a lot that he can deal with. Obviously, he takes out the Zed immediately again, so Riley's using up a lot early game right now.
Right, that's true. He still does have Shark Chariot and Shadow Dancer in hand, and there's an Onslaught of Shadows. James, okay, Riley elects to play the 1/1, maybe trying to bait out some kind of removal from James, because James has no other plays. He's going to play Claws of the Dragon here. Not a terrible play. I'd like to see the Shark Chariot come down. You want to get that dead early so you get more value with it.
And I see a lot of people cringe when people play the Claws of the Dragon instead of having it come out naturally, but I think that does function really well as a nice value blocker here.
I agree. Does play the Shark Chariot here. Obviously, Riley doesn't have the attack totem, but you do save yourself 2 mana in the future. And I think James is looking at the Thermogenic Beam thinking he can get good value. What does Riley have left in hand? I think you want to save that. Maybe for a more slippery target. Riley lets it through. I don't know about that. Actually,
I think it's an intelligent play because he knows he'll get those 2 Spectral Riders next turn. He knows that that Sparring Student will go up to 3/3. Unfortunately for him, he did not know that James had a Thermo in hand.
right, that's true. I think it's good to beta the Thermogenic Beam, even though he does have recall for Hecarim. But if James can't get going soon enough, I mean, it's gonna be. Oh, there's the Vi. Vi's only gonna be a 2/1 for now.
If he drops the Vi, I think it'll be very, very dangerous for James here because of the Death's Mark.
Right, Death's Mark would be huge, actually.
But let's see if Riley this time realizes the value of Death's Mark with the Shadow Seer.
Right, Riley uses Onslaught of Shadows here, maybe trying to bait James into playing another turn so he gets another potential Death's Mark value here. Will James play Vi? He will! And now if Riley sees the line where he Death's Mark his ephemeral unit here, it's gonna be really good.
But he needs...
But he just hits attack instead! Now, I think he's hoping for James to try and block, but I think you want a Death's Mark anyway.
I'm really concerned here that Riley isn't seeing that Death's Mark value in this deck.
Right, I mean, you have to use it early here because James is just... If he gets to Progress Day and Lee Sin, it's gonna be really bad for Riley. He sees it.
But
Will
who
he
did...
do-
Oh, the wrong
Why
cast
would you
again.
not... I just think Riley has a misunderstanding of how that card needs to be used.
Yeah, and I'm even about to check here to see if we misunderstand how Shadow Seer works.
Yeah. I believe Shadow Seer's is a Nexus Strike effect. So if you make it not ephemeral, you just continue to gain value and you just have more and more all the time. And here comes Lee Sin. I think you want to get your Hecarim down right now.
Yeah,
Even though-
so Shadow Seer, if you remove Ephemeral from it, when you Nexus Strike, you create a copy in hand. I'm wondering if that copy would also not have... Is it an exact copy?
I'm not sure, but that's something we're going to have to think about.
Yeah, so definitely a big misplay not using Death Mark on the elusive there.
Now you let that through, then you must play your Hecarim here. I think Hecarim's going to be close to leveling here. He's
Well,
going
if
to
he
be at about
attacks next
4.
round, he should have it with the 2 Hecarim units plus the Shark Chariot. The Hecarim will be
Right,
leveled.
the Shark Chariot. I think he should just straight up attack right here because James has a recall in hand. Obviously, Riley doesn't know that. And he will recall Hecarim. He doesn't have enough mana to play... No, he can deny that. Now, the question is, which one does he want to save? Obviously, the recalling Hecarim would be bad for tempo, but yeah, and I think that's the right play. Keeping your Hecarim on the board, and now you attack with a lot of strong ephemeral units here, and you're going to get your Scuttlegeist on top of it. For really good value. James doesn't have any more low-cost spells to give Lee Sin Barrier.
Of course, we do need to... This is looking dangerous for James, but we do need to think about he has a lot of those sort of card engine units next round. He has the Progress Day available to him to kind of refuel a bit.
Right, now that is true, but if you play Progress Day, you're giving another turn to Riley if you don't find any good removal for the Hecarim.
Absolutely, and he kind of needs to block
Right,
here.
yeah, you have to block with the Lee Sin here. And he doesn't want to take that over damage. It's over. Riley wins. Riley has 12 damage going through no matter what, and James just
Alright.
surrenders. Riley goes up to 1-1. And now we got ourselves a series here, fellas. I mean, that's just good for Riley there. That he had a really good line. I think he misplayed pretty heavily again with choosing with the Death Smart target, but it didn't matter in the end. He had what he needed to, and he had that deny when it was clutch.
Absolutely, and now we will be looking at Lee Sin Vi again versus that Ezreal Karma Lux deck. So these are kind of similar in that they have a very control-y playstyle.
Right, that's true. They both rely heavily on spells, and they're both P and Z decks. Riley has 2 Ezreals in his opening hand. That's going to give him a lot of early game tempo and a Thermogenic Beam. I mean, Riley's draw is looking pretty decent here if he can get other high-cost spells to trigger with Lux when it's time.
The big concern for me would be, you know, James might have ways to deal with just both Ezreals off the bat.
Right.
He doesn't right now in hand, but he could very easily draw a Thermo, he could draw a Gotcha.
Well, the thing is that James has the Shadow Assassin. So that deals with one Ezreal right off the bat, with the Mystic Shot also in hand, and you draw a card. So I think that James is sitting pretty decently here, and he draws a second Shadow Assassin. That's enormous.
So I'm sure he'll be looking to play that here.
Right.
And Riley probably knows he can't attack, because that Mystic Shot would mean death for his Ezreal.
Right, now Riley has a Mystic Shot, a Thermogenic Beam, and a Static Shock in hand here. And James only has 2 Shadow Assassins and no real other way to deal with Ezreal. He doesn't... Oh, here's the second Mystic Shot. That's pretty big. He attacks with this. I think it's going to get Mystic Shot here. I think that's what you really want to do. Actually, the second Static Shock is a... No, wait. That Mystic Shot's his other Ezreal, isn't it? So if he plays the Mystic Shot here, the other Ezreal gets shuffled into the deck, and Riley's early game suddenly looks a lot worse.
But I do think he wants to be looking for Ezreal level up conditions, so he does want to be targeting those units.
Right, and this is good value if the game does go late, because you do get this free card that shuffles an Ezreal into your deck.
Absolutely.
Now with that, I wonder if James picked up that that was an Ezreal's Mystic Shot. Because if he didn't, he might play differently here. But if you go for the double Mystic Shot here, it might be good value.
And Riley has another Thermo for
The
that
Thermogenic
Shadow
Beam,
Assassin.
I think it might come out here. But then, at that point, Riley's got 3 cards in hand, one of which can draw, and James has, what, 7? 2 denies? I mean, honestly, if James denies the Static Shock, Riley's in a bit of trouble here. And you have Lee Sin with Challenger. I don't know, this is a really good situation for James to be in, I think.
And I would be expecting Riley to kind of open attack on this next round coming up.
Yeah.
But James might just respond with double Mystic Shot.
I think that that's what you want to do if you're James. You start getting... Here comes the other Thermogenic Beam. That can be good for Lee Sin.
And
But
he
he
has
has
a gotcha.
Gotcha he just drew. That's really good. Now you keep both your Mystic Shots. You block with the 1-3. Yeah, and then Riley is just looking a little destitute here.
And this is one of the things that I've talked about, you know, with this Ezreal Lux combo as opposed to an Ezreal Ionia combo, you don't have Deny. You can't deal with this sort of removal.
Right, you don't deny, you don't have Will of Ionia. There's a lot of cards you're missing out on. James does deny the Static Shock like I was talking about, and denies not only the card drop, but keeps his 1-3 alive. He will be summoning a 2-1 next turn. Now, although Riley has the health lead, it's just not looking...
Riley
right.
might look to Thermo that so that he doesn't get that Dragonling value.
Right, I think that that's actually a really bad play. You needed that Thermogenic Beam to trigger your Lux when it was time. Yeah, I mean, James is just going to play Lee Sin here. He's got Flash of Brilliance and a Mystic Shot in order to proc Lee Sin twice. Riley now has a Flash of Brilliance, but I think you might want to play Lux here.
Yeah, I think I play Lux and then you go for the Flash of Brilliance next turn and try to activate that Lux.
Right, and I think that's a good play.
Yeah, it's definitely a good drop because she starts the game with Barrier as well.
Right. Just goes for the pass here. He doesn't have the right mana, right? That's correct. Tries Mage Seeker Overseer. That's not great, but he does have the Flash of Brilliance. What does he get? Remembrance. Now that's not terrible. It's a proactive card that summons something for Riley. You probably wanted to see something that could have dealt with Lee Sin, but getting that Lux card is pretty good here also.
I think if I'm Riley, I might want to play that Conservator here to see what James is going to follow up with.
Right, maybe buy yourself a little bit more time. Here, I think he's trying to get a discount on his 6-drop, but I don't know if that's the right play here.
I think it is because he knows that once he drops that 6-drop, he's going to end up with a final Spark, and he can use that on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, but James can just give it Barrier with... He's got so many cards in hand. When you play... You could even do Flash of Brilliance into Progress Day. Riley doesn't develop on the board at all. He doesn't. He goes for the Eyes of the Dragon, which is not bad. You could still do that combo, actually.
Oh, this was a huge mistake by Riley, actually. The Remembrance is 5 cost now, so it doesn't
Exactly. It
level up
doesn't
the
even...
Karma.
Yeah.
I mean, the Lux.
He can still play his 2-drop, but it's just going to get denied anyway. We weren't even looking at that. James had Deny here. And now Riley has 2 cards in hand, one of which summons 2/1/1s, and the other one summons 1/1/1. How does he win here?
He needs to drop the Conservator because he needs to be looking at ways to level up the Lux.
Oh my god, and James just... He gets this 7-mana Karma spell. And I think the only way Riley could have won was with some cheesy damage to the face now, but James has a heal 7. And he's making this 2-1. He can... I mean, this is just an all-around better draw, better game from James here. Let's see if Riley can get... I mean, he gets a 2-drop off the top. That's no good. Yeah, I think something you have to look at here is the construction of both these decks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously James didn't net deck his, but Riley didn't net deck his either. Now Lee Sin's about to level up. He's got a Mystic Shot, and Riley can't deal with it.
And he gives his Lee Sin Barrier there, and he's just going to Lee Sin on the Lux.
You have to play your spell here so that your Lux levels up. And then you get the final Spark. You might be able to deal with the Lee Sin. You can't kill the Lux immediately, but instead he passes. It's a slow spell. He can't play it in response. And his Lux just dies. With no repercussion for the Lee Sin. He needed to play that 1/1. You get yourself some more chump blockers also. He will get another card off of this Mage Seeker, but it's
that
Pack
doesn't help him at
Mentality and
all.
it's worthless. What can Riley do here?
Well, maybe not worthless. You will summon 2 Scrap Scuttlers. I'm very surprised to see him passing.
What is gained when you return the
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, Lee Sin's gonna level up here. He's gonna play his Burst spell, I think. On ones. He's hovering over Pack Mentality, thinking he might be able to do something here, but Pack Mentality is a slow spell here. It's not like he's going to be able to trick James into blocking and then kill all of his units. James plays Deep Meditation. He draws Gotcha and Will of Ionia. Lee Sin levels up. I mean, it just seems done for. At this point, Lee Sin is going to get 4 free Nexus damage while recalling or killing a unit every turn. And I think it's just going to be a slow, drawn-out murder here on Riley. Now, he does have Flash of Brilliance, which is, I think, his last chance at surviving here. Even Pack Mentality wouldn't be that much of a benefit because he's got the 4/4 with Barrier. Now, that would help if it were any minion, but it's followers. He can't destroy the Lee Sin, and he can't get his own Lee Sin. Now he's gonna use it.
He's going to go for a Dragonling, which might save him.
Right, and I think that people overvalue this. I think he's killing James's Dragonling, actually. Yes. No, he's not. Okay.
So
well,
he is going to be going for lifesteal, which is perhaps alright. I mean, the Lee Sin does Nexus damage every time.
right, and actually he won't be able to use any of that lifesteal because Lee Sin will be able to challenge and Dragon's Kick 2-1. And also it's just dead anyway. I mean, we are commentating, but this game it's been over for a couple turns now.
Absolutely. I mean, just look at the hands.
Right.
Riley with 1 card, James with how many? 7?
Yeah, I mean, even then you can play Gotcha and just like be ready. I mean, it's over. He even draws Divide, add Insult to Injury. Riley draws Succession, but it doesn't matter. It's just a 2-drop. James has so much removal in hand. He's gonna kill that.
Just Gotcha that.
With Gotcha, and then Lee Sin's gonna have Challenger.
And then he can just Thermo one of the other units to give it Barrier, and
Right.
that's GG.
Yep. I mean, yeah, Riley's not even gonna play Pack Mentality. He knows that it's over. 2 dragons, and that one's dead. Yeah, it's over. GG. Well, I mean, Riley took a game off him, and I was thinking for a second maybe James might have a quick upset and move down to the losers bracket, but instead he staves off that defeat and advances. And honestly, I think that was a good game from James, and also I think a better preparation. I think James brought the stronger decks. And, yeah.
And we were looking at, after that first series with Riley and Oliver, we were thinking that Riley's decks were potentially quite a bit stronger than we might have expecting, considering he didn't show up for group stages yesterday. But I think James really exposed some of the glaring weaknesses.
Right, I think that if you draw poorly, especially on that Lux Heimerdinger deck, it might not be good. I think the Ephemeral deck has wings, but if you ban either the Ephemeral deck or the other deck he brought, Elusives, then you're going to be roadblocked by that Lux Heimer Ezreal deck.
Absolutely. So now we'll be moving to a short break between series. We'll move on to some more losers bracket games after the break. I believe we have 3 more series today. But thank you for watching so far.
Yeah, for sure.
at WCG 2010, but it was also just a really cool and unusual event.
right.
And we're back.
So, going into the losers bracket here, we're going to start with our first game, which will be Riley and Oliver, a repeat matchup of the first series of the day. So, this will be... So, we are going to have Riley versus Oliver, as we said here. Moving on into the second series after the break will be Shay versus Chris. And then the last one of the day will be Emma versus the winner of this upcoming game, Oliver versus Riley.
Yeah, and here we're gonna see the rematch. Obviously, Riley took it the first time, but it wasn't such a sweep. I think it went 1-2, right? Or either way, the games were pretty close. So we're gonna have to definitely see again if Oliver can upset Riley here.
Absolutely, and I'll be really curious to see if their bans will be the same as last time. I know that Oliver banned out that elusive deck, probably because he was scared of the deny, ruining his pursuit of perfection. And I know that Riley banned, I believe, deep deck, knowing that it was Oliver's strongest deck here.
Right, yeah. And I think both those bans are good. I honestly think if you ban elusives or the ephemeral deck from Riley, you're pretty much in an equivalent spot, because I think both those decks you can win with. I think you want to keep the Ezreal deck open, and I do think the deeps against Oliver is a good ban, because deep is Oliver's definitely most meta slave-esque deck. It's most effective. So yeah, I think those are good bans, but we're gonna have to see if they change it up.
Well, we actually have our bans confirmed, and they are the same as that first series. So I guess Oliver just looking to get a little bit luckier than he was last time with those draws, maybe make some better plays.
Yeah, sure. Being a strategy card game, there's a little bit of variance, so it's not like it's definitely the bad move to ban the same things. Yeah. So are we going to be talking about the decks? We've already talked about them today, so we might be able to just hop in.
Give me 1 second to get all set up here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Keep up Oliver so we can watch it there, and then we can watch it. And then we're just going to change this up.
Righty.
Yeah. Alright, this is definitely James's forte. Oh, here we are. Okay.
And here we are.
Here we go. Full screen it up, and we are ready to go here. We just got to get the go-ahead sent to Riley and Oliver, and we'll jump right into the match. Riley's starting with his Ephemerals deck. I think that's the right call. You want to get that first win. So, good for him. Yeah, here we go. Let's see what the first draws are. I think it's going to be real important to get a good draw here. He does have Zed initially. And now this Heimer deck, I think, is going to have a little bit of removal. So you might want to keep both Zeds here just in case there's that Thermogenic Beam, which we see Oliver does have. He does draw a second Zed anyway, so it was a good idea to mull it.
But of course, this is Oliver's Pursuit of Perfection deck, so any removal we're talking about, he's going to have one.
Exactly, right. So maybe he wasn't banking on that, but either way, he's got a lot of 3-drops in hand. I think this is a pretty decent hand for Riley. Those Shadow Assassins, obviously this is an aggressive deck, but those Shadow Assassins can replace themselves with the draw.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, Oliver maybe looking a bit stronger than we've seen in the past. He does have those Heimerdingers in hand. That'll help him out. Obviously, this is Pursuit of Perfection deck. He doesn't necessarily want to have multiples of anything in hand. But having a Heimerdinger will help him maybe maintain board control as he works up to that catastrophe.
Right, and not only that, but you could honestly... Oh, there's the Pursuit of Perfection. It's good to have one of those in hand. But you could honestly have that Heimer and have a second Heimer ready for Progress Day. That's what Heimer turns into, right? And
100%.
You might need that. Now, Oliver gets a Mystic Shot off of his thing. Whatever it's called. And now he's got 2 removals for both the Zeds. He just can't use it now, but he looks like he's going to.
Ooh, this feels like a big mistake if he's going to Mystic Shot into Thermo here. He really needs to think about those Zeds that are going to be coming out soon.
Right, exactly what I'm thinking, Kiss. And I think, okay, he's not going to do it. I don't know what that Mystic Shot is then. I think maybe he wanted to get the 0 mana value, but it's very short-sighted. Obviously, he plays Avarosian Hearthguard, but then he just attack with Zed. Have to block somewhere. I think you block with the 2/2, and then you Thermogenic Beam.
The other huge disadvantage for Oliver here is he'll probably be looking to Thermo right after the attack, Riley has Shadow Shift, so he can just recall his Zed.
Oh, he does have Shadow Shift. That's correct, and he'll be able to counter that. Right. Of course, that does get rid of the other Zed.
But it also denies some level up condition from the Pursuit of Perfection because it just fizzles away.
Right. That's a very good point.
And going back to what you said about the second Heimer making Progress Day, I think maybe Oliver was thinking about that when he built his deck because he doesn't run Progress Day by itself in the deck. He's probably thinking about, if I have 2 Heimers, I get that card by default, and I want to maximize my efficiency with the Pursuit of Perfection.
Right. Oliver actually doesn't use his Hypergenic Beam yet, but I don't know. He did have the 2 mana. Obviously, knowing what we know, that would have fizzled, but I think it still would have been a decent... Oh, he wants to use it with Heimerdinger, probably. That's why he saved it. Now, he can actually save his mana here for Progress Day, but no, it looks like instead he will use this Thermogenic Beam. Maybe not, though. No, he does save his mana for Progress Day here. Now, of course... Oh, Flash of Brilliance. Oh, really good into these elusive units. You want to get a lot of spells coming out right now. And if you use Progress Day here, you get your free 8/8. That'd be really good for Oliver to have here.
But looking at Riley's hand, I can't help but thinking that these elusives are going to stack up really quick. He's got those Shadow Seers, obviously now, which will be blocked from the Nexus Strike by that 3/1, but Riley makes the smart play and plays another Shadow Assassin for more card draw and to avoid that exact situation where the Shadow Seer loses value.
Right, and Oliver doesn't opt to play Progress Day. Instead, he plays his 5/5 Yeti, going for the early Yeti play, and I think that might be good because you are what is he doing here with the Hextech? Oh, it looks like he's gonna kill one of the whaling things. Yeah, with the Yeti you can kill Zed, or at least force some kind of counter from Riley here. I don't know if you want to spend your mana on that when you can just summon Vile Maw. I know Zed's a good win condition, but there are ways you can win.
Is this Oliver's Hextech?
This was his Flash of Brilliance.
Okay, I can't help but think this is a bit of a misplay. I know he's trying to avoid the 3 damage to face, but making it into a Phantom Prankster...
No, I think he's making the Phantom Prankster into the Ephemeral unit.
Okay.
Which I think is a lot better here. Because now you save yourself a damage, and also you kill off that unit. Right? So you actually save yourself a lot of damage there.
Absolutely, but even that last Phantom Prankster is going to be very risky for Oliver, now down to 7 health, and after this turn, down to 6.
Right, that's true. Unless you cast a Thermogenic Beam on it.
Very smart.
Right. Of course, Riley's going to summon Vile Maw here, or, yeah, I think he has to summon Vile Maw here. I think it'd be such a waste to not. Such huge tempo.
And I think this exact situation that we talked about, we're starting to see played out now. Getting the Heimer in that opening hand is helping Oliver to stay on board, be a little bit more liquid, so that he can work up to the Pursuit of Perfection.
Right, that's true. And now, right, the thing is that Riley still has a Ladros in hand. He just drew the Hecarim. That might be really impactful here. Hecarim allows you to push down a lot of damage. He doesn't have the attack totem yet, and Oliver still has some in here.
Trying to block the overwhelm damage, but really prefer to see a bit of a value block on the 5/2.
I agree. You still block 5 damage coming in.
Of course, Oliver does have that Fury of the North, so if he blocks wrong here, it could just be game with the overwhelm.
Oh, that's actually true, and that's going to get through basically every time because he has an elusive. Actually, Oliver does it. Yeah, the question is will Riley suss that out and play accordingly? Because if he doesn't block right here, as you said, Oliver has that clap damage with the Fury of the North. How much is he getting through right now?
So we're looking at 9.
Yeah, 9 damage plus Fury of the North would make it 13. Oliver doesn't have lethal yet.
Groping out a bit here as he does the math in his head. We might be looking at this 2/2 into the 5/2. We'll see.
I think that'd be a really good block, and he does. I don't think you want to spend Fury of the North right now. And here's an interesting quandary. Do you play your Pursuit of Perfection now? Get the free 5. I think it levels up Heimerdinger.
Well, Pursuit of Perfection actually, you can't play it yet because he's only got the 13 out of 20.
Oh, you can't? It just fizzles or something?
Yeah, I believe it's unable to be played before the condition is satisfied.
Okay, well maybe you start looking then at playing Fury of the North anyway. You maybe play it on your 5/2 in order to make it live, or you play it on the 3/3 to get some damage in. But either way, you're going to level up your Heimerdinger, which I think is pretty good, especially if you got the Progress Day coming in next turn.
Yeah, so it looks like he is looking at the Fury of the North on that 5-2 to save it, which I think is a smart play. He gets another unit, which he can replace his 3-1 and his 6-1 with. And then I expect he might play the Kindly Tavern Keeper here just to keep his Nexus up afloat, but we'll see if he saves the mana.
Yeah, or he might play it on his Yeti and just get it back up to full. But I do agree that the Nexus is a better target. Okay, you save your mana here. You do keep. Obviously, you're gonna play the zero mana card. Save your mana here. You do keep enough mana for Progress Day and some other cards next turn. He actually plays the Hecarim out here. Not a bad play, I don't think, because of the overwhelm damage. Oliver is going to be quite low, but you do have that Yeti with a good value block. Riley has no combat tricks in here.
Yeah, I will say, you know, it looks dangerous from Oliver when you look at the hand because he only has those 3 Heimerdingers, which are the things that can keep him safe before Pursuit of Perfection. But the fact that he got them here and can just refuel with Progress Day and keep units on board, very dangerous for Riley. Riley doesn't have any removal without the Death's Mark.
And I mean, the thing is that Progress Day is a burst card, so he can go straight from that to playing his free 9/9. Right? You don't even have to let Riley get a chance. And now, swinging with Hecarim, you might run out of value, but you do have your 2 elusive units. Actually, you have 3 elusive units. You can't play them all.
And I expect if Riley drops a Shadowseer or an Assassin here, Oliver will just use that Flash of Brilliance to generate another elusive to block with and just replace the 1/1.
Right, that's a really good point. And he also has his 0 mana Frostbite card, which I believe can hit any of those elusive. I think Riley's thinking about that. Because if you play both your 2 mana elusives and then hit face with them, then you have Ladros lethal on the next turn. Obviously they're ephemeral, so if you can't get that face in, it's not as good as playing your draw card.
And it looks like Oliver's holding mana for those Frostbites here, because if you Frostbite the Ephemeral, they don't Nexus Strike, and they just expire at the end of the turn.
Right, I think you still wanted to play Flash of Brilliance here so you could have an extra blocker.
I think this
You
might...
have to send your 9/9 over there. Send your 9/9 over there, Oliver. Come on.
I'm surprised to see him attacking with the Scuttlegeist. I think it's a little bit of lost value, because now one of them dies for free, and he loses the second Hecarim Ephemeral.
Oh, he can actually play both Frostbite units. That's pretty nice, and he has refuel here. Yeah, I mean, that's good from Oliver. He's got so many turrets he can drop down. Obviously, only a couple of them are going to be worth it.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's looking real scary for Riley now. You know, it looked good for him initially. He had that early aggression. He had 2 Phantom Pranksters out for Nexus damage, but Oliver was able to deal with those, and now he effectively board clears.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And now, honestly, when you play those turrets, you're going to have to start looking at Pursuit of Perfection, which he has in hand. That could be ready any turn now. It is ready. He just readied it. He's got 20 spells cast. So next turn he's going to drop Pursuit of Perfection.
Well, if he swings, I think he has lethal on board.
Yeah, but he's going to play it anyway.
Well, it would just go away, because there's 6
Oh,
units.
yeah, I guess.
He
Yeah.
has a challenger unit. That's GG.
Yeah, totally. Well played, Oliver. I mean, he had the Pursuit of Perfection in the back, even if Riley had some sort of miracle clear there, and Oliver goes up to a quick 1-0, and now Riley's on his tournament legs here. He's going to lock back in Ephemeral. I think it's a smart move. But now you can't afford to lose a game, otherwise you're out of the whole tournament.
Absolutely. So he has to win 2 in a row here. Maybe he's starting to regret skipping group stages, getting that bottom seed. He did joke that he liked being in the Dark Horse position, but it might be kind of a failed strategy now.
Right. I will say, Oliver's Karma deck is a little bit weird. We're going to have to see if Riley can deal with that. And I think that Ephemeral aggro is definitely something that can go well into Karma. We're just going to have to see. I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat personally. This is a first elimination of the tournament here.
Yeah, so something that's really interesting about this Teemo Karma deck that we don't usually see with decks like this, it is actually fairly unit heavy as opposed to spells. It has, I think, 17 followers, 19 spells, which is not typical of a Karma deck, I don't think. Usually you're going for something a little bit more control style.
Right.
And this actually lacks control with damage. It has some spells like Key Guardian, it has Twin Disciplines, Deny, Will of a Unit to keep your units alive to control the opponent's units. but it doesn't have Get Excited, it doesn't have Gotcha. I don't think there's a Static Shock. So it's an interesting playstyle that we're going to see.
Right, and we see Oliver actually tries turn 1 Teemo. Both these players have insane starts. Oliver gets a second Teemo, so that's going to stick. Alright, this is going to play his 1-1 into his 2-drop spell, which is going to make it a 4-4 next turn. Swing in for big damage here.
Yeah, and I expect these Teemos are going to be absolutely massive because Riley has no clear.
Right, I mean, I think the only way Riley can win is if he actually wins the game before the Teemo. Now you have to start thinking, do you turn on the aggression now? He's not going to. Oh, Oliver actually, does he have his 3rd Teemo in hand also? Yes, he has all of his Teemos in hand, so we can actually use them as blockers.
I still think that block was a bit of a mistake, bit of a risk to take.
I agree, because he could have casted both those spells and had his leveled up Teemo start multiplying shrooms this turn right here. Instead, I'm going to do that. Now, here's something interesting. Riley can play Phantom Prankster and then get all of his 3/3s in and have Viomoss summoned next turn. And I think that might be what he opts to do, especially because his 2-drop is pretty useless right here. Just die without doing... Actually, it is elusive. You could block Teemo if you wanted to. But instead he just goes for the Phantom Prankster. He knows he's not going to win by value blocking. He's going to win by putting the aggression on early. Trying to take down this deck before it gets its legs.
And I wonder now with that Death's Mark in hand for Riley if Oliver is going to maybe come to regret wasting his first Teemo there.
Right.
It is conceivable that Riley takes out both of Oliver's remaining Teemos. He does have an elusive in hand and he has a Death's Mark.
Yeah. And honestly, we could see it again, the Death's Mark value coming out with the Silent Shadow Seer. Potentially. But then again, all of Oliver's current minions are elusive. Oliver's screen is having a little bit of malfunction here, but I don't know. I don't see Riley coming out of this one ahead.
I think Oliver would be smart to block with the Assassin here, just to make sure Riley doesn't get that value out of the Shadow Seer he might be looking for.
Right, and now you're looking at the Death's Mark here to kill the last Teemo. Obviously, Oliver has the 3rd Teemo in hand, but if you kill that last Teemo, then you're looking a little bit troubled here, because you have no more Teemos, no more ways to multiply shrooms. Yes, the Shroom deck can still be effective with a lot of elusives, but lose that alt win con where Teemo can just snowball the game and win 4. Riley picks up a Zed, which could be good here.
But Riley has... I mean, Oliver has that Teemo plus Dawn and Dusk here.
Right, and
Riley has no answer
and
to
he
that.
can play it this turn. Riley's shocked. He sees the 3rd Teemo come down. He's got to be upset about that.
I think this is just Dawn and Dusk.
Yeah, he's just going to Dawn and Dusk, shoot up the mushroom count. Yeah, I believe 60. Then the turn after that, he can get to 120, and then he's really going to start feeling the pain. I think Riley might have accelerated a little bit too slowly this game. I mean, I think he's going to play his Zed. Phantom Prankster could also work here. You have to get going. You only have like 1 or 2 more turns to finish this off. Still have Viomoss sitting in hand. Here's the Teemo level up.
Success is planting your mushrooms right.
Should be at 15, and then 30, and then 60.
That's gotta stay.
Right, and he's already down to 9 health, which is something we're not even considering.
Adventure starts with mushrooms.
He has no way to deal with these ephemerals. I mean,
That's gotta stay.
next turn he's going to get swung in for 5, or down to 5, and these shrooms are going to be an issue. Let's see how many are on this card. Shark Chariot, that could help. 1 shroom, that's not terrible. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tight here. I think you're going to want to play Zed, and you're going to want to play your... Maybe your 2-cost spell first? I don't even know. I don't know how Riley can win here. I mean, we're not even considering Oliver's hand. He's got Twin Disciplines. He's got Will of Ionia.
Absolutely, and I think Riley's will be very disappointed that he didn't draw a Deny.
Right.
That versus the Dawn and Dusk could have been the thing he needed to kind of slow out the game, deny Oliver's primary win con, and really slow himself down enough to get those ephemerals really activated.
Mm-hmm. And here's Oliver with a pretty decent recall. I actually don't know if you want to do that. But it does save you 3 health at maximum. Might not save you anything. Yeah, you might want to recall the Prankster instead. Play it out again. I don't know.
Well, if you recall the Soul Shepherd here, it does make your Shadow Assassin and your Teemo more viable as blockers,
Right.
which might be what he's looking at.
That's true, but he opts to not do that. Instead, it looks like he's going to play, what, Cloud Drinker here?
If all of these ephemerals are allowed to hit face, we're looking at 6 damage plus an additional 6 from the prankster, so that's 12 damage.
Yeah. Oh, you can't play Zed. You don't have enough units. I mean, I guess you could. Is it worth it?
It could be, because you hit... But the problem is Zed dies to Cloud Drinker. I'm not sure that that was the play.
Right. And you don't. Those don't count as deaths. So, I mean...
Huge loss of value.
Yeah. You lose 2 HP every time. I mean, obviously he's going to swing in with everything here.
I think that was a big mistake.
Yeah, I really don't know about that one. A lot of these units have ephemeral. And, I mean, they are swinging in for big damage.
And he's basically used up his whole hand for that.
Right. He does have Vialmaw. Oh, but he can't play it.
It's too late.
Zed's going to die. He has no more ephemeral. He has to draw a Hecarim or something. And even then, Oliver gets another turn to swing in, and then he's got 2 more draws at minimum before he can attack again.
And that many draws off the puff caps?
Right.
Probably lethal.
Exactly, especially after Teemo hits again and it goes up to, what, 120?
Escape.
Yep.
Block there. Doesn't really matter, depending whichever one of these he wants to block. Oliver is going to go down pretty low here.
And spoil the surprise.
He decides to block with Teemo, thinking he doesn't need it anymore. Oh no, he has no mana left.
We're seeing significant mistakes coming from both players here.
Well, yeah. Well, let's see. I mean, I saw Oliver looking over that Oracle's eye a lot, noticing his health was getting very low. He would have been down to 5. Well, looks like Oliver just gave him another lease. And he picks up a Silent Shadow Seer. That could be big, but he does take 3 damage there. That hurts. There's a deny to stop the Vialmaw here.
That could be huge for Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
What is gained when we return Malaya?
Obviously, Riley just has to pass.
I am prepared.
Have to block here, otherwise it's over.
Clear your head. Let your instinct.
Oh, and he actually summons both the 3/2s, and that's it.
Well, he can
Well,
still block with his pranksters.
right.
He'll want to be blocking with that prankster first to get the value out of the pranksters. But we'll see if he does that here.
Your ancestors.
Oh, yeah, you gotta do it like this. And then he's down to 2 health. No, wait, no, Riley! That's such a huge misplay.
Well, he might be thinking, if I get down to 1 health here, then 1 puff cap is the end.
Oh, right.
No.
Okay, yeah.
But I expect we might see 2 puff caps.
But here
for
comes
Riley.
Vialmaw. If there's not 2 puff caps, he's got a chance. Well, I guess you can
I
just
doubt
block
it, because
that.
Oliver has those blockers, and I think 2 more rounds here for Riley is dunzo.
Yep, let's
And
see
this
what
is
he draws.
Probably lethal right here.
It's probably lethal. No, it's
Ooh,
not!
Unlucky.
Okay, so he has to play... Well, what can he do here? Obviously, Oliver's going to deny this.
I think he goes Shadow Seer to face, and if those Spectral Riders get through, I don't think he attacks with those, because then Oliver gets the value with the Dragonling here.
Right, yeah. I think you still want to attack with Vialmaw. I don't think it really...
And then Oliver has Will of Ionia. This is probably curtains for Riley.
Yep. Will Will of Ionia recall it or just kill it? Oh! Oh, that doesn't change anything. In fact, it gives Oliver more health.
Spring does not pity winter.
Here comes the Will of Ionia to stop it. Yeah, and then there's 2 more draws, and it just doesn't seem like there's any way that those top 2 cards aren't going to have more than 1 Shrooms. Beyond that...
And he might even Twin Disciplines on his Claw of the Dragon.
Right.
Oh, he does it for the lifesteal.
Right,
Very smart.
right. Yep. And now Oliver's out of cards as well, but it's just... I don't think it's going to be enough. Yeah, he's up to 10 health. There's no way Riley's going to be able to burst him down.
And we're probably seeing enough puff caps here anyway.
Yep.
What is gained when we return?
Even if not, it's lethal on board.
Wow.
No puff caps again. That would be incredible if it mattered. But unfortunately, Riley has to bow out.
And doesn't give him the satisfaction of hitting face.
Right, takes the loss there. And Oliver takes the series 2-0, extending his tournament length. Riley's eliminated straight off the bat. He came into it as the 9th seed, so it should be natural with how that happened. But still, well played to Oliver. I think Oliver played really well. I think he maybe traded off his Teemo too early there. But either way, I think that was well played. He had 3 Teemos in his last, so that was pretty lucky.
Absolutely. I think we saw a couple mistakes that we mentioned from both players, but in the end, obviously, Oliver got that huge value with the Teemo plus Dawn and Dusk play, and unfortunately, Riley just didn't have that deny and response. Really unlucky for him.
Right, yeah, that's true. And now we're going to have James swapping in for Case to finish us out with the last 2 games of the tournament here.
All right, so James will be coming in. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Up. Very exciting, man. That game was crazy. I'm so glad that I got to see the Dawn and Dusk combo pop off, because that's not something I've ever seen before. You know, we've seen Dawn and Dusk Hecarim that briefly came to the meta, and that combo's insane. But this combo proved to be pretty effective, honestly.
Yeah, he actually used it against me yesterday during the group stages. He didn't manage to beat me in the match, but it worked out. I mean, he definitely had a lot of shrooms in. I think if he, yeah. I mean, it's a fun combo. It's a good combo, and honestly, I'm gonna like to see those decks again when Oliver faces up against Emma.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's very sad that Riley's out of the tournament. You hate to see any of your friends go down at any point. But both of those players brought very interesting decks, and I'm glad that they got to compete again, because I feel like their first matchup didn't really do Oliver's decks justice.
Yeah, definitely so. I think Oliver had a really poor draw, and I think honestly this time Riley had a little bit of a poor draw as well.
Definitely. I will say Riley's decks scared me a lot when I was playing against him. So I'm like wiping my brow a little bit that I'm never gonna have to match up against him in losers. But either way, congratulations to Oliver for moving on, and whenever the next TRC Invitational comes around, Riley is definitely gonna be fighting for revenge, whatever game it is.
Right.
With that, we can move on to our next game, which is going to be Shay versus Chris.
Yeah, and now this is what I think both these players ended yesterday 2-5.
Right. And they fought for their seeding, and Chris actually he lost the best of one that they played in the tiebreakers.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys, you know, they've played a little bit. They still have interesting decks.
Right.
It looks like Shay is going to be banning Chris's elusive deck.
Okay, that's a pretty decent play. Elusives definitely can get the best of you, especially if you don't have something to deal with that.
And Chris is going to be banning the Katarina deck.
A good call again from Chris. Cat Zed can high roll and instantly basically win.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. Again, Chris brought 3 very powerful decks. So it's kind of rough going in there deciding which one you want to ban. I mean, Shay maybe just feels like his strategies aren't that good against aggro, which we saw them sort of get dismantled by aggro earlier. The Teemo Sej wants to get into that mid-late game, whereas the Karma Braum wants to get to 10 mana.
Right, that's a very good point. So I think that's a good ban from Shay, especially because Chris banned his aggro deck.
Yeah, I agree. These are decks that we have already gone over, and we sort of talked about them briefly. So I'm feeling pretty ready to just hop into the match. Honestly, if
Hell
you are.
yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see these guys face up.
Aimo Sejuani. Yeah, I think either of these guys has a pretty decent chance at coming away with the victory today. We're just gonna have to see who gets a better draw and who plays better.
Yep, and we have Teemo Sejuani coming out as the first deck from Shay, and Heimerdinger Control coming out as the first deck. Chris, how do you feel about this matchup?
Well, I do think that the Teemo deck is a little bit high rolly, getting your Teemo out and your Sejuani out.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't draw any of that. I think that Heimerdinger Vi is a little bit tricky to control properly. And I think that but Chris does have both of his champions in his opening hand. That's pretty decent, but he's gonna have to get there.
Yeah, that Vi's gonna get leveled up really early. Now, this could be a win condition for Chris. Oh, and with the Twin Disciples, he'll be able to keep her safe. Chris really wants to win this game before this Teemo Sejuani gets online, which is basically where your Sejuani's leveled up and on the board. You've shuffled in enough puff caps into the enemy deck that they're going to be drawing one at the start of each turn, and your units just get frostbitten every time. Now, if you have your champions out, then you're not going to be able to like play another 10 attack Vi because it'll just be Vault Breaker in hand, and your champion will be shut off. Heimerdinger does generate minions that he will be able to play on board and then swing with after that initial frostbite happens. but this Vi win con is going to be really reliant on getting it online well before the Sejuani levels up.
Right, and the thing is that Shay doesn't have either of his champions in hand. Even if he drew Teemo here, he couldn't really use it because Chris has the elusive in play, and Chris has plenty of removal with thermogenic beams and some burn with the get excited.
Yep, I agree. I mean, it's not the strongest start from Shay, obviously, because he doesn't have the Teemo.
Right, he doesn't have the Puffcap Peddler either.
But he is curving out really well, and it looks like Chris is just saying, okay, I don't want you to have a board presence here. Right now, it's looking like the win condition is forming the board and getting me down by just chipping me, and then finishing me off with shrooms.
Right.
So he's saying, as long as that doesn't happen, there's no Teemo, you haven't leveled up Sej at all, I'm in a winning position, so let's just play it safe and eliminate Shay's only win condition right now.
Right, and now Shay has that thermogenic beam ready to go for Timer or Vi, whether it gets played, and he has the puff caps to manipulate his mana properly so he doesn't lose out on value.
Yeah, and they have burst, so he can do that really well. It looks like Shay is going in to trade the Rhymefang Wolf into the elusive so that he can just get some chip damage on the board, finally start leveling up that Sejuani. If he winds up playing the... yeah, okay, I think that this is smart. I mean, if he winds up playing the Chump one, the 4-3, and Chris plays Vi, then that's a pretty big punish. Chris goes for the Heimerdinger wanting to get value out of the spells that he wants to play in his hand.
Yeah, but I think we're going to see 3 Mushroom Clouds into a thermogenic beam here. Chris actually has enough mana for Twin Disciplines to save his Heimerdinger and pop out the 3-1 elusive, but he does lose all of his spell mana.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta wonder if maybe Shay should have just hit him with a Thermo Beam right then and there.
I agree with what you're saying here. Shay does have 2 Flash of Brilliances in hand. Obviously, you want to save those for Puffcap Peddlers.
So Chris gets the Flash of Brilliance out, then he gets to play his Twin Disciples.
And he just picked up a Progress Day from Flash of Brilliance. That's huge at this point in the game.
He generated it. That is a really nice card to see off of Flash of Brilliance.
Right, and now if I'm Shay, I'm starting to get a little scared here. Heimerdinger's still alive. You've generated 2 turrets right there, both with elusives. They does have that Mystic Shot, but I don't know if it's going to be that good.
Yeah, ultimately you got to consider what Shay's win condition is and how far away he is from it, right? His Sejuani is not... He's damaged the enemy nexus once,
right.
or 2 turns, I believe. And it's at 16. He doesn't have enough shrooms in the enemy deck to really make a big dent. It looks like he's just fishing right now for some sort of way to survive this turn.
Winter's Breath helps him survive. There's the second one where there's That's no good. Winter's Breath helps him survive.
He doesn't have enough mana for it.
Oh, is he? I don't think he's just dead here, though. Still got a little bit of mana left. Some more shrooms. I don't think it really matters, though.
Yeah, you really got to feel for Shay on this one. Chris... Honestly, okay, he's just swinging in. I don't know why he didn't swing at the Heimer. I see 1 damage missed. They didn't have any blockers.
Right, I personally would have Thermogenic Beam to get my Vi upgraded, and then we could have started really putting on the pressure here.
Yeah, you kind of you'd have to have the read that Shay really doesn't have any way to respond to that in hand. Right. Because if you're using Thermogenic Beam to deal 1 damage, that basically doesn't matter because you're gonna be killing you anyways. Just to level up your Vi. I mean, your Vi will get a chance to level up in the future. You're in a winning position. I think you'd rather keep the Thermo Beam for if Sejuani comes down.
That's very fair. Here comes another good card to grab off. Flash of Brilliance.
There's a Progress Day.
Progress Day comes out.
Build an 8-8 or something. Oh, he thinks he has just enough. Okay, out comes a T-Hex. Heimerdinger levels up.
I think if you're Shay, you're probably looking at a big concede here.
Yep. With Vi on the verge of leveling up. Can't block both her and the 8-8. He doesn't have enough mana to get out a second blocker. This game is done here.
Right. It is tragic. If Chris doesn't full swing at the start of next turn, he's going to be able to extend it 1 more turn. Avalanche.
Yeah, but I just don't see not swinging.
Right.
You hook it in with the Vi and you just go for broke here. Yep.
As he's done with Heimer, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's not going to matter in the end, but... Well, actually, no, he... 5.
Almost. But there's 12 damage getting through no matter what.
Yep. And I mean, aside from the few times where he could have swung with Heimer and he didn't, missing like 3 damage overall, which didn't really matter, I felt like this deck sort of just did its stuff and wound up getting Chris the victory.
Yes. Congratulations, Chris, going up 1-0 against Shay. Shay now up against the wall for his tournament life.
Yep, this is an elimination match, of course. We're in loser's bracket. And I'm honestly, I'm happy to see Chris performing well. I think Weimerdinger is his most practiced deck. It might be his best deck, honestly.
Right, and we did see Christopher play Sea Monsters yesterday. Obviously, oh, he's got Sejuani in his opening hand. Please don't mill that. You're going to need that to win no matter what. Mill Chump Lump.
Well, he actually could mill the Sejuani.
And there's a Teemo, and he's got the attack chip turn 1.
Yep.
Now, this is where we're going to get to see if this deck has any kind of legs.
Yep.
Chris has no way to deal with Teemo early. After he gets the Maokai down, he'll be able to summon a sapling and challenge it.
Yeah, but that's not for another few turns. So a few things here is Chris doesn't have a way to deal with Teemo not only in his hand, but basically in his deck. This Teemo's probably going to get 3 swings off before Chris has a chance to respond. Because even if he plays Maokai in turn 4, he won't be able to summon his sapling with it.
Exactly.
The Sejuani that you were alluding to keeping, it's a little bit up in the air whether or not you want to, because you just need to draw Sejuani before they go deep. Which might happen, you're running 3 of Sejuani in that deck, so you have the chance to find it. And what you really want in this deck is the Teemo on turn 1. That's going to, not only is going to be hitting face in the early turns to level up your Sejuani, but it will be shuffling more puff caps into your deck, which is going to be leveling up your Sejuani. And we see that this strategy might actually pay out against Sea Monsters, which its day gets ruined by Sejuani.
Right, and now here's the thing. Christopher just picked up Grasp of the Undying. That's good value here.
The way to deal with the Teemo for sure.
Right, but still, that takes almost all your mana next turn, so your Maokai is delayed even further.
Yep, but you can always just jettison. I mean, the good news here for Chris is that he has a jettison and a toss 2, draw 2. Those are the biggest cards in the early game of this deep deck. I mean, you want to get deep ASAP. That's basically your objective here. And so Shay could Mystic Shot his own Teemo to deny 3 draw.
3 drain.
Or yeah, 3 healing.
So here's another thing that's going good for Chris. He hasn't drawn any mushrooms yet. Obviously, Teemo's going to level up here. But because he hasn't drawn any mushrooms, that Sejuani is still a little bit far away from leveling up. I'm thinking you might want a Mystic Shot face just to get it online that much sooner.
I'm thinking the exact same thing. I think you Mystic Shot face here 100% of the time. Almost. The second Mystic Shot, I mean...
It doesn't pass.
Yeah, I obviously, you're throwing away a card, basically. I mean, it doesn't do that much right now. You would have to plan out how your next turns are looking into the Sejuani, but Mystic Shots against Sea Monsters just doesn't do that much. The only thing would be, it would be a fast way of dealing damage to the face, which is what you want. Okay.
Oh, he's going to double do
Mystic
it.
Shot the Maokai.
Not terrible. Gets to plant a bunch of more shrooms. That Sejuani, I think, is going to be on 3, and then it might be on 4. He's going to be planting a lot of mushrooms in Christopher's deck.
I think this puts Sejuani to 3.
Yes.
So, if Chris draws a shroom next turn, then Sej goes to 4. Chris takes the free block, might as well.
Nearly 24 puff caps in Christopher's desk. Or deck.
He can shuffle in 8 more.
But
Okay, he chooses not to.
Will he draw one here? Yes, he will. And now Sejuani levels up next turn, potentially, before you even play it. Well, actually, you're going to play it here. Drain State from the puff cap peddler. Time to play your shroom card.
Now, the problem here is that Chris has Runation. Runation kills the Sejuani, it kills both the 2/2s, and at that point Shay is all the way out of gas. He needs to draw 2 more Sejuanis here to try and keep this dream alive of... And he chooses not to play the puff cap, the mushrooms. Which is weird, I feel like he missed 3 mushrooms there. Especially when you want him to be drawing a mushroom every turn at this point.
Right, that's very true. Stopping for a jettison here.
Yep. Not the cards you want to see tossed. You really want more toss cards. But I can only assume next turn Chris is planning on just playing the Runation after the initial swing go through. Okay, so Sejuani levels up. That's going to be a lot of damage facing him. And Chris doesn't have a means of removing these minions quickly.
Right. And Oliver does have a couple minions he can throw down onto the board afterward.
So Chris goes down to 6.
Right,
yeah,
and
Runation
now there's
comes out.
shrooms in his deck also that will healing chip damage here.
Yep.
I think... I don't know what Shay's best move here.
For now he's thinking about what his best emote is going to be.
Right.
I think for Shay, You just want to start putting out. You want to play the Rhinefang Wolf, and I think you're just chilling. You want to be stalling this game. Let Chris draw as many puff caps as possible. You might consider, just shuffling in the Mushroom Cloud now, so that he has a higher likelihood of drawing them.
Right. I think you save your Frostbite for whatever he plays next turn, so you can instantly kill it. Your Rhinefang Wolf.
Yeah.
No shrooms.
Okay, Winter's Breath is also pretty good. I mean, he's looking to stall this deck.
Yeah, Maokai. Do you just kill Maokai here?
I don't think you. I mean, you have to Thermo Beam it. He doesn't have the attack chip.
No, but he has. with the Rhinefang Wolf.
He doesn't have the attack chip.
Oh, true.
So we're gonna have to see. I mean, honestly, this Maokai helps him get deep, and that's about the best thing that it does. Now I would Winter's Breath.
Winter's Breath would be good here. It would use your mana, and it would save your wolf.
Saves the wolf. It prevents damage. Well, he might want Chris to draw actually. Yeah, he can just Icefell Archer the sapling. Oh, I think you want Chris to be drawing.
Why?
Because you want him to be drawing shrooms. You don't want your minions dead here. I think you would prefer to have Frostbitten 2-1.
Right.
It's close. No, it's decisions are.
Oh, he's gonna go for the double kill here.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, Chris doesn't have any mana to respond to this, so Shay. Oh, and then he can swing in for 3. He essentially just halved Chris's life.
Right.
Okay, this is actually really smart by Shay. If this was his plan all along, he knew that Chris was going to sacrifice that sapling.
Right.
So he just got the Frostbite in. I think he may have still wanted the Frostbite Maokai first. Let Chris draw, just tank the 3.
Right. Not only that, he has Thermogenic Beam for any sort of sea monsters that come out here. Obviously, the Maokai. Oh, there we go.
Chris goes down to 1 health with saplings in his deck.
Right.
And now Chris, if he plays this, he realizes he can't afford to tap 2, draw 2. This Thorny Toad is going to heal him if he can find a way to kill it.
But how can he kill it?
Yeah, I mean, Shay can take that 1 all day.
Yep, I think Shay is going to kill this with his Thermogenic Beam. Chris has no more mana.
Yeah, I want to see the Thermo Beam come out here, but
it's not that important because it's all going to come down to this. Oh, no. Okay, so Teemo comes out. He's going to use his Drain here, which is actually not what you want to do. You want to save it for if Teemo comes down.
Well, so he realizes that if he doesn't Drain, Shay can just pass the turn over. And if Shay passes the turn, then you're running into a really difficult situation where you just draw again. And you didn't get that 3 life gain that you needed to, stay alive.
Right, and I think...
Okay, Shay needs to wait for this attack. He needs to just pass.
Right, that's correct. He needs to totally pass here.
He has no reason to play this Teemo.
Right, if he plays Teemo, he's just suiciding it. Obviously, the team was a huge get here. If he hits it, yeah, good pass.
So the question is, Chris is going to attack, of course. He could have just passed it over, but now Shay can just go ahead and play the Teemo. He knows that Chris doesn't have any more grasps, so he can just play it and attack right away. Deals 2, doubles the amount of shrooms in his deck. I mean, if Chris draws 2 shrooms here, Shay just wins the game.
Right, and Chris's cards are getting pretty low.
Chris has no way of...
Mushroom Cloud helps.
You swing.
Mushroom Cloud
first. You can just play it.
Swing in.
Chris has the Ruination, which you can use to kill off the Teemo.
And his Frog to heal.
I
think that's probably the best bet here.
I agree.
And then really can't refuel.
Yeah, you have enough mana to play your Abyssal Eye.
He's not going to do that.
Chris chooses to not play the Ruination.
Instead, well...
He shuffles 2 treasures, which are clean of puff caps.
Right. Now, do you Thermo Beam here?
Yeah, you Thermo Beam here. I mean...
Thermo Beam the 7/5 with a 6/5.
Yeah, he's choosing to get rid of the one that gives them fearsome so that he can block with his team.
That's a very good plan. And now it's going to come down to whether or not Christopher draws shrooms here. I mean, even if he doesn't, there's still another 1, 2.
Okay, so
2 shrooms, it's GG.
Shay brings the series up 1-1.
Oh my god, this is so close.
Yeah, no kidding.
That was very well played from Shay there. I think he made a lot of really intelligent moves, and he drew the Teemo when he needed to.
Yep. I mean, he had turn 1 Teemo, turn Sejuani on turn 6 with it leveled up. That's about the best that you can hope for with that deck.
And I think that Chris missed that Ruination play, because you play Ruination and then you play your Elusive.
Well, yeah, you gotta keep in mind that the Elusive draws you cards. The Teemo still double the amount of shrooms in your deck.
Right.
And you would still only be at 4.
Yeah, but it'd be better. You'd have healed then.
Yes, yeah.
And you'd have a blocker.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously the Ruination was the better play. I don't know if it really matters.
Shay with the Omen Hawk.
Yeah.
It's a good
Omen-
turn 1 play.
Both of these players have a really powerful opening hand. You're loving Judge Judger's turn 1, and you really enjoy the
The Power of the Deep is going.
That's alright. Nautilus reshuffles him. Fine.
Now, I think that this Poro, I've seen Lonely Poro a lot in Shay's play, and I just think that this is just such a bad card for him to run here. Imagine if you had anything else, right? Imagine if you had Progress Day sitting in hand, waiting until late game. Well, you can't. But it's just it helps you early tempo, but that's not what you need in this deck.
Yep, I agree. I agree that the Lonely Poro is definitely far from the best option. Even Omen Hawk, you don't really need to buff your units in this deck. You need to be drawing and rolling, and then eventually winning with just generating value out of Karma. And the Lonely Poro doesn't draw you. It kind of controls, but not very well. And it doesn't generate any extra value with Karma because it's not a spell. So
Right, that's very true.
which doesn't really fit in the deck. He's
Yeah.
running 2 of it, which is why we see it so often.
And Christopher's sitting on a Salvage and an Elusive Eye. And, I mean, Runation and Grasp of the Undying help also.
Yep, this salvage is going to be huge for Chris. It gasses him up a little bit as well as
Getting him closer
getting
to
him closer to everything that this deck wants to do.
Right.
Yeah, at this point, I think Chris just wants to block as much as he can. These Judgers don't really mean anything. He realizes that in Shay's deck, they're basically just going to be fodder for Braum.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have any creatures that he wants to, that Chris nearly needs to chump block. So better to get him out of the way and trade him.
Now, these Karma cards, I think you might just want to drop 2 of them.
Yeah, you can drop 2 and then it reduces the cost of your spell next turn, Deep Meditation. Looks like that's what he's thinking. It also summons you a dragon. Ooh, never mind, you just take heart your 1/3.
Yeah, that'd be a good play here.
He passes.
I think he's trying to combat trick him.
Yep, that's like it. Yeah, and he does just that.
Now, you kill the 3/2, but it's not that important to kill here.
Still
Obviously,
good, though.
it helps, but you're still looking at the problem that your hand is low, and Chris is playing sea monsters. It's a ticking time bomb, and I don't know if Shay has the kind of controlling power here, especially with that draw retreat. Another
Yeah.
take hard could help, but it's just
It is time.
something in here. I'm gonna drop Rain. I
Okay, so he
think
can take heart. I think you take heart or you Twin Disciples, but take heart, which is a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think take heart is best here, because like I'm saying about the ticking time, instead he goes for the recall, you
Chooses to
sacrifice your other,
recall.
take heart. Of course you would fizzle the Grasp of the Undying, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can't do that. That'd be such a waste of tempo.
Okay. Yeah, this is okay. He realizes pushing through damage doesn't mean the end of the world. He would rather keep the take heart for Braum, which
Right.
is obviously that card combos so well with Braum that, I mean, that's his second copy. He only runs 2. So, oh no, he created 1, so he still has another one in the deck.
Now, this could be a game changer here. Chris might have to drop Runation earlier than expected.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is he just played Twin Disciples, so it's going to be hard to keep this Empyrean alive. Although Chris doesn't really have any damage in his deck.
Yeah, how does he keep what? Oils. I don't know if that's what you want here.
Well, drawing a card ain't bad.
Right.
If
you
he
have
winds
to-
up getting
you
a
have to do
plunder.
that.
Let's see what Chris's play here is.
Now, I really am thinking that take heart last turn would have been really good. You'd have Chris down to 11, and then you'd have the Empyrean start swinging in pretty heavily.
Mm-hmm. Toad heals him up too.
Let it die. You just hold on to it. But sitting there.
Well, it can, yeah.
There's a salvage. There's the other Runation. I don't think that really matters.
It might.
Oh, here comes some lifesteal and another jettison. Chris has got to be getting close to being deep here. Jay goes for the value trade. I don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you want to get this blocker out of the way. If your strategy is going to be to push forward with the Empyrean, you want this 4/2 to damage as well. And against deep decks, sometimes, they don't want to be playing there. They don't have that many plays that are going to be testing this 4/2.
There it is. There's the deep.
He's deep, so his minion gets 6/6.
And
He has Nautilus in hand.
yeah, he's got it. Next turn, the Nautilus is going to come out.
Yeah.
And then what do? You're up against a 13/13 with no remove.
What is gained when you return malevolence?
Sown Seeds just doesn't do
Seeds.
anything.
I mean, Empyrean.
He can buff it up to 8, and that'll be 2.
Yeah, but Chris has a 6/6 to block, and I think Chris will know that that's the only way Shay can win is with that Imperium.
Oh,
He just goes for the swing immediately, trying to get the Plunder draw, maybe into Braum or something, but
No,
either
he
way.
already cast that card.
Oh, right. Take heart. He's got take heart to kill that, and then he's gonna try and go for an Empyrean.
No, you don't have enough mana.
You don't have enough mana to play it. That's true. You kill the elusive unit.
Yeah, it's something. It's not the most powerful play in the world. I mean, you've got to be thinking that when you're up against sea monsters and it's deep, and you have an empty board and with no like real hard movement, this can't be. Like, Shay can't be feeling good about the position that he's in right now.
No, obviously not. I think Shay is gonna go for some random spells and the sown seeds here, which I think is his real only chance at victory. But it's not looking good here. Oh,
Yep.
Harsh Winds buys him some turns actually.
Oh yeah, Harsh Winds is huge.
Just
I
for the
mean,
pass instead of playing the Empyrean, which I guess makes sense because
Sun Seeds.
right.
Yeah, he wants as much mana as possible.
Now,
next
does
turn.
Chris greed out and play something here? He does.
Yeah,
play
he
War-
wants to play Sea Monster. So this is actually really. Wait, does he have mana for it? 7+. No, he doesn't have.
Yes, he does because Nautilus is on the board.
No, so I'm talking about Shay with his he can burst grant them frostbite.
Has to do that. It's not enough mana though.
Oh yeah.
Now he just leaves open lethal.
Vessel small, but she ain't
But
lacking
it
courage.
doesn't change anything. Shay has still left himself very
Yeah,
open.
I'm really
here.
surprised to see Shay not playing his slow frostbite all enemies. I mean, he had 2 more attack chips going. If he plays Winter's Breath here and then he can play Harsh Winds later.
Right, exactly.
I don't think he realized he wasn't going to have enough mana for Winter's Breath or
Yep.
Harsh Winds. He just wasn't thinking when he played the Empyrean.
Yeah. And now you're thinking about running cards like Sown Seeds and Retreat.
Shay
And-
realizes he messed up. Or maybe he was playing it ready to put it in front of a unit and recall it, but even then it wouldn't be nearly as good.
Right.
That's it. GG's. Shay winds up getting eliminated here.
Tragic for Shay, but hey, Chris Luff making it on out of the first losers bracket eliminations. That's pretty good.
Yep, Chris is going to move forward. Congratulations to Chris. I mean, I think he piloted his decks pretty well this match.
Right.
The Sea Monster still looks a little bit clunky. I don't know, maybe that deck just isn't performing as well as I imagined that it would be performing in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, overall it's not the worst thing in the world. He still moves on and has a good shot to climb through. Shay, on the other hand, has been eliminated.
Right, the Gleason brothers are out. It's a tragedy to see them go so soon. It was well fought from both of them, but someone's got to go.
Yeah, I agree. Again, unfortunate to see your friend knocked out of anything. But I was expressing that I wanted to see Chris go farther in this tournament, and he managed to pull out a W when he needed it most.
Right.
So that's good. With that, we can move on to our last match of the day, Emma versus Oliver. Oliver now has played 2 matches today, and still has to play yet another.
Right, yeah. I think Emma coming into this is a heavy favorite. We talked earlier about how Emma put a lot of hours into this game, especially with that Shen Fiora deck, grinding out, figuring out how it works well. And I think she had a pretty decent meta read bringing Nivea and Yasuo. Both those decks I think have legs to stand on. Question is, can Oliver get an upset here? Because Oliver has some freaky decks. I think if he pilots them correctly, there's always a chance that he takes Emma down.
Yep, I agree. It looks like Emma needs a little bit more time to get to her, to get ready. She had a little bit of something that she was doing during the last game. So, for now, we can just talk about what we think about is going to be looking at this matchup. What decks do we expect the other people to ban? Because we saw this matchup happen during round robins. This was one of the first games played, and they wound up sharing their screen midway through because their games were taking so long that everyone else was just ready to go. It went to game 3, where we saw Emma's War Mother's Call deck go up against the Pursuit of Perfection.
Right.
Where we saw her, I mean, all of these decks, or 2 of these decks, have very good answers against Pursuit of Perfection, right? You got the Bounce, which buys you turns, and you have the Anivia deck, or the War Mother's Call deck, which has Vengeances galore, ready to take advantage of Oliver's 30-30 that it just comes down and can't get into the damning right away.
Yeah, and then you look at the last deck, Emma's Shen Fiora deck, which she's so heavily practiced on. I think any way you slice it, Emma's got a. I think she could probably clean sweep against that deck, so I don't think she should be worrying too hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't think it's any question that Emma is the favor here. You know, not Oliver certainly isn't in an unwinnable position by any means, and we just saw Emma's decks not really drawing the best against Sky, and Sky maybe piloting her aggressive deck really well. If that happens again, where Oliver, we maybe we see Oliver draw really well in his Teemo deck, gets a combo off. Oliver has a lot of ways to eke back into this match and stay alive.
It's true, and we have seen Emma draw poorly many times so far this tournament, both today against Sky and in the group stage yesterday. And I do think some of that is luck, but some of that is how the decks are constructed. You're running 3 Legion Generals, 3 Minotaur Reckoners, 3 Yones in the Yasuo deck. You just have a lot of top end. Yep. And I think that obviously it's good if you can get late, and then you have those finishers to really eke the victory out. But if you have them in your opening hand, it can be disastrous, and all it takes is 2 bad draws and you're out of the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. We are seeing the deep deck banned from Oliver, and Emma's Yasuo deck is banned.
Banning the Yasuo deck. Now, that's something I didn't expect. I do think the Yasuo deck is a strong archetype, but I think that the War Mother's Call deck and the Shen Fiora deck are both better decks, and Emma has more practice on both of them.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to like what Oliver thinks his decks are going to perform the best against,
right.
And the Yasuo deck is the most aggressive deck, and maybe he's thinking, okay, this is definitely going to go under Pursuit of Perfection, and maybe Sea Monsters can get aggro down because it doesn't have the most controlling tools, and I think it makes sense to ban the aggressive deck here.
I agree with that.
We can take a look at the actual deck lists here to maybe shed some light on what we're thinking in matchups. I want to take another look at Oliver's Pursuit of Perfection deck to see how it's going to fare up against maybe we saw how it fared up against the War Mother's Call, but against the early game, the Demacia, the Shen Fiora deck.
Right.
I mean, we're seeing a few mid-rangey sort of removal spells that can take out the Fiora, and the Frostbite is really good against the Fiora as well, because it prevents her from killing minions, it prevents her from getting to that win condition.
Yeah, no, that's correct, but I do think it's important to note that a lot of the times Fiora, despite having such a seemingly good and powerful ability, she's actually the alternate win con in these deck lists. A lot of the time you get your Green Lake Caretakers out and your Shens out, and you just mid-range them down, batter down the hashes, and just destroy the other person before they get a chance to get online. And I think that with a slow deck like Pursuit of Perfection, you can have a pretty good shot against that.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I definitely want to see this deck shine. With the one time that it has pulled off a win in this tournament, it didn't win using Pursuit of Perfection. It won using Heimerdinger.
Right.
Which, I mean, that's you can call it an alternate, in quotes, win condition, because the deck is built around Pursuit of Perfection, but it might even be like a better, more consistent win perfection itself,
Right, I agree with that. And I do think that yeah, that's great. But I don't think that the deck is any worse because of that. I just think that it's sort of got that ticking time on the same way Deep does. You're eventually going to get to this point, have a couple good answers, you're going to go down.
Yeah, that's fair. I just think the time that timers is too long, and I don't think the deck is constructed well enough to take advantage of it as much as like deep decks have all the toss that's kind of like built in. This is a very intricate deck, and I think that however well Oliver built it, there's always going to be room for improvement with it, which I respect him a lot for bringing it to the tourney, and I would like to see it perform, but maybe it isn't the highest caliber deck that is available.
Right, and it's going to have to perform if Oliver wants to have a shot at moving on. As this is the elimination bracket. I mean, if you lose, you're out.
Yep, this is the final match of the day, the last decider match. So
yeah, and I think that Emma's really going to want to be fighting hard for this spot, because I know she prepared a lot for this tournament. I think going into it, she probably expected to do well. I personally expected her to be top 2, top 3 seed, and here she is fighting for her life on the first day of the tourney.
Yep, definitely. I would say that the Sky upset is almost all like she I think she performed pretty well. She went 5-2 in groups, which was a very strong performance, obviously. And hopefully she can bring that back out here because she only lost to you and I in um group stage, so she has she has practice against Oliver's decks. But all right, we have the people queuing up now, so I'm gonna let them know that they are ready.
Right. Yeah. I think this is going to be a pretty exciting match. It's definitely going to be interesting on who can get the better draw, if Oliver can keep his gas going, and if Emma can get her early game stuff online early and her late game stuff in the background.
It looks like Emma just
Selected her
Yasuo
Yasuo
deck.
even though that- Bit of a misplay already coming out from Emma.
I am sending it to her. It looks like she backed out. She realized. She says her client was buggy, and she said, "Yeah." So she realized that she made a mistake. It's okay. We got it out of the way before we actually loaded into the match, which is good news. Yeah, bringing out the Fiora deck now.
Yeah, I'm not shocked to see that this first. I think Emma's Fiora deck is pretty banger, and she's pretty banger at playing it.
Yeah, ultimately, again, like she's facing elimination, so it looks like she wants to just go right into her comfort zone, right? The deck that she's played the most, probably the deck that she's the most skilled at piloting.
Right, I agree.
And I think her War Mother's Call deck is kind of like a more of a pet deck than a serious meta deck. It's built pretty well, but it's slow. And granted, Oliver doesn't have very many fast decks, so she'll be able to capitalize on that.
Now, look at this starter here from Emma. Do you play the 1-drop turn 1 just for tempo?
I think seeing the Omen Hawk, you do not.
I think you don't as well. And I think you also want to keep your Brightsteel Legionary, or what that card's called, for your Fiora.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it looks like Emma can get an early Fiora out. She has back-to-back. She has Riposte. She has the Brightsteel Protector, as you said. And, so you can
Key
Guardian
Fiora.
and play the... Okay, so this is actually really interesting. She might get her Fiora win con off before Oliver has a chance to do anything.
Right, and now here's a question. Do you hold Fiora next turn
So that you can get
so
get
you
it with
get
the
the
attack chip.
barrier on the attack chip?
Yeah.
Or do you just play it and have your barrier? I personally just play it.
I think that you definitely hold it. With this Fiora, you want to be getting as much value off it as you can, because right now your entire hand is built around this Fiora play.
Right.
And you also have some expensive spells that you want to be casting your Fiora in the next few turns.
Right, and you can hold that spell mana up.
Exactly. You would rather just have that spell mana. So I think what the best play that Emma can do here is just pass the turn over.
Right, and now you let this 1-1 through, you keep it open for Fiora. Obviously, Emma doesn't know that Oliver has 2 buffs in hand to keep that 1-1 alive. Actually, only one of them keeps it alive, but it's...
Yeah, the thing is, Oliver doesn't know about Fiora, so he's just playing out these minions.
Right, and now you play Fiora, and now you gotta think, will Oliver sacrifice his whole turn to play Bloodsworn Pact? Actually, he does have a little bit of mana after that, and he can still use Flash of Brilliance here, but
He has Elixir of Iron, which would save...
it would save the 3-3, but it wouldn't save the 1-1.
I'd imagine Emma wants to eat the 3-3 with this barrier right now.
Right.
So,
Here comes Entreat.
He plays Entreat when he already has Heimerdinger in hand, and this spell mana means a lot to Oliver, I think. Oh,
but
Emma no longer has mana to cast Riposte.
that's correct. Which means
So-
she probably won't be able to kill anything this turn. She will be able to get 2 chip damage in, which is nice. Gonna suck in the 1-1.
she chooses to get the Omen Hawk.
And now this would take all of Oliver's mana if he wants to save this Omen Hawk. The question is, will he do it? I don't know if you want to. I think you want to save it for the Heimer, and he chooses to do that.
Now, knowing Emma's hand, I say you do this every time. You want to be stalling out this Fiora any which way you can.
Right.
Oliver
And here's the Greenglaive Caretaker. You have the burst spell with it too.
plays his Heimerdinger. I think you Key Guardian the Caretaker first and foremost. That draws you another card. Both
Now,
Brightsteel Protectors.
see, this is
in
what I'm
hand.
talking about Emma throwing a lot of her weight behind late game cards. Obviously, if you can get to there, it's going to be really good, especially if your Greenglaive Caretaker's still alive. Here we're going to see Oliver summon 2 3-1 elusive units.
Yeah. This is going to start to get a lot more interesting than it once was.
Right.
Obviously, Emma still has the means to activate this Fiora, and now that she has those Brightsteel Protectors, she has a bit of an alternate win condition, which is keep wide and go late. But she can use the Fiora to kill the Heimerdinger No, Oliver will have enough mana to actually buff it by 5, which will be enough to save it. Right now, I think what she needs to do, though, is use it to kill this elusive. Oh, the Laurent Protector is also... I think you want to play Laurent Protector first.
I think that you're right. I think you play the Lord Protector and you kill a 3/1 as well with it, and that way he can't, even if he uses his buffs, he won't be able to actually kill them both. Oliver actually has the Burst spell Fury of the North in hand. I'm leaving up some mana.
I don't think he has Fury of the North.
He
Did I
does.
miss it?
Oh, sorry,
he has
Battle
Battle
Fury.
Fury. Okay.
Now Emma's gonna use Riposte here. She won't be able to kill the Heimer.
She will, actually, because Battle Fury only buffs it by 4. Oh, no. Yeah, Riposte gives 3. My bad. Okay. So, yeah, she won't be able to kill Heimer. She will set it so that it's a 9/1. Now, the problem with this line of play that I have is that you're leaving these 2 3/1 elusives. Leaving the 3/2/1 elusives to... Leaving the 3/2/1 elusives to slam face. And you're at 12. So you've got a little bit of a problem here in that Oliver is just going to be able to pressure down. You know, you don't have any means of dealing with these 3/1. So you really needed that Laurent Protector. I don't know. He has a way of killing this T-Hex here. Back to back and give it Prismatic Barrier.
Right, and I think that's not a bad play here. But the thing is that Oliver has Progress Day behind that. Was a 10-2 Heimerdinger. Progress Day is obviously going to summon a free 9/9 and draw you 3 cards and discount them.
Yeah, he could also just save the T-Hex with the
I like Progress Day better, especially because it's going to turn back into Heimerdinger afterward. I don't think you want that.
Okay. Yeah. Yep, so Emma is now 2 turns from just getting lethaled. I mean, she can play the Laurent Challenger next time and just grab one of the 3/2s, but then she is still like on the verge of just getting knocked out. If Oliver has any more 3-cost spells in hand, then yeah, and Oliver has the Get Excited, so unless Emma finds... Okay.
I mean, Unyielding Spirit helps, but it's too little too late.
No,
She's gonna...
what you need to do here is not play the Unyielding. You need to play your Challenger, and you need to give your Fiora Barrier and kill both of those elusive units.
Right.
Then, by the time, like... He's
just gonna kill the Fiora, and now we see that the difference in Unyielding Spirit after it was nerfed to be fast. That's a big play from Oliver.
Yeah, and Emma has no mana left available to even summon a Challenger unit.
Right.
So these 3/1s are just gonna hit for 6 next turn and close this one out.
I mean, Emma's seeing it now that she has no recourse. She's gonna go down 0-1 in this series, and she's gonna be 1 game away from just being out.
Yeah, honestly, I really would have liked to see the Challenger be played and then give your Fiora barrier and then kill both those 3/1s. Not only you have your 9/9 that would gain barrier this turn if you just chump block the 8/2 and the... Like, Oliver can't swing with Heimerdinger because the ones would kill it. So you chump block the 9/9 and then your Brightsteel Protector just gets so much value this game.
Right, but then you have to consider Oliver did have Get Excited that whole time. Could have just always played it on Fiora and never let it get barrier in the first place. Keep his 3/1 alive. It's just Oliver had a really good hand this game.
Okay.
Does Emma live here? No, she dies.
She chooses, because
because Oliver...
He did it. Oh, and Oliver has the Brittle Steel. But yeah, that was great positioning by Oliver to make sure that his 3/1s hit the base first so that there was no way to gain life from that. I mean, honestly, pretty well played from Oliver there.
Right, Emma hits okay, and that's it. Oliver is up 1-0 in this Nail-Biter series.
Yeah, no kidding. One of these players definitely... I mean, Emma's facing elimination if she can't pull herself together for these next 2 games.
Right. Now Oliver's done with his Catastrophe deck. What's left here? It's his Karma deck.
Yeah. This... Well, it's more of the Teemo deck, right? It's not so much a Karma deck as much as it is a Teemo deck.
Teemo deck. Excuse me.
I mean, it's definitely not the most powerful deck that we've seen brought, but then again, really none of Oliver's decks are. It's flashy, and I would like to see it work again, but at the same time, I really don't want to see Emma get eliminated at this early into the tournament. I don't really know who to root for going into these games.
Right, I mean, it would be cool to see Oliver push past where people expected him to fall, but it would be tragic to see Emma get eliminated so early.
Yeah, I mean, Oliver, he got sent down to losers in game 1, and you know, just through inner talks, I think that people were expecting Riley to come out on top just because he had some scary decks. Oliver defies the odds and beats Riley, and if he beats Emma here, this would be an insane upset coming out of Oliver.
Right, but now we see Emma with the Green Glade Caretaker on 1 and the Shen on 4. Oliver gets Teemo in his opening hand, and Emma has no way to deal with that right now.
Yeah, Oliver with an insane curve. Teemo into Eye of the Dragon into Shadow Assassin.
Now this is now Emma still hasn't drawn anything valuable.
Mm-hmm. Thing though is Emma's gonna have a lot of aggression herself, and Oliver doesn't really have the means of. I mean, the 1/3 is not very good when you consider that this prismatic barrier is gonna come out and buff up the Green Glade Caretaker.
Right. And now you're looking at a Teemo, which can deal massive damage, but honestly, if Emma just ignores the Teemo and plays her own game with Shen and giving lots of barriers out,
yeah,
she's gonna be in a good spot.
The Teemo also doesn't really have that much burst. You're typically going to be drawing, 1 or 2 shrooms per turn, so you can just go with the lifesteal as soon as you get down low. Like, if this Green Glade Collector gets huge.
Right, a very good point. Now, just use Silence this 1/3?
Yes. You don't need to right now because it's burst, but that's one of the best targets for you to be silenced. I think. I mean, I don't have Oliver's deck pulled up, so there might be a little bit better. I mean, there's no point doing it now, obviously.
Unyielding Spirit. If you get that on Shen, really, you might be taking your odds. Plays the 1/2. Just goes in. Oliver doesn't opt to trade. That's a smart play because Emma has all these barrier cards in her.
Mm-hmm. Oliver wanting. Oh, I guess he's passing. Surprised he didn't play the Shadow Assassin there. Emma winds up wasting a little bit of mana, but so does Oliver, so can't really be too sad about that.
Right, and now Oliver plays Chump Wump here. Now you gotta be thinking, do I play Shen? I think you play Shen and you hold the Prismatic Barrier for killing the Chump Wump.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this Oliver, we see Oliver with a Mystic Shot in hand that you can use to take out that Green Glade Lecter. Still has no mana even with this shuffled in. Oh, he's leveling his Teemo
Right,
to get
now Teemo's going to level
double
here.
up on.
And now Emma is kind of on a timer here. This Teemo is going to be a ticking time bomb, where if you get enough shrooms, if you get a Critical Master shrooms, it's going to just be curtains. She's going to draw 10 in a turn or something. And also this Teemo is going to be getting continual chip damage in for 2 every turn.
Yeah, and Emma just has no way of dealing with the Teemo
That's true.
in her hand right now. She really needs to draw a Challenger unit off the top to try and get this guy done. The good news is Oliver doesn't really have a way of defending it, so if Emma does find Fiora or that Laurent Protege, back-to-back is not going to do it. He winds up just... She's playing very quickly right now. She has a plan. If Shen Barrier, then swing in with Shen and the Collector.
It's swinging with all 3, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's looking to just level up Shen ASAP, it looks.
Oliver getting some draw here. He's got 2 Mystic Shots in hand in order to counter the barriers. Of course, Emma has more barriers behind that to back that up. Oliver's just gonna chump block here.
Oh, this is actually huge. Emma has no way of giving that thing barrier.
If she does, she can just Prismatic Barrier it.
No, because then that would go off before.
Oh, right. So she has to use back-to-back.
Resolves. Well, yeah, she could back-to-back or she could recall it. It's not that big right now.
I think back-to-back you get 6 damage in from whatever.
Yeah, Oliver doesn't have any mana to respond, so...
Yep.
Oliver is going to end up healing too because the barrier is going to get broken.
Getting down to 14 here. Still got that Teemo available.
Yeah, Emma at 30 shrooms already. Teemo brings it up to 60.
He's another Spirit's Refuge.
Summoning a 2/1 per turn. Emma really would have liked to draw another way to give a unit barrier for 3 or less mana to try and level up the Shen here, you gotta think.
Yes.
Oh, she can block, recall the 3/2 to deny the healing, and then play the 3/2 to give a unit barrier, and she'll be able to...
Instead, she's gonna go for a Purify here.
Yeah.
I still think Recalling is the right move, but she opts not to do that. Maybe she's expecting Oliver to pull some kind of counter trick out, but it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think you want to throw away your 3/2 that has value on the recall there. You can cast Unyielding Spirit coming up next, maybe on the Shen.
And now you have one less turn to deal with, right? You have what? I mean, every turn counts here because he's got the Teemo that's just amassing value. He's got a full hand here. He's got Puffcat Peddler, Chump Wump, Karma, and Cloud Drinker all in hand with a Progress Day. and a Mystic Shot. I mean, this is just a when you say it like that.
Yeah, you just gotta wonder how Emma is gonna be getting through this this draw from Oliver right now. And it looks like she is just gonna swing. If Oliver tries killing the Shen, she is gonna cast Unyielding Spirit in response, which is pretty good because Oliver doesn't really have a way of dealing with that.
Oliver has a Mystic Shot here on the 7-2 though.
Okay. So the question is, you're Unyielding Spiriting the 7-2. Okay. So that's interesting. It is just gonna be able to be chump blocked pretty much eternally. Oliver already has the 1-3 out. You know that he's running a lot of small minions that are going to be summoning, that are going to be adding puff caps to his hand. So I don't know about this Yielding Spirit. I think he wanted to do it on the Shen to continue to give value here.
Yeah, that's potentially true, but the Shen gives no value, no other minions on the field. And Emma only has one other minion, and it's really not great. It's Ori Blade Eye.
Yeah, the Green Glade Protector there.
I was talking about the guy she's got in hand.
Oh, I
Elusive.
see.
Yeah, and there's another Prismatic Barrier. I mean, it's just not what she needs. She's still got a lot of lifesteal to sustain up here, but Oliver is just going to go off here with his Cloud Drinker. He's got Dawn and Dusk here on the Teemo.
So he can double. But she was at 30 without any draws, so she's going to go up to almost 60, almost 120, almost 240 if he winds up going for it.
He doesn't have the mana up anymore.
I'm surprised not to see this. That really accelerates Oliver's damage output if he gets a triple-double, and I don't know if Emma's deck has any way of dealing with that. I think he really wanted to do that now that he had enough mana and the attack chip, but now he's just going to be shuffling, and he doesn't play the Puff Cap Peddler in advance. I'm really surprised about the series of play from Oliver. It looks like he's definitely still advantaged here. He passes without... Oh no, he played a burst.
Here he's going to play
And
Puff Cap
now
Peddler
he plays
after.
Puff Cap Peddler. Okay, it looks like Oliver may have been a bit overwhelmed by this turn. He can't swing with Teemo because of the 2-1 that had elusive, so that's good news for Emma.
Right, here comes another Green Glaive Caretaker. That's not bad, but...
Levels up Shen here.
I mean, you have to play the Green Glaive Caretaker and then attack with Shen supporting it. And then you can put Barrier on Shen, and actually Oliver has no more spells to deal with this. Obviously he's going to draw with Demeditation, he has Deny. There's the Mystic Shot, and now that's going to be bad for Emma.
Well,
because it's going to kill the Shen. Unless she pre-loads. If she had to preload it.
no, I mean, she could just cast it in response to the Mystic Shot. Because it's burst.
Oh, it is burst, you're correct. No, but then the Mystic Shot would just go off anyway.
Yeah, but the barrier would save the Shen. Like, you cast barrier on the Shen in response to Mystic Shot targeting it? You talking about?
No, but that's not how it works. The burst will happen, it'll give a barrier again, and then the Mystic Shot will trigger and kill it.
Oh, you're talking about, like, if you block
Right,
something into it? Okay, yeah, I understand.
Looks like Oliver doesn't really want to do that so far from what it's looking like.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Maybe he doesn't see that he can kill the
Here
Shen.
it goes. There it is.
Yeah, targeting... I think you definitely target the Shen here. Yeah, and Oliver taking advantage of this, where you can't really weave things in between
I'm
the
going
stack.
for a recall here. And she's going to barrier and kill that. Give everything else plus... And now...
I'm starting to clear the board.
Right. The thing is that Oliver still has a Dusk Till Dawn play. He's going to do it on the Teemo. And then she goes down to 5 health with 1,000 shrooms.
Yeah.
So I think Oliver's got huge advantage here.
Emma's definitely not in a winning position. Oliver still has Karma and the Claws of the Dragon for more jump blockers if he wants to play them now.
I think she maybe wanted to use her lifesteal and get back up to 10 here.
Yeah, well, she doesn't know that the
she
Dawn and
wants to
Dusk
play
combo
Shen.
is coming.
Let's play Shen. Yeah, that's true. Here comes
So
Karma.
here's interesting. Karma, Dawn and Dusk Teemo combo, but he won't have enough board space to capitalize on it. Right now he's debating on playing the Karma. I guess just because he doesn't want Overflow his board, but this won't stop to any of the team summoned.
Right here comes Shen out. Karma's going to level up here.
It's spelled double.
Right. And Emma's still on the back foot. I don't know what she could try to get her out of this.
Something that has
In fact, she does
elusive.
another Shen. This could help. This could actually be big damage if Oliver doesn't block right. Emma could just sneak in a win by switching 2 minions.
Yeah, the thing is she goes down to 3
Right.
with all the shrooms back.
Yeah,
so.
she probably should have healed last turn. What I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, she just drew 2 puff caps, get 18, goes down to 12. So yeah, maybe she doesn't draw 12. Oliver doesn't swing then against Emma has no way of healing.
Now there's a chance Emma lives here, and if she lives, she could get funky with the Stand United.
Yeah, because obviously Oliver doesn't want to block with Teemo.
And you can't deny that because it's a burst spell. It's all going to come down to whether or not she can live with this draw.
Yeah, I think Emma or Oliver just gets this to 2 cost units, and then
Oh yeah, Oliver's just got. Oh yeah, he's just gonna get a bunch of chump blockers out and make
Yeah.
sure that it doesn't go down.
Yep, exactly, and he can shuffle even more into her deck here.
Emma can obviously heal here, but I don't think it's
I mean,
gonna finish it out.
She can't. Oh, he finds Get Excited, and
Oh.
that's gonna be it.
Yeah, at the start
There's
of next turn, it's just over.
There's no way for Emma to avoid this. And Oliver is just shuffling even more puff caps into her deck. On top of what
This is just
I
ridiculous.
think I
He's
saw
going crazy.
245 in her deck right now.
Yeah,
No, 548. Okay. So
I don't think it's he actually opts to use Get Excited on the Shen instead of
Little-
on her Nexus.
a little bit of BM from Oliver here. Emma decides to save the Shen, but it's not gonna matter. I can't imagine that she draws any less than 3 shrooms.
If she does though, Oliver's gonna be. I mean, it's not gonna matter because
Yeah.
she's still got more in the wings. But let's see.
Let's see how many she draws.
That's it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 23 shrooms.
shrooms. That's the one hit, no matter what.
Emma goes to minus 20, and Oliver takes it, knocking Emma out in a 2-0 victory in the first stage of Loser's Bracket. That was not a sentence that I would think that I would be saying
No, me neither.
going
And
into this tournament.
that's tough for Emma there. I don't think she expected to go out so early. I mean, first you get upset by Sky, 6th seed, and then you get upset by Oliver, the 8th seed. You gotta just be kicking yourself.
Yeah, that's really rough from Emma. I think, I had a lot of high hopes from her coming in. I really thought her lineup was really strong. But I think we're seeing some of the weaknesses of the Shen Fiora deck that Case was talking about. When you don't get a good draw, there's not a lot of overwhelm damage. So even though these Green Gate Collectors get up to like 100 attack and they're unkillable, so long as the enemy, deck is drawing cards and playing minions, you aren't going to be able to get any damage through. And we saw that against like these decks that weren't really moving all that fast. It just wasn't able to pick up steam fast enough, wasn't able to go strong enough, was not able to secure the wins.
And another weakness is low amounts of removal in that deck.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Teemo just ran rampant. He got an attack almost every turn. And even the game before that, he had great Heimer value, and Emma was sitting on 2 Bright Steel formations for basically the whole game. Yeah, I mean, GG's though. Well played by Oliver. He did get good draws, and I think he did make most of the right decisions. That BM Get Excited was a bit funny. I guess he wanted to see how much Emma would draw, but
Yeah. I mean, there's no real way of going about it again. Like you can't root for your friend getting out, but it's very exciting for Oliver moving forward. It's very, very exciting. And, if he continues to go through and make more upsets with these weird decks, consider Oliver my champion. I'm really glad to see him moving forward, as sad as it is that Emma is eliminated.
yeah, definitely.
To everyone watching, that concludes our broadcast for today. The first 8 games were, we had some really exciting, really well piloted, well played Legends of Runeterra, some really unfortunate draws from a few of our competitors, a few misplays here and there that, maybe people play a little bit slower. Tomorrow, get a little bit more, now that the stakes are going to be higher and they actually have a chance, everyone who's still in the match. I'd like to see them pick up their game and really let tomorrow soar in terms of competitiveness.
Right, I'm excited for more gameplay, more upsets, more fun decks.
And I am excited to play, honestly. I only got to play 1 game today. Tomorrow, I'm going to be playing at least 2 if I get knocked out in 2, and more if I manage to secure any wins. So we got a lot of excitement. Anyone who is tuning in now, you know, we're going to be continuing the broadcast around 3:30, 4:30 sometime. You know, if you want to drop a follow so that you get, you know, so that it tells you whenever we get streaming. We're going to pick right up as soon as we start streaming. So, yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. It has been a very exciting day. But for now, I think we're about ready to sign off and prepare for tomorrow.
Yep, good games, everyone.
Yep, good games.